This is what it's all about. Whatever it takes, right? To prepare your spiritual house. Before all, a spiritual mindset, the spiritual preparedness is the key to, you got to have the right mindset. If your head isn't on straight, on crooked, you're not going to be able to see things properly, right? So, what's going on my line here? Oh, let's turn that down. All right, so thank you, Father. We're going to go ahead and do a preparedness mindset video. Most people are very spiritually unprepared for that great and dreadful day of the Lord. This lifetime is preparing the flesh to live without it so that we can learn to live without that flesh after we die, because that's part of this. I'm going to leave this place, space, meat suit that we're at now. So are you getting your spiritual house ready above all? So again, having a spiritual mindset, being in the right headspace makes a lot of difference when things break down, and how you react in a horrible situation, or how you respond to those tough times is going to relate to the future sequence, right? Series of events that would take place after your struggle. So mindset, mentality makes a massive difference. So first of all, I would always tell people to prepare their spiritual house, and most people are not taking any time. They're dealing with all kinds of worldly that has nothing to do with their afterlife. Well, everything has to do with afterlife. So preparing your afterlife insurance, if you will, like, for you, not your kids, what you're going to leave your kids, or, whatever, your blood is not thicker than water relatives, right? I'm talking about you, what you're going to do after you. We all one day will face that seventh shofar. There's a series of horns that will sound. Preparedness is a warning of what is to come. Those 7 signs, right? Scrolls, sky, right? On the 7th final scroll, right? Are you ready? Do you have what it takes? If you put up enough base knowledge of this book, of what it tells us that we're supposed to be doing, not by some religious idiocracy, because religious people are idiots. They're not preparing 7 to be 7 is mature. The number of 7 is, yes, the number of maturity, to be 7'd. That means to be matured. So isn't it ironic that there's 7 a.m. in here right now? Do you think that's by chance? There's no such thing as luck. So better to have and not need than need not have. And he says, have extra oil. So most people are going to tell you you're nuts. They told Noah that he was nuts for 126 years. And then it rained. Who's nuts now, huh? So that's the mentality, the mindset that most people take. They fail to prepare, and they're failures. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail. It's better to have and not need than need and not have. So I don't know who Jesus is. Christ is a pagan term. Love is not what it says in Scripture. So I don't know what you're talking about. You speak like a Christian or a Catholic or a religious idiot. Christ means anointed in oil. He wasn't a Christian. I rebuke Christianity, Catholicism, Baptists, Southern, Mormons. They're all vain. You read the book of Jeremiah. These traditions these people celebrate. We're not supposed to celebrate anything. Jesus is not. Shem was the name of the second born of Noah. He had 3 sons. That meant Aleph, leader, or ox. That's right. Second born. Shem. That is the word name. So Shem is not Jesus. The letter J did not exist at the time of Christ. So I don't know who Jesus is. You're speaking and adding. And he says in the book of the Apocalypse, that letter didn't exist. What if I'm a vessel of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world? Do you know me by my fruit? Have you come in here and discerned all spiritually things through his book, not your own, but his agape, which is the word love? What is the word Bible? There's no such thing as the word Bible. What do you mean Bible? What is a Bible? You mean a book? That's what the word Bible means. The text, scrolls pounded out. Remember Colossians 2 and 14? You guys speak like religious people. So, stop using terms that were not written biblically. Biblically, Bible. There was not a book until Constantine, had this. You think this is always on a book, right? It was on tables of stone and tablets and scrolls. Colossians 2 and 14 says once written on stone, right? The law, the Torah, the Old Testament, where the wages of sin was death, one is now sprinkled with blood on fleshy tables of our hearts. So love is the word agape. What do you mean love? It doesn't say love of the book that I study. Why are you saying words that aren't in that book, in the book of the Apocalypse? Well, Revelation, same thing, right? It says don't add, not even a period. So don't add J's. Constantine came long after. He's not even that long ago. 12th century, brothers and sisters, the book, the canonization, the Council of Nicaea. This book was not a book until the 12th century. What an idiot. So anyways, moving on. Most people are religious idiots. They don't study any of this text, right? In the Old Testament in Hebrew, New, they don't study cultures or customs. They blaspheming historical record with religious idiocracy. So it wasn't in a book. It was on scrolls and tablets, and they took and deciphered, had a council to determine and translate literally if they could by definition, but probably don't know anything about that. Bible, what do you mean? Basic instructions before leaving earth? It's an instruction book. But I rebuke the word Bible. That sounds like some Christianity or religion. He wrote the letter to the 7 churches, if we're going to write it down in that book. So I hope you're not going after these traditions of men. Another Jesus. There's more than one Jesus in Scripture if you use the term Jesus, which was not scripturally aligned in the original text. It did not ever say that. And he said, don't add to my book. So that's right. Wokeism coexists. The edict of toleration. Thank you, Brother Ross. We'll accept your pagan gods in our church if you stop killing Christians, and I'll stop killing them, and it'll help save my arse. None were changed. They were preserved copies that predate 1080. All right, Ross, get this idiot out of here. He obviously doesn't know his arse from a hole in the ground. Doesn't know about the canonization. Doesn't know about the edict of toleration. Doesn't know about Constantine and the rebranding of the deadly head wound that was healed. He's got his own Jesus going on here. Predate, making up stuff, a demon, an idolater, believes his own lies and telling you that his lies are true. That is called a daimonion, or a demon, now replaced with the word devil. He said, don't add to my book. We're talking about the canonization process of a book, you idiot. Are you that ignorant? Ignoramus, idiotos? No, that means you don't know. You say you know something, but your sources are flawed. Yep, that's right. He follows the traditions of men. So you can cite your idiocracy, but I'm talking about this book that's been put on stone and put into a form on something you can open up and read. This is what I'm talking about. Where are you off somewhere in space farce? Kind of like Katy Perry, huh? Go vote for your pretendant. Go enjoy your corporation. We're supposed to stand up to this perversion, right? So you can correct me, but you're not correcting me with the correct text. There's no correction if you're not canonized. You're not actually one word studied at a time binding the actual definition. Do you know anything about that process? Probably not. You make up your own agape, love, Jesus, personal, Jesus, someone to hear your prayers, someone who can... Get out of here. You want to take away from what I'm saying? Go ahead. So stop with your traditions of men adding to Scripture. I'm talking about a book that was canonized. Do you know anything about the edict of toleration? Wokeism coexist. We'll shut up about you, these pagan gods, Mary and Horus and Jesus and Isis, birthed in the middle of winter. What are you talking about? talking about a book and a canonization project. You're over in left field talking about something completely different. Get with the times there. It's not 2025. I think your timeline of what we're speaking of, you're off somewhere like Back to the Future or Back in Time, like Feed the Flux Capacitor, a bunch of crap, and go 88 gigawatts. Take your farce somewhere else. You're not even on subject. Concentrate, like orange juice or like OJ, the guy with the glove, or the guy that, get out of here. I'm talking about a book. I rebuke your books, because if you don't study the canonized version of the interlinear Textus Receptus, you're flawed. You're a translator. I'm not talking about translation. I'm talking about a literal definition, canonization of the scrolls, the texts, the tablets. We were talking about a book, and you come in there and interrupt. You're ignorant. Your ignorance is not going to get you anywhere. Go pound sand. Go try to teach some, he said, call no man teacher. Go to some Christian channel, okay? This ain't a religious channel. I rebuke you. So don't come in here and try to correct what I'm speaking of. You could correct me, but you got to know what you're talking about. And you got to be talking about the same time. You're off talking about something that we're not. Yeah, the canonization, coexist, the Edict of Toleration, the Council of Nicaea. You have any idea what you're talking about? No. So go on, move on. You're back in time or something. We're talking about the canonization of the process of the deadly head wound and healed, right? The scripture talks about the deadly head wound that was healed. This is this modern day book that you love so much, right? Which version are you reading? There's only one version that you should be reading. One. That's it. So you're talking about some other version, some other agape. It's all in your head, bro. It's nothing serious. I'm not your bro. Don't call me brother. Your brothers and your sister are your mother, and those that do the will of the Father. Those are the sons of God. How do you know that you're my brother? Don't you call me bro. I'm not your brother. How do you know that? It's all in your head. You're an idiot. Christ in you. Oh, is that what you're trying to say? Use some scripture. Are you serious? Are you serious? Kind of like Paul Begley. Are you serious? I haven't watched him forever. Yeah, the halakha in Babylon, Israel was kept the first synagogue. Yeah. And the Haggadah, the halakha and the Haggadah. You know anything about that? The Mishnah, their Targum, their Talmud. Don't speak up unless you know what you're speaking about. He said, call no man teacher. Don't try to tell anybody anything if you're going to add to the scriptures with your religious history. His story in a book, right? We were talking about, look at what this guy step in and look what you just walked into. Should have kept your mouth shut and used the right to remain silent, right? Your Miranda rights. Are you an American citizen, part of this corporation? You have a tax ID number, a Tin Man. Are you a Tin Man? Are you a scarecrow? They made a movie about you, Wizard of Oz. I thought we were talking about Back to the Future. Yep. Go take your book, right? Flawed, not by definition, and go take it somewhere else and go read it to somebody else and go tell somebody else a lie. That's the definition of the word demon. 99% of the world thinks they live on a planet. There's not one single planet ever created. So was not even a manipulating of the text. The stuff was irrelevant and not even taking up stuff came in. Yeah. We know what the Council of Nicaea is. How would you put the Council of Nicaea was not even a manipulating of text? You're an idiot. There were words they didn't even know how to translate. Are you out of your mind? Have you even studied the Council of Nicaea? The 150 Catholics, the 150 Christians, there were words they couldn't cipher. Look at this idiot. Yeah, it's flawed. Very flawed. Things left out, translations they couldn't transliterate properly because they didn't know how to, meaning. So stop adding. You don't know anything about the Council of Nicaea. You don't know anything about it. Obviously, Christians and Catholics, definitely flawed. Constantine? So stop being an idiot. Everything we're supposed to run through our spiritual filter is the closest that we're going to get to the original text, but very flawed. You might want to go see Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. You're lying to people in this chat, telling them that this is not flawed. They were transliterating the best that they could. Some things they actually had to translate. So you're an idiot. You're a demon because you're distributing lies. Once again, the definition of a demon is a distributor of lies or fortunes to others. So stop being a demon. You're demonic, satanic. Satan means adversary, antichrist, not the antichrist. You're either with Christ or you are antichrist. He said, don't add to my book. Don't take away. Well, history, you're trying to actually run yourself in there and tell you it's not flawed. What do you mean? It's not flawed. Do you know anything about the text, about transliteration, like when they took the Old Testament and made their halakha and their Haggadah, their Targum, their Mishnah? I don't think you have any understanding. I think you have the attention span probably of a fly and you're spacing off somewhere else. So look at this. You're now, can I teach you something there? Mr. Gow, you're a brute beast. Brute beast. You know what brutish in nature is? Define to me what brutish in nature is. I've already just given you, a minute or two of telling you exactly how this is 100% flawed. And you're going to turn around like a brute beast, like you couldn't be taught, like a stubborn mule. You have an unwillingness to learn. You're stubborn. I already told you if you'll study anything and you knew exactly what you were speaking of, you would realize there were words they didn't even know how to translate. Literally. They could not find the proper definition, and that's why it's flawed. So you're an idiot, and I rebuke you. You're a demon, and you're an idolater because you believe your own bull snot. You believe your own crap. You're a liar, and that's what a demon is. If you'll define anything, I asked you to just give me a definition. If you don't write the definition of what I asked you, get out of here. You're a demon. Once again, a demon is a distributor of fortunes of lies to others, by definition. So don't be spreading lies. I won't allow it. Tell me that there were words that they could not determine because of the literal, it was this 40 years, Oh, wait, on the translation of the Aramaic. We're talking about the cows. See, translation and transliteration, you can't take Hebrew, turn it into Aramaic and then English. It gets lost in translation. That's an impossibility. So you don't know what you're talking about. Remember, neuter gender, feminine gender, right? Male gender. Did you know they went through all of this process, not just this, to literally find the best definition, but there were words that they struggle with, and you're telling this guy says like, this is gold. There's no flaws with it. It's perfect. You're an idiot. You don't know anything about the canonization process. See what I'm saying? So don't speak up. Everything is flawed, brothers and sisters. That's why we're supposed to, in Timothy, put all things, right? Discern all things through our brothers and sisters, our mother, our instruction, the tree of life, if you will. Our mother, that's what your mother is. It's the instruction. It's iron sharpens iron. So, thoughts on the Ethiopian version of King James? Well, thanks for coming in. Sticky and see you in a minute. What is it that the Ethiopian text that you're concerned about reading? The books that were taken out, that were not canonized? Good question. So, the deity creating being of pure evil or being made of evil purposes, leaving out creation's purpose? Which is worse? A deity, which is the word demon, like this liar over here, like I said earlier, lying to you. That's the word deity. Creating, they used to pray their dead ancestors, brothers, sisters, deities, little g gods, for fortunes, have a burnt offering of a transgender Jesus ritual Christmas. A deity creating, wait, hold on a second. I think you're way off here. I think you don't know which is worse, a deity creating a being of pure evil. No deity creates a pure evil. Get out of here. That's not true. You can't. God creates all things. Get out of here. Deities don't create anything. Father creates all things. There's no such thing as man-made. I rebuke you. Get out of here. Move on. Your philosophical nonsense is not going to, if it doesn't align with scripture, he said, throw it out, get out of here. God created all things. He said, I create everything that ever was, everything not written, everything that ever will be, right? I create a good. I create good. That's what I create all things. I am the Alpha and the Omega. Deities don't create anything. No such thing. So stop blaspheming and asking stupid questions. That stupid means to be nice. So I'm not going to sit here and be nice to you. Okay. No, I'm just saying, I'll give you the right answer. So deities are little g gods, demons. They had a burnt offering of a peasant that they would eat. Eat. Is God a man or a woman? Calvin, are you a Calvinist? You're an idiot. Tell me where God has breasts. Tell me where God has breast. Tell me anywhere in scripture there is feminine at all. No Mother Nature. There's no such thing as Mother Nature. It's Father Nature and Father Time to get you back aligned too. So I want to make sure you understand what it is that you're saying. You would like to chime in, I'll go ahead and answer you, but God created the being of pure evil. Yes, God created evil. Thank you. That's the only one I didn't say. That's where these religious idiots get all offended. No, evil created evil. Shut up. Use your Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and exit the building. You're adding to scripture, and he says don't do that. Okay? So don't add to scripture. People like, oh, his name is Jesus. What is that? Who is Jesus? That word didn't exist at the time of the Hamashiach. The letter J was not at the time of Christ, which is a pagan term. See, Lord, Christ, Jesus, these are all added to scripture. Okay, which is worse, God creating a being of pure evil, or the being created for evil's purpose, fulfilling his intended design? Okay, let's read Gonzo like the Muppets. Allow me to rephrase. Okay, so he's going to rephrase the question because correcting, and people can be corrected. Hey, we might have something here. Somebody actually can listen and be corrected with the word. That's what we're supposed to do, correct each other with the word. Brother says, don't sup with vipers. Don't cast your pearls in the mud. You must be one of these cotton candy religious idiots. So he says, God creating a being of pure evil, or the being created for evil's purpose, fulfilling the intended design. Which is worse? Which is worse? Well, if I was to judge with righteous judgment, I would have to say that God is absolutely perfect. So they have not one above another. He uses all things after his own counsel. He says he does all these things and for his own pleasure. So there is not one above another in my instruction, and I'm not trying to dodge the question, but if he created the deity, he did that for his purpose. That is beautiful. God created what is known as vessels of wrath, fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. These are called goats, and you can't turn a goat into a sheep. Not possible. So God creates these vessels of wrath to test his bride. The Greek word is orge. O-R-G-E, Gonzo. Not orgy, orge. That means quick to wrath. See, God tests and beats his bride. The word is thalipsis, tribulation. Theolobos, to be gripped and pinched. Theolobos, to be pushed from both sides. See, this is what God Father does. He beats the people he agapes, loves. So God creates evil to test his bride. So, are you following here, Gonzo? You didn't take off on me and get out of here, right, Gonzo? So, Father created all things. Vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. I could be a goat, brothers and sisters. I could be a goat myself. I can't change that. This was already chosen. There's no such thing as luck. Evil is the absence of God. No, that's not what evil is. You're an idiot. Evil is vessels of wrath fitted to test the bride of those that he loves. Shem, agape, authority. Stop straying off scripture. Stop adding and making up your own Jesus. That is the word agape, Shem, authority, leader, ox, aleph. Stop it. You're making up your own version of this scriptures. So stop adding. That's what he says not to do. So evil is a beautiful thing. It's a necessary evil. God only beats his bride. That's right. He only beats his bride. He wise as a serpent, Leviathan, vessels of wrath, children of darkness, you'll know them by their fruit. Right, rebel? You'll know them by their fruit. Do not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. Those that do works of darkness, children of darkness, fruit. One bad apple upsets the whole apple cart. That's why a little leaven leavens the whole lump, brothers and sisters. He doesn't want us to sup with vipers or cast our pearls before swine. So we will know them by their fruit. So what? Oh, I'm a this, I'm a that. I don't care how rich or how poor you are, what you appear on the surface, what label you want to put on you. I don't care what, I have no skin in the game. You'll know them by their fruit. Just like cream, brothers and sisters, it always rises to the top. A little leaven leavens the whole lump. Careful, don't sup with vipers. Narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. So we don't sup with people that can't be corrected and don't want to take instruction. That's just what we do. So we're not here to change a goat into a sheep, a vessel of wrath, children of darkness. They're here to test the bride. The Greek word is orge. Quick to wrath, quick to indignation, quick to anger, and quick to judgment. What is your personal interpretation of hell? Listen here, clown. Hell is not an interpretation. Hell is the word bis. It doesn't say hell in scripture. It's actually the word abyss is what it says. So it's not my opinion. Don't ask for my opinion. I only give definition. The word is busos, B-U-S-O-S. Bathos is a Greek word, abyss. Hell, you call it hell. That's never written in scripture. It says Revelation 9 and 11, they have a king. They have a king over them, the messenger of the abyss. So there's not my opinion. Once again, I have no skin in the game. I don't want to give you my opinion. I want to give you the definition. He said, I am the hados. So I'm going to narrow off whatever this translate. Hados means to narrow, like a sieve. Theologo, to be pushed from this side, pressure from this side and this side, to be pinched down. Yeah, theologos, to be gripped. Straight is the gate, he tells us, enter through the straight gate, because broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, because you're not willing to narrow. Narrow, like a sieve, is a process. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily. Down the sieve. The straight is the gate. That the path is narrow. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them, the messenger of the abyss. Hell is bis, is the word Knowledge-E. You want to speak a little English? Knowledge. Knowledge. Abyss, A negates, like I am the Alpha, the beginning, and I am the end. Negates. Alpha, right? Cancels. No bis. My people shall perish for lack of bis. I will throw them in the abyss. How about not an interpretation, but how about the actual definition? Yeah, English is flawed. You can't take Hebrew, translate it into Aramaic, and then in English. It gets lost in what is called translation. So thank you. And it's not even English anymore, correct? Rebel, people don't speak English. They speak American. Hold on, man. Oh, yeah, man. It's flipping sick. Flipping sick, right? I did this up at the store with somebody up here at the Christmas Valley, Pegmas Valley, Chev Mart or Sinclair gas station. There was a little hauler out there, not a big hauler, actually. $500,000 hauler. I can't remember who was sitting in the store with me, but, you know, we had time to wait. And there was this old man got 30 plus years on me. And I looked at that old man. I said, man, did you see that outside? That is flipping sick, huh? And he goes, yeah. He knew exactly what I was saying. Flipping sick. If you said that 500 years ago, at the time of Christ, they would go get the priest and sprinkle holy water on you and think you had a demon. If you said somebody was flipping sick. Isn't it kind of hilarious? So people don't even speak English anymore. They speak American. I didn't even know that this was a thing until I made this mistake nearly 10 years ago. I said this on Truth Viral Television. I said people speak American. I said, that's not what they don't. I couldn't go like this to my dad. Remember, are you old school like me? I don't hear your head bobbing. Don't say yeah. No, yeah. I didn't have to say sir to my dad, but I had to say yes or no. Right? Oh, whoa, hey, speak up. Oh, yeah, okay, I don't hear your head bobbing. He gets your head bobbing for you, right? Yes, no. There's no proper English in this Babylonian mystery society here. That's what they speak. New mystery Babylonian American. It's quite the language, isn't it? Remember, he'll blur, he'll spread out all that where they won't even be able to communicate with each other. That's English, right? No. They've made up now meanings for words that were never there. Remember, I just sold some fire to Smokey the Bear, and I'm not talking about flames. Fire, baby. Eyes of fire, red eyes. Feet of fire, fine brass is burnt or burnished in a furnace. Yep, I just sold some fire to Smokey the Bear. There we go. There we go. So. At face value. What does that mean? Face value? No, I said definition. I have to define. You own an interlinear Texas Receptus, you own a lexicon, you own a concordance. With these study tools and your tree of life, your mother, your correction, iron sharpens iron like a refiner's fire, like fine gold and silver, it must be refined. Ellipsis is the word. Gonzo, what I'm going to ask you to do, I don't touch on this subject, but if you'd like to go see Church of the Only Begotten Son, no, I didn't have anything to do with the writings. But they use medicinal, they burned myrrh, frankincense, cannabis. They drunk of a mead, not of grapes, that made them hallucinate. I'm not saying that I need to do this. I'm always out of my mind. No, I don't need to take Adderall or Ritalin. I feel like that as soon as I get out of bed. They drank of a mead that made them hallucinate. So they obviously were using some other kind of substances. Go see Church of the Only Begotten Son and go see Bishop Stoner, and he will touch more on this subject. I don't talk about it. I don't need to use psychedelics personally. Like I said, I'm always tripping, right? People think I am, so call me crazy like Noah. Some people call me Noah. You can call me anything but a capital letter name. I'm not a corporation. Do I look dead to you? I'm not a merchant number. So don't call me anything. My name, Tracy, I've probably been called that name less than any other name I've ever been called. I've been called Crazy, Spacey, Terry, Stacy, all those times way more than Tracy. I have a brother that looked just like me, or I look like him because he's my older brother, and a younger brother who looked like me. I could go to either, we could interchange in our classes. We were very close in age. So I always got called my older brother, and my younger brother called my name. So I actually don't even recognize my birth, capital letter. I've already left that and subrogated my merchant number in open court on 12/29/24, where I took over power of attorney of that capital letter name, written in all capital letters, because I'm not part of the corporation. Probably like this John H., who's like some bootlicker, pig licker, probably part of the system. People in government, he tells us don't sup with swine, pigs. pig lickers or people in government. That's what a pig is. You thought I was talking about the clown cops, huh? The merchant cops. They're not enforcing any criminal. No, they're not. Crimes in America are crimes of commerce. There's no actual crimes being committed, but you're an idiot when it comes to the Constitution, huh? Constitutional Republic, House, Congress, Senate. You know what repugnant means? We're not supposed to follow laws if they're not adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate. So no president can make a law. Congress makes the law. You're an idiot. So there we go. John is referencing drugs. John, you can go take your Mexican American ass out of here. Go take your Adderall somewhere else. Yep. Get on your little tabbies and maybe you were boosted. Maybe that's what's wrong with you. So if you want to lick this government, go ahead. Keep licking the boot, big boot licker. Just be the 98.5% of cases in America that take a bar plea to agree to gain for the bar to get double stuff like a cock rocket, like they sent up like Katy Perry's. Remember Katy Perry? Donald, John, Katy Perry, Biden, Trump, Clinton, Reagan, Kennedy. They're all cheeks to the same hole, right? Wings to the same dragon. So don't try to come against this gospel. You're not. It's not possible. No weapon formed against it shall prosper. This temple, I had the state police try to kill me, quiet me, shut me up, take my First Amendment right. Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech, of the press, and of religion. Yep, this pastor, they hit in the face with a grenade because I exposed their system. I expose it's like halakha. Do you know what halakha is? If you don't know what the word halakha is, Brother Ross put it in here. You might want to leave. You might want to leave. Do you know what the word Haggadah is? Haggadah. If you don't know what Haggadah or halakha is, then you might want to use your right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Father's going to judge you at the end. Just thou shalt be judged. If you go by a corporation, Title 18 statutes are not Title 18 criminal code. A code is for a corporation. John must be a corporation. John, are you part of this American corporation? Are you a U.S. citizen? Part of this corporation? Do you have a merchant number? You know, your parents sold you out by birth. They contracted you because you can't even handle your own finances. You're a child. Do you have a W-2 that you filled out this year? Do you have a job, J-O-B job, that you paid taxes? You know, net and gross are two different things. That's pretty sick, isn't it, brothers, sisters? Father, remember, he sent Shiloh and he turned over the money changer tables and whipped the people selling the doves. They started a war over 2% fee. Remember? Fled from a country that was trying to kill them. So don't be an idiot. Republican game one that Dems don't have. No, Democrats are Republicans. You're an idiot. They're all too deep. No, Democrats are Republicans. Donald Trump is Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump is Joe Biden. Donald Trump is Katy Perry. Shut your mouth. If you vote in this two-party system, get out now. Leave. I rebuke you. One good question he raises, why did Jesus arrested? Why don't you go see Gonzo? You should check your animal and human. He's a man, I apologize. My eyes, guys, it's so hard to see. Well, I'll tell you what, if you want to know that lesson, I know that Brother Jim does a good job at covering the historical record of exactly what you're talking to. I'll let him give that to you. He does it with eloquence. Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. So go see Jim Brown. He'll give you that lesson. You can even call him personally at Grace and Truth and speak with him personally if you'd like. He's my teacher and my pastor. I don't want to teach on that. He gives such a better lesson. So go see Jim Brown. You can write him at Grace and Truth Ministries. Is at graceandtruth.net. He's a literally walking concordance. So I don't do philosophy or theology, or I do aletheia, truth, definition. That's it. I don't want to hear any of these other people with their flawed, opinions. There is biblical, and then there is religious, and those pretty much are aligned with each other. And then there's scriptural. So Brother Jim is a walking lexicon. which means he has the definition. He's a walking concordance, which means he knows the time. Get out of here. John is a drug pusher. All this person has done is talked about drugs since they got in here, brothers and sisters. I think that John has been jabbed. I think he must have taken one of these warp speed boosters, and he must follow a sun god that's birthed in the middle of the winter. Crackhead Jesus. Well, I don't know what that kind of psychedelics were. What were they doing at their orgy Christmas ritual? Christmas, right? Are you on the jab? How many boosters did you get? Because they were on all kinds of drugs, partying, Mardi Gras. That's Christmas, you idiots. That 7-day Roman orgy. So stop being an idiot and stop sitting there and I think you've been boosted or something. How many jabs did you take in warp speed? Let me know. 1 sticker, booster, like a update, boost 2 boosters, 3 boosters, 4 boosters. Are you serious? You fully anti-vax. Do you know anything about virology, clown? Clown, seriously, are you a man or a woman? If you're a woman, or if you're a man, you ever say to a woman, hey, honey, let me put in just the tip, kind of like that Katy Perry cock rocket. They came down and made a farce of themselves, like Mr. Space Farce himself. That was as good as the ISS Dragon. Idiots. Nobody even believes, right? That's not a thought in your head. You're an idiot. You can't believe in space or Jesus or stop it. So, will you give me an idea of what virology is? You ask a question. Okay. So, have you ever said to a lady, hey, honey, let me put in just the tip? Is there any ladies in here? I'm not trying to be rude or crude, and I'm not looking for a wife or anything right now. I might be looking for more people to come join me here soon. I don't think we have too much more time, and I'm not into this bullshit, but we're at war. You guys are idiots. I don't even understand how I'm literally on here during a World War III doing a live stream. This is beautiful. All glory to Father. So you ever tell a lady you want to put in just the tip? Is there any ladies in here? If you're a lady in here, if a guy ever asked you to put in just the tip, how did that work out for you? Did that ever, that was it? Just let me just, you ended up getting the whole shaft, didn't you? World War III. Do you know how any wars were ever started in America? Every war is started with an embargo, tariffs, and sanctions. Typical Republican. I don't vote in this system. Trust in God. God is a title. What, like a deity god? You're an idiot. Hysterical and frantical to the extreme. Uncontrolled gushing of emotions and outbursts. Look at what trust in God says. Trust in God. Hey, let me ask you a question, trust in God. Is it possible to be saved, trust in God? Trust. You mean faith? I'm not a Republican. I rebuke you. I rebuke you if you're a Democrat. I rebuke you if you're a Bloodbakin or a Democrat. If you vote, I rebuke you. You're voting for your own enslavement. You're an idiot. Are you part of this two-party system, Democrat, Republican? Don't talk about the shape of the earth. See, look at this idiot. Look at this idiot. This person thinks, look at this right here. This person, seriously, guys, hold on one second. Give me 1 second. All right. This person seriously thinks that it's Democrats blowing up Tesla dealers. This is these idiots that take, and it's called, they did this in Rome. You guys that follow this two-party system, they did the same crap in Rome. Red and blue, you're no different than the people in that society. You are the same thing. You won't even judge them by their fruit. How about Donald Trump created the number one whack the nation? We'll go back in this, and they didn't even whack the nation. It was mRNA, and they're not even hiding it. The number one drug dealer on this rock is Donald John Trump, the number one single spending president ever is Donald John Trump. I don't give a shit what you think. I don't give him a free pass on anything. I was exposing him before he ever ran for president, that he's a tyrant. and that he's an absolute businessman and he has no give a lick shit. He's the head of the corporation. The head, like the tip of the spear. Like, let me put in just the tip. So don't sit here and accuse me of being a Republican or a Democrat. And don't ever let a man tell you because you don't vote, you don't have a voice. Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech, of the press, and of religion. Yeah, the right to peacefully assemble, form well-regulated militias. First comes the ballots, and then comes the bullets. There's a reason First Amendment comes first. Donald Trump is an absolute tyrant. Joe Biden is his best buddy, and so is Barry. They're all island boys. Been to the island. EpiPen Island much? So stop sitting there and fooling yourself and telling yourself that Democrat or Republican's going to fix this. Two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon, and you fell for it. Democrat, mass murder in chief. Which mass murder in chief are you voting for? The Democrat or the Republican? Grow up, child. I don't vote for a system that sends fucking money to 1,000 military bases in 180 countries, killing everybody across the world, right? Forcing everybody to pay for oil with the US dollar as Americans die in the streets. They've sent these people, 50 plus million people, for nearly my whole life. They were called illegal aliens. There's no such thing as aliens. So grow up, child. An alien isn't from the sky, child. I'm not going to sit here and listen to your nonsense. You make no sense. You add to scripture. We don't support a system that is not a constitutional republic. This is a corporation. This once was a constitutional republic. There's a reason why this was a blessed nation. It was called the Mayflower Nation. Remember the years, 400 years of a blessed, that is this nation. That's right. The Mayflower Nation. Remember, they came over here fleeing the Catholic Church. Catholicism. They were killing Christians for not going to the sex orgy Christmas Mass. Mass is the eating of human flesh. This was outlawed in this country because it's an orgy. Christopher Columbus did not discover America. George Washington was not the first president of the United States. It's not 2025. God doesn't love everybody. There's no such thing as free will. You can't be saved. Most people go to hell. You like it? Too bad. I don't care what you like. I'm not here to be nice. That means to be stupid. Most people are ignorant to their history in this country. They don't know that America banned Christmas. That was an orgy. So if you celebrate this Roman sun god that Donald Trump has his house decorated with, Apollyon, then you're supporting this red team, blue team, Democrat, Republican, this corporation. Once was a constitutional republic where it says repugnant, House, Congress, and Senate. We had a judicial, legislative, and executive branch. This is not serfdom to the Queen. That's what we're on now, a corporation. Yeah, Washington District of Criminals. Oh, they just reverted back to the old ways. Oh, this happened back in the 1700s, brothers and sisters. You think that you're part of this corporation and you're not? Yeah, you are. If you have a Social Security card, that is a credit from your birth to extort your merchant number. You call it a credit card, but it's a social, right? It's your parents sold you out on a contract. It was put on paper. Back to the Queen. Remember? Serfdom. Yeah, by executive order is serfdom. Fuck Donald Trump and fuck every one of these presidents. I apologize for cursing, but they took every right I had as a veteran. I warned you about Bad Man Orange's red flag gun law, their extreme risk order, and they came and took my guns from this property. Came here with the warrant because I was questioning the law enforcement for pointing out these pigs in this town, tyrant cops who are harassing these general public. I know they're gang members. I know because I'm a prior pig myself. Not a person in government pig like 40%, but a law enforcement. Throwing people in a rape cage without a victim. Yep, certified SWAT team. Blow your fucking head off right through the door. Direct a threat, huh? No questions asked. That's what they did to me, brothers and sisters. That's what they did to me because I'm a veteran. And I speak up and I point out the town that I live in, the police are corrupt. and they're in cahoots with the rich millionaires out here. Some of the wealthiest farmer in the world send most of their alfalfa, the number one single selling alfalfa on this rock goes to China through the Dinsdale barn out here. And they get sold methamphetamines from the law enforcement officers who get it delivered from the little airport and distributed by the cop's son. Shut up, Tracy. Yeah, I've been pointing out the corruption since I sat on the Chamber of Commerce once I came out here. This town's going to pop the most. The oldest clothing on this rock was found right here. The oldest place in the Northern Hemisphere is here. You're not going to hold this little town back anymore. You can't keep this to yourself. Oh, there's been more like you. Yeah, we're going to run you off. We got sniper rifles. Guess what? Mulan Lobby. Guess what? The cops, red flag gun law, because I speak up for your First Amendment right. Right? Freedom of speech. Congress gave it to you. Congress shall establish no law. Remember, House, Congress, and Senate adjudicated through the executive, legislative, and judicial, legislative, executive branch, not by president does not make fake national emergencies and get away with it on my watch. I'll hold a protest against the goddamn fucking president. I'll hold a protest against Kate Brown, my governor. I'll hold a protest against the elected sheriff and tell him to get off his ass, because I used to be a law enforcement officer, and do something about these cops not doing shit about protecting our businesses. Not the first time they flattened the curb, but the second time you stood by and just shut up, and I will not. I'm a veteran. Just because my tour of service ends, DD 214, Echo Tango Sierra says honorable discharge does not mean I stop serving the people of this country. I'm a soldier of God before all. Hallelujah. But I will defend the right of the Constitution. No, it's not a monologue rambling, you fucking idiot. Did you get hit in the face trusting God? Get out of here. Do not judge them by their cover. No, have you even gone and looked at the SWAT raid, trusting God, you idiot? God is a title. Fuck your God. Is it Jesus? Is it Jesus? Is that your God, birthed in the middle of the winter? Grow up, child. Grow up. Grow up. You were already in here throwing, casting shade. So let's go. Come on. Speak up. Have you looked at the SWAT raid? Do you know the history of the case? Do you know anything about, tell me what the word halakha is. If you can't tell me halakha or Haggadah, leave, because God is a title, and that's never written in text. And he said in Revelation, don't add to his book. Yeah, there's no vowels in Hebrew, you idiot. Trust in some deity? What, Satan, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with? Baphomet, Moloch, the one was killed by his brother Esau. God hated Esau before he was born or done anything on his earth. Yeah, so God don't love anybody. Trust in God. Which deity, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with, is Satan, Apollyon? I think you're an idiot. Did you get hit in the face? You can see the live stream, brothers, sisters. I've live streamed the SWAT raid. It's on the playlist. This isn't a rant. This is the truth. You don't like it? This is what they do to a veteran like myself. So don't speak up. You're praying for me. Now look at Emma. Why are you praying? Yeshua HaMashiach. That's blasphemy. Look at this, guys. There's no vowels in Hebrew. This guy is an idiot. This guy doesn't know Hebrew. Doesn't know Hebrew. When you think you know everything, that's when you know the least. Cool. Right on. Thank you for your service. Okay, moving on. So, yep, there's no vowels in Hebrew. So stop saying these words that weren't in the original text. If you're not studying the Textus Receptus, the interlinear, this book right here, there's only one canonized version. See this? Canonized in Hebrew. Canonized, coded with a Strong's Concordance, written in Hebrew. And if you'll notice, there's no vowels in Hebrew. The word God never existed. So San is an idiot. There's no Hebrew vowels. Why are you spelling his Hebrew name with vowels? So stop it. You sound like an idiot. Notice Hebrew, interlinear Textus Receptus, no vowels. So stop adding to his book. He says in, oh man, I was reading that this morning. Where'd that go? my book. Oh no, where'd it go? I was studying this morning before I came on here. Uh-oh, is it in my study office? Was I reading it on the pooper? Uh-oh. I just said that. Oh well. All right, we're gonna go on. All right, I have another version of it here. Let's we'll go to the backup copy. All right. I got a backup copy always, you know. Old Jewish book, written in Greek. So if you can't study this in the actual text it's written, don't speak up in here. I'm trying to give you some that's right. It says that in the book of Revelation, Melissa, the last words that Christ, the anointed, the Hamashiach, not Jesus, because the letter J didn't exist at the time of Christ. So stop sitting there adding to a scripture. You don't add vowels to Hebrew. There's no such thing as Lucifer. So, yeah. Well, this is actually the KJV, Melissa, but this was canonized. There's a difference between the canonization. Canonization. Do you have any idea what the canonization? All scripture. Look at this is the problem. Matthew, you got to go. Look at the problem. Look at everybody. Look at what Matthew just said. Look what Matthew just said. All scripture is written by a man, so it's false. How about the words written in red? And I'm not trying to he didn't exist. It's fine. I don't argue with an idiot. Most people couldn't even define the word idiot. You know, all you do is base a whole religion. I'm not religious. You're an idiot, guys. Man, these people. Do you believe in God is real? You can't believe in God, Emma. The canonization is where they took and did the translation from the text. Transliterated the best to their knowledge, all of the scrolls and tablets in the canonized, yes, and they threw out certain versions of the rejected texts because they didn't align with the definition. So if you cannot define the words that are in this book one by one, that's why it's coded by the number, and study the definition, you don't know how to study. You don't have any idea what the aletheia is. It's not written on your heart. He has not revealed that to you. Obviously, you find that through definition. Absolutely. He said, I am the aletheia. I am the hados. I am the aletheia, and I am the separator. I am the divider. I come to bring division, not peace. I am the horizo. He didn't say I am the life. He said I am the hados. I am the aletheia, and I am the horizo. Do you speak any Greek? Old Jewish book, written in Greek, oligos. You speak any Greek at all? Probably not. This teacher, whoever gave you this, whatever it is. So we're just helping you a little bit along the way. I'm not here to try to turn a goat into a sheep, brothers, sisters. It's not possible. Father already chose his bride, and only by self. The Greek word is porneia. Not Pornhub. Go pull your chain somewhere else, okay? Porneia it's a Greek word, idolatria. Latria is to serve. Remember, he said he would send 2 witnesses, brothers, sisters. Yeah. Who shall ever come after me, let them deny themselves daily, take up your cross daily. This right eye and this left eye are going to steal your inheritance. He says, I come quickly in Revelation 3:11. Let no one take your crown. So what do you believe in? You can't believe in anything. You don't have never, your dialect, your tongue, your glossa is flawed. So you can't believe in Jesus. You guys are absolutely, don't live in your eyes. There we go. That's a good way to put it. I got lots of tattoos. This is the angel of the abyss. Revelation. Remember, there's 2 kings. This one's still healing up here. 2 kings, right? There's 2 kings. We have the king of Revelation. Stop spell his name Yeshua. There's no vowels in Hebrew. Why are you referring to his Hebrew name as Yeshua? There's no vowels in Hebrew. No, the Bible's not against tattoos. See, this is the problem with son. You're living by the Old Testament. Here's the problem too, brother. So don't worry about it. I won't try to turn a goat into a sheep. You're not going to influence anything here, just so you know. I have 30 plus years of studying. I have a teacher who's got 40 more years on my 30. I am still in a study mode to this day. So if you don't understand this covenant, okay, you don't understand this new covenant he made. It's not of flesh. You're an idiot. So stop with your idiocracy. It's not what goes in a man that defiles him. It's what comes out of him. So fuck you. Yeah, I shouldn't be cursing, right? Flip you the bird. If you know anything about war, I'm a veteran, you would know exactly what flipping the bird means. So don't sit here and think that I'm going to try to change you. I have no denomination. I rebuke every religion that walks this rock. The most vain religion is Catholicism. This is the deadly head wound that was healed in Scripture. In the Bible. So, don't sit there and think you're going to change anything. You can come in here and speak up, but I got moderators. I got Mayhem in here. Let's thank Father for Mayhem coming in here. Not the Geico commercial or the Allstate or whatever, but Mayhem picked up the wrench today. So he's been with us for a while, and he'll moderate you out here. I haven't given him the job, but he knows exactly what he is to do here. If we have a viper in here, Mayhem, get him out of here. I don't sup with vipers. I don't cast my pearls before swine. So if somebody is not producing fruit, unclean, low energy, that's what Christ did. He cast out the unclean truths out of the church. And that's what I want you to do. Where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my agape, there I will be in their shem, in their love, in their authority. There I will be in their midst. So he's here with us now. He will refine. And if somebody is here is not producing fruit, clean fruit, unclean fruit, one bad apple, like leaven, leavens the whole lump. Get them out of here. If they're not under this covenant and understand by 2 times, do not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. Love thy enemy like thy love thy neighbor, like thy love thyself. Get them out of here, man. I don't sup with vipers. I don't cast my pearls in the mud. So thanks for carrying the wrench for me, Mayhem. It's a dirty job in this channel. You remember, we only just broke the algorithm. We've been sitting at 17, 18,000 for nearly 2 years. We picked up 17,000 subscribers in 3 months. This is a shadow ban channel. We're blessed, not fortune, because there's no such thing as fortunes. There's no such thing as luck. There's no such thing as free will. You can't be saved. There's no such thing as speaking in tongues. God doesn't love everybody. Most people go to hell. So I appreciate your eyes and ears. I will not try to sway you one way or the other. Iron sharpens iron. That's why we come to this platform. High Desert Faith and Truth used to be formerly Predestined for Light, for your information. Predestined for Light live streams where his channel is monitored by the government. So everything you put in this chat right now is being monitored by the government. The Department of Justice, all the way down to the Federal Bureau of Imbeciles. So if you want to try to sway me, use scripture. If you do not literally own a concordance, don't speak up in here. If you're not studying these interlinear Texas Receptus, I need you to leave now because I'm not religious. I rebuke you. You're an idiot. Because idiotos is something that most people cannot define. You never know or experience God's love. Sway with a fulcrum or a lever. That's brilliant. Like the tipping the scales. That's pretty good, Rebel. So, okay, seriously, I won't try to change you, brothers, sisters. Do not, Sam, you got to go. Sam, moderate Geo, Metro out of here. Auto autonomous, get out of here. My pastor taught me Greek translation. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. He made up his own version. Translation is the word, it's the word idolatry. I saw one of it and just here to listen. Nothing. Talking down on people will get you. Talking down on people will get you nowhere, bro. Oh, look at this king. Person with a king. He got a king. His name's King. Huh. Oh, do you above somebody else? Pride is a sin. Yeah. One above another. God hates capitalism. I'm not talking down to anybody. I'm correcting people with the word. You're an idiot. You define the word idiot for me. Define the word idiot. King, give me the word idiot. Define the word idiot. You think I'm talking, define the word idiot. If I call somebody an idiot, is that derogatory? Is that an insult, King? They have two kings over them, brothers and sisters. Remember, two kings. You must be as esteemed as the potter's clay. You must turn their works upside down. Those who can't read, can't talk, see or hear. By the way, what is the stream? All right, we're breaking the algorithm. Thanks for coming in, brothers, sisters. We'll correct you with a word. Look at tatted, Gim, pushing the fentanyl. Donald Trump, this tatted person works for Donald Trump. Donald Trump has been bringing in all the fentanyl through China, brothers, sisters. Donald Trump is Xi Jinping. Donald Trump is fentanyl. Yes, he is. He's the number one drug dealer on this planet. He sold the number one single selling drug ever, outpaced record. I'm a prior been have sales for, I'll sell you the damn smell. I'll sell some fire to Smokey the Bear. Okay. Yeah. Created $2.2 trillion to solicit the American public to create the Pfizer. The number one single selling drug dealer on this rock is Donald John Trump. If you're such of an idiot that you don't see this, yeah, $2.2 trillion he took from the taxpayer and gave it to Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, record earnings in 2020. So don't step to this economic. You're an economic idiot. The number one drug dealer, Donald President, John, Clinton, Gates, Hillary, Biden, Trump, is the same thing. All cheeks to the same hole. You're on the Hollow Needle channel. Get it? You know, the fang. You knew I was a snake before you let me in. You got stuck, right? And then he came and put the Biden and played cleanup. You played poker, so his buddies at Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, and Moderna, yeah, could get rich. So all you people who revel after this man who decorates his house with the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease in warp speed, a fake national emergency, grow up. You don't know anything about virology. Do you know anything about, you know anything about autoimmunity? You know, I'm a prior veteran. I'll put your guts back in your body. I'm a prior crash reconstructionist. No such thing as an accident. And I have certification, first responder. So you say, look, oh, go get a life, bro. Oh, don't expose that the president decorates his house. Just go do something and get a job and pay taxpayers. Oh, fill out that W-2 and go you kill Ukrainian women and children with that taxpayer money, right? This is this person right here. These people can't even expose this president is the single number one drug dealer on this rock. He created the Pfizer jab in $2.2 trillion in less time than it takes a woman to come to child. The creator, the king of the jab, has his house decorated with Apollyon, the sun god. Yeah, Apollo is the bringer of the disease. Wait a minute, the creator of the jab? Oh, and the cure, the booster in warp speed. You know anything about autoimmunity, virology? Probably not. 99% of the people I talk to, doctors, and they have forgotten about the efficacy that we have in, let me put in just the tip. I've been seeing something about that, Slick Ricky. You can defy, if you'll go over to Trey Smith here on, no, he's not here. Yes, he is. He's here on YouTube, but you can look at his, I don't do all his work, but Discern All Things, beautiful work that he's done on where the covenant was taken and the mercy seat and how the blood at the time when he was crucified sprinkled onto the mercy seat. They know exactly where the covenant's at. This is all a bunch of nonsense. These people are hiding this from you. You remind me of the high priest back when you were all incorrect and you're swearing, which is a sin. Pride is a sin, which you're correcting people. You're just making people angry. Listen, my dogs My dog's on sex bloated. You sick, twisted man beast have dog sex. Yep, Lupercalia. High priest. I remind him of the high priest because I'm correcting people with the wind. I know cursing. Have you even looked into my channel at all? You just came here. You just came here. You just came here. Did you look at the thousands of hours that there were not one curse word from Pastor? Not one until I got hit in the face with a grenade. Do you know what the word halakha is? How about that? You know about the high priest, right? Tell me about that. Tell me about the perversion, the synagogues. Before you speak up and say that, somehow I'm twisting and making, I'm causing them to flock to scatter, right? That's what, sin, like the wolf. Explain yourself. Explain yourself. Lupercalia, Enter the Stars is all over it. Outstanding. Enter the Stars. Casey, been watching that blogger, the best decoder on YouTube. He does a live stream every morning. He re-uploads on the weekends. If you don't know Casey, he's been exposing Donald John Trump for years. This guy is a believer in the Hamashiach. So, no idea, it wasn't there. I don't partake in trying to explain things, wasn't there. Okay, so you haven't looked at the thousands of hours where I never cursed until I got hit in the face with a grenade. So you don't mind my situation. If you like to update yourself, you can see on the playlist me get hit in the face at less than 1 minute by the state of Oregon coming in as a rogue gang and not executing the warrant properly, even looking into any of the evidence where I'm supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. And it's not even me. I'm facing 6 felony accounts right now. Yep, hindering prosecution, interfering with a peace officer, 4 felony counts, menacing the police. That's 3 years in prison, brothers and sisters. I'm not a menace to society, although some of you think I've lost my mind. I'm a menace to the police. Harassing and menacing the police. I picked up 2 more felony charges recently because I know the police are in on this. And guess what? They know where my son, when he was supposed to be missing, had him on camera. And I pleaded on this live stream for months when he didn't show up to his trial because I was standing up for him and protecting him under affirmative defense, the right of self-defense under the 4th Amendment. I have the right to protect him. He has the right to protect himself from illegal prosecution. You probably don't know your rights. I do. I'm a prior PIG, law enforcement officer, SWAT, Special Weapons and Tactics, Special Reaction Team, investigator, certified at the Highway Patrol Academy, reconstructionist, at scene, traffic investigation, did all my recertification. I have the experience in this, brothers and sisters, and I know this constitutional republic has been flawed. Title 18 code, criminal code is meant for a corporation, like what they're trying to charge me with right now. Oh, I'm a bad man because I'm facing 6 felony. I don't have a record, you idiot. I'm an honorably discharged veteran, and I'm not happy about serving this military-industrial complex. But this is what they do to a veteran like myself. SWAT raid my house because I was standing up for my son. Oh, wait a minute. You were standing up for the country too, right? You were holding protests against the president's fake national emergency. You were holding protests against Governor Kate Brown. Did you hold a protest from the police department to protest the fake national emergency? This is why they'll SWAT a man's house, because they'll try to shut me up. They came here in 45 seconds. Do you know what the use of force regulation is? I'm a prior PIG. Like, you can't just go to the gun. That's what they did. That's what they did. They came and hit me in the face with a grenade because I was trying to tell them that my son had already done all the community service, and I have all the documentation. In a court of law, I'm a prior law enforcement. I know how to document evidence. That's why I streamed for 256 hours where the state police, the federal government, and Lake County were monitoring this channel. It says it in their evidence. That's discovery. And I wasn't even given all my discovery. I get all defendants' discovery. They didn't even give me all of my own discovery under the right of evidence, right? Suppression of evidence and right of discovery. They can't suppress any evidence. And when released after putting in me in jail, my son's attorney who represented me, which is 100% illegal. Each defendant has to have different counsel. You can't co-counsel in the same case a defendant. My son's attorney represented me. That will get the case thrown out near immediately. And we just got to get it to go somewhere. But it's been a year since they SWAT raided this house and nothing's been done. 95 Bravo. So, Mud Puppy. Most heavily armed four-man team, the War Machine. First one in the battle and the last one to leave. Yep, the Cav Scouts report to us. Engineers, all of it. Before anything goes down, we put eyes on. Boots on the ground. Last one to leave. Just because you were a cop doesn't mean you know what you're talking about. Literally saying that yourself. What don't I know about there? Nod. What is it that I don't know? Tell me what it is that I have said to you incorrectly. Go ahead. Let's see what you got. I don't think you got anything. I don't think you know anything what you're talking about. Sounds like you don't have no faith. Listen to these people. Don't know my situation. No faith, huh? Interesting. You know what you are saying. You know about what? You need to change your own outlook. Your son to change his. Kyle, you want my son to change his outlook. He's facing going to prison for potentially the rest of his life. I'm facing going to prison to the rest of my life. What are you talking about, Kyle? You can record evidence. I think Nod has point, though. Nod? What is that? A point. That's a question. Same goes both ways. What is this all about? I have faith in God, not cops. Exactly. Looks like the type of dude to jump a man over $1,200 trailer on a Craigslist sale. Yes. Hide from that. Are you talking about Mike Miller? Go ahead, bring it up. I've done thousands of hours on Mike Miller. Yep. Exactly. You're not going to do anything here, huh? Go look at the thousands of hours. Who is Mike Miller? Go ahead, speak up. Who's Mike Miller? Go ahead, speak up. Come on, speak up. Are you fed? How is it that you fucking cops, you don't call my house for fucking years? I call the state police. How many times did I call the state of Oregon? 256 hours. I called. I had hundreds of people calling, and they didn't call my phone until they'd already hit me in the face with a grenade and threw 5 tear gas canisters in this house. So tell me there, pig. Who is Mike Miller? Before you speak up, tell me about the situation. Go ahead. Tell me. I have nothing to hide. Not a single thing. Nothing. Tell me about yellow pancake uranium. All right, Kyle, get out of here. You need yourself a vacation and a week to let it all go. That's right. Thank you, Rob. Paul was an old man. Many of his writings. Fire straining. Listen to Tom. He must have been over at the dispensary. So, tell me about what is Vail, Oregon? Where is that? What is Uranium One? Tell me anything about any of this. Did you ever watch the blog that was put out on Truth Viral Television exposing the Clinton administration? Mulhor County Police Department, you don't know your ass from the hole in the ground. So don't speak up. You're a pig. You're a cop. That's what you do. You don't do anything. You're a loser. Yeah, a gang member is a thug, heavily armed group of thugs all going around and harassing and extorting the general public. You trying to harass me in here, huh? And I ain't hiding from anything, am I? So unless you can tell me who their name isn't listed on 95 Bravo. What the hell are you talking about? You're hiding from me, huh? So, all right, we just had to make somebody, we get law enforcement, like I said in here, just so you know, brothers and sisters, I can show you the discovery in the evidence that says this channel Predestined for Light, formerly Predestined for Light. Now High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries goes live, and the channel is monitored by law enforcement. So that's where these people get themselves in a federal lawsuit, because they were, when I was streaming for the hundreds of hours and the hundreds of phone calls, they knew it. And I have all the evidence. Still to this day, I have what's called, what is under my Fourth Amendment, I have the right of self-defense, affirmative defense. Your Fourth Amendment allows you the right to be secure in your house's papers, persons, and effects. You have the right to warrantless search or seizure. No darkness is trying to creep into my soul. You're an idiot. I am a law enforcement. I am part of the NSF. Fuck you, Bruce, you pig, you tyrant. If you're part of a law enforcement, you enforce tyrannical, non-constitutional laws that were not adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate. You're repugnant. You're a tyrant is what you are. So you're a tyrant. Yep. Every time I remember Paul, this attorney, after nearly a year of finally getting an attorney, hasn't done anything. So he said, so Tracy, I'm going over this. So every time you see a cop, you call them out as a tyrant or a pig? Yes, they're enforcing corporate law. They're not even enforcing criminal code. They're not enforcing the original constitutional republic. It says in the Constitution, if it is not adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate, that it's repugnant, and we're not supposed to be following these things. So when it says follow, give unto Caesar, you might not want to open your mouth, you idiot. Respect the Agape, not a corporation. This is what it's talking about. This is the Shem. You're an idiot. So, yes, I was a tyrant. I was a 95 Bravo in the fucking Army. Military police. First one to battle, last one to leave. Oh, we got a drugger pusher in here. Mr. must be supporting Donald Trump. Wants me to take drugs just like Trump. Yep. So, yep, I'm a veteran. How many of you, go ahead and put a 1 in the chat. We'll spark the algorithm. No, I don't own a gun. They took all my guns. Trust in Jesus. They came and used Trump's red flag gun law, which I warned in this channel about the taking of your guns. Yep, take them first, prosecute you later. They did the same exact thing to me. So, MP, don't go into battle. The hell is wrong with this person? All right. So, that's right. After calling out the state police, and if you come here and assault me again, they hit me in the face with a grenade. Let's put a 1 in the chat. 1 in the chat. If you think you could get hit in the face with a tear gas canister, you're not supposed to hit somebody in the face with that. How about a concussion grenade? A flash concussion grenade and not fall directly to the floor. Immediately. Hit in the face with, do you know anything about the use of force regulation? I'm a prior pig, law enforcement officer. Once again, you don't go straight to the gun. You first have to use your voice. Stop! Put the gun down! Put the gun down! Right? Hello, it's called use of force regulation. So, go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you think you can take. I know that I've been a special weapons and tactics trained and been inside the room, inside a large building with earplugs in, and that thrown in the room like a smoke grenade or a tear gas fills the room with concuss. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to do. With earplugs in, you can't even hardly stand up. You can't see. Your vision goes completely nearly white. Start seeing spots. Your vision is gone because the flash, the concuss, the grenade. So go ahead, put a 1 in the chat if you think you can take a concussion grenade to the face without falling on the ground immediately, without earplugs in and without receiving any brain damage. Tatted, get out of here. You're an idiot. MPs, what are you talking about? So you guys think you can take a grenade to the face? Good. Good. I bet you every one of you will fall like a sack of fucking potatoes, like a lead weight. Don't think any of you could take a grenade to the face. You're not supposed to be able to take a grenade to the face. You're not supposed to throw a grenade at somebody's face. So it's fine. You think you can, but I guarantee if I hit you without hearing protection, you would drop like a lead weight. So that's okay. You guys got your opinions, but that's all right. So if you want to see somebody actually get hit in the face with a concussion flash grenade and not fall to the floor, you would like, instead of hauling me to the hospital, do you think, okay, so if I threw a concussion grenade at your face, right, and it hit you in the face, would that give you a concussion? Would you receive an concussion if without having hearing protection by getting hit in the head right here in the ear? And somebody threw it and it hit you right in the face. Would you receive a concussion? So you're sitting there, you're saying you're going to stand there, not drop like a bag of potatoes. You're going to receive a concussion. That's exactly what it does. So you're telling me you're going to stand up. Your whole vision is going to be completely ruined. Your hearing is going to be completely whacked. Listen how I start talking, brothers and sisters. Listen how I start talking in the SWAT raid. My mouth is all, whoa, I'm talking, and I'm in my brain, it's not, but it's coming out because my hearing is all up. I hear still to this day like a robot. After this ear, my eye is ruined. The concussion, you can see the flash. It lit up the whole back of the side of the, nigh that refrigerator. My eye now has a long scar and sand and like lint in my eye. Andrew, it's on the playlist. You can't be concussed from a flash bang, bro. Well, I'm not sure, bro. Get out of here. What do you think it does? You're an idiot. So, you've never been concussed. I'm a hall monitor. Yeah, I bled out of my cranium for 6 fucking months, brothers and sisters. I was doing a live stream. My face just started bleeding on the live stream. Right out of my face, right out of my eye. Literally coughing up blood for 6 months. Respiratory, still to this day, I have respiratory problems. Yep. Could you breathe 5 tear gas cannons? Where are those tear gas cannons? We got one up here? Got to be one here somewhere. They tossed 5 of these things in here, brothers. I don't know where they went. I don't care. It don't matter. They tossed 5 tear gas canisters in this house to try to get me to come outside of this house, of this building, to get me to come out with my weapons, because that's what they went and bragged to the local, restaurant. They sat down and all had a dinner and bragged that they were going to get me to come out of this house with a weapon and they were going to kill me, get rid of me, because I'm the guy that's exposing that the cops are selling methamphetamines, running it through the airports and selling it to the rich farmers out here. And they say they're clean as a whistle. Yep. Dinsdales, Puckett's, Guthers. Oh, stop, Tracy. I've been doing this for 10 years out here. 10 years I've been exposing that the Rorick, the guy that is now not, he retired all of a sudden, but they said that he got caught on the job doing methamphetamines. This is the guy, the cop that I've been exposing for 10 years out here. He just retired out of nowhere. He's been seen at the airport with his patrol vehicle at the airport, then seen at the local drug dealers in this town who sell methamphetamines. Why is he doing an investigation? His son is seen selling it in this community. Shh, shh. The farmers get a free pass. Don't talk about the farmers. They'll kill you, Tracy. Yeah, I got told the same thing if I stood up to Donald Trump during the fake national emergency, that the feds were going to come out here and get me. When I held a protest against Donald Trump, Michael Taylor, and Kate Brown as a United States Army veteran. My tour of service doesn't end because my DD 214 says ETS, honorable discharge. That's not how it works. So I will continue to defend the right of the constitutional republic, whether it's a corporation or not. So, yeah, what did you do during the COVID? You're telling me that was a real emergency. People were dying from some Corona is the scientific name for the common cold. You're an idiot. So I know virology. I know virology. Yeah, I've been a first responder. Okay, remember 95 Bravo, Desert Storm, Desert Shield, certified combat medic. Come on, guys. I'm going to put your body back together when it's all ripped apart. Until the paddy wagon shows up or until the ones with the amber lights, right, show up. Not cherries and blueberries. So I have certification. I'm very well understanding how the body and the function of this works. I have first responder like an MD. I have a lot more training than MDs because I've studied nutritional. Yeah, not an MD, a medical doctor, but nutritional, right? And how the body, a doctor is going to be good. An MD, you cut your arm off and they're going to sew it back onto the emergency room, but they're not going to take, right? They're not going to take and tell you how to stay healthy. That would not keep them in business. You can't be a medic and an NP. I didn't say it was a medic, you idiot. Listen to this idiot. Did I say I was a medic? Never trust a guy who wears his toque like that. Okay, whatever. All right, well, good. So lots of docs with the experience disagree with you. Lots of doctors. I guarantee you 99% of doctors are criminals. Snakes up a pole. Snakes up a pole. You said many times. I didn't say I was a medic. I said I had combat medic training. First responder. First one to battle, the last one to leave. Quit adding to my words. You're taking my words and adding. I never said that I was a medic. First responder. You know, even in the civilian sector as a law enforcement officer, you crash your vehicle, you get shredded up, your intestines are hanging out all across the pavement. Who do you think is going to put your intestines in your body, put you back together, hold you, push a tourniquet on you, put you first responder, make sure that you get the proper care until the paddy wagon shows up? Hopefully not. Try to keep you alive. Never said I was a medic. Grow up. Stop adding to what I'm saying. So, appreciate it. No doctors don't have good intentions. We know after the COVID, they're all criminals. You know, they got paid for the PCR test. Paid. Can you tell me what the PCR test? Tell me what the PCR test. Trust in Jesus. Here we go again. Tell me what the PCR test is. Tell me what the name of Corona is. Tell me about virology. Tell me about the human body, how our body, if overstressed, too much background radiation, no, you're breathing in your own CO2. Tell me what happens to the body. Tell me about the autoimmune response. I'm a first responder. Tell me about virology. Speak up if you think you know something. Tell me what the 3 autoimmune responses are. Tell you about the DD214. Echo, Tango, Sierra. Honorable discharge, you fucking idiot. You keep asking questions I already answered. Yep. Honorable discharge. So, are you that lame? How would I have, once again, you guys are just full of it, huh? You guys just love it, huh? You see some proof. All you need to see physical proof. Not one of you can get hit in the face with a grenade and still stand there. You're full of shit. You're full of shit. Here, we'll show you. You're an idiot. CDL, commercial license. You can't have a veteran in your fucking license unless you got an honorable discharge. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. You see this ugly mug here? One of the only times I didn't shave. Veteran, can't have a veteran on your fucking license unless you have an honorable discharge. Go fuck yourself. Yep. Oh, let me see your DD214. You have to send your DD214 in the Department of Transportation to have that on your license. Hater. Come on, not all doctors. Trust in Jesus. How about trust the science? You're an idiot. Yep. So, Eric, you need to get out of here. Leave. Leave, Eric. You just got showed, huh?
Veteran and a CDL. Huh. Interesting. Got a commercial license, which I actually just recently let go because I'm not going to serve the corporation anymore since I was 21 years old. So, trust us Jews, not Jesus. Oh, that's your problem, tatted. Get out of here, you fake Jew. You fake Jew. You fake Jew. You fake Jew. In 140p. Yeah, I live in the middle of the desert. I don't live nowhere in the fucking city. I'm 100 miles plus from Walmart. All right, let's change the channel. We're moving it on here. So, okay, much appreciated. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail, brothers and sisters. A United States Army veteran, okay? Most people have no backup plan. The most prepared people on this planet are probably they have said, oh shit, and then they did something about it. They did something about it. They did something about it. Yep. They said, oh shit, right? And they did something about it. People want to get, people years ago would have called you crazy if you didn't have a cellar full of canned foods. Yep. They would tell you you're crazy. So listen here, all you people who are unprepared, you probably don't even own a water filter. This is how unprepared you are. This is how unprepared you are. You don't own a life straw. You're going to be a burden to society. You're going to go beat somebody up, kill somebody, take something from somebody just to feed those empty mouths at home. Never heard them growling. Never even heard your stomach growling. Never missed a day, a meal, 3 days and 1 day in your whole entire life. You're weak. You don't know what it is to go without. It's better to have and not need than need not have, huh? Oh, have and not need. Yeah. And then, and not have. So failing to prepare. You want to see a failure? You'll see somebody that doesn't do nothing. So we're changing this to preparedness. Preparedness is a lifestyle, brothers and sisters. Are you ready? We're already at war. You wouldn't know war if it hit you right, it slapped you right in the face. There's never been one single war in America that started with an ordnance or a bomb falling. You are ignorant to your historical record. The war machine. We are the military industrial complex. You might want to be prepared. Yep. Might want to be prepared. So, Tatted, you got to get out of here. You're a fake Jew. When it says in this book, fake Jew, right? Oh, wait, that's Israel. That's not talking about somewhere in the desert that used to could. Get out of here. Leave. You're a fake Jew. They were not Jews in Israel, right? From Israel in World War II. Those weren't Jews. And you're a fake Jew. And there's no such thing as anti-Semitism. There is no such thing as Jews. What people think today of this modern, it's a spiritual. North, east, west, and south is the news. You might want to get with the times. Stop spreading your blasphemies. So I rebuke you. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Those were not Jews during World War II. They weren't given any alien technology. There's no such thing as aliens. God doesn't love everybody. And he's not going to love people who are prideful, one above another, fake Jews. Oh, we're special. That used to be a thing. Aaron, Levite, the Gentiles, God did not love the Gentile nation. You're not from the house of Aaron and Levite anymore, right? Are you? And if you are, so what's up with the Gentiles? You sound like a Muslim, infidels. You believe in killing Christians. You're a fake Jew, just like Donald John Trump. He says he believes in God, and he's not talking about Christ. Before Abraham was, I am. He's talking about Baphomet. The one with Katy Perry's little Baphomet symbol. Space farce. Get out of here. So, Eric, I already showed you my Eric Leaf. Moderate Eric. I already showed my license. Look at this. Is how brutish. You're a brute piece. Listen, brothers, I'm not happy about my tour service for this United States military industrial complex. I showed Eric my license. This is called what somebody would call, Christ would call him an ass or a mule. Brutish in nature, an unwillingness to learn, stubborn. They can't be learned. So show the license and they're still, look, they just won't accept it. That's called falling on deaf ears. You're blinded, like, by the lights. The word is apocalypse. Right? To lift the veil, you can't remove the scales from Eric's eyes. He just has a blind eye. veteran, and he still just doesn't. This guy has some serious issue. This guy is a CIA spook trying to get intel on us. Don't bite. Okay, listen, Andrew. Fuck your Central Intelligence assholes, your Department of Jackoffs, and your FBI low man on the totem pole. This channel is monitored by those alphabet soup agencies. I don't work for the fucking tyrant government, okay? Nope. The government is the problem. The government should be abolished. Abolished. Yeah. Why did the state of Oregon SWAT raid my house if I'm a Fed? You're an idiot. You don't know your ass like Eric. 2 cheeks to the same hole, 2 wings to the same dragon. That's the problem with society, brothers, sisters. Most people are brutish in nature. Brute beasts. So, Eric, get out of here. You're not welcome anymore. Go. You didn't get hit in the face with a grenade. You didn't stand up. On Christmas Valley United, Christmas Valley community, if you'd like to still see, you can see the protest that I held against Donald Trump and the federal government for their fake national emergency. Did you hold a protest? You can actually, collaborate with the people out here in this community. If you'd like, come on out here to Christmas Valley and ask the locals about the protests that we held against Kate Brown, Michael Taylor, the elected sheriff, and the president of the United States for some fake national emergency. So you're the snitch. You must be working for the CIA. You must just be as esteemed as the potter's clay. You must turn their works upside down. So I'm going to say that you, Eric, are the snitch. You are the Fed. You probably work for the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Idiots. You're an idiot. You don't know your ass, 2 cheeks to the hole. Same one, 2 wings to the same ground. You don't know anything, do you? Yes, you do, because you got my file right in front of you, don't you? That's what you're pulling from. You would know that I'm a veteran, right? You would see 95 Bravo. Yeah, DD 214, honorable discharge, but yet you won't listen because you're here to cast shade. So I'm outside your door right now. Oh, he's one of these. He's outside my door. See, this is what these trolls do, brothers and sisters. He's outside my door. Well, this Walled Road, Silver Lake, Oregon. I live at Table Rock, the icon of the valley. There's a marker out there with 100 marks to make sure you can't miss my driveway. If you'd like to come dig some holes with me, we can have a competition out here. I'll tell you what, post hole diggers too. We're not talking about we'll see. We'll take this old man. I bet you, Eric, probably don't even have a callous one on your hands. I bet you don't own a chicken one. I bet you don't own a water filter. I bet you day one, you was so amped up on Red Bulls and Gatorade and Frappuccino and Reese's Pieces that you'll be a total pain in the ass and you'll kill somebody just to feed yourself when Christ went 40 days without food, not water. You'll turn into a complete nightmare. Complete nightmare because you've never gone a whole single day without eating. Fasting. I'm not giving any medical advice here, but look at Eric. Still in here, still trolling the channel. Proof that he's a plant. Proof is a plant. He's a plant. He's got to be with the feds. They monitor the channel. It says in my discovery that this channel is being monitored by law enforcement right now. You're not my friend. Get the fuck out of here. You're an idiot. Now you know where I live. If you got any balls, you come out here and have a man-to-man conversation. I'm not threatening violence. I said dig holes. Want to dig a hole? Want to dig a bunch of holes? I bet you I can dig 5 times as many holes as you. And how old are you? How old are you, Eric? How old are you? Do you have a 6-pack right now? I'm in my 50s. I'm not going to pull up my shirt. I don't want to offend the ladies. I'm not doing it as vanity. Do you have a 6-pack? Are you fit? Pain is just weakness trying to leave your body. If you'd like to dig some holes, I would challenge you. I've done this before, and not one single person has ever met me out here. If you think you're such a badass and you don't think I'm a veteran and you think this old man can't run circles around you, I will dig you into the ground. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. You're a brute beast. Christ would consider you brutish in nature. So if you'd like to take me up on my challenge, just call Lake County Sheriff's Office and they'll tell you exactly how to get here. Yeah, so no threats, not worried about it. Come dig some holes. And if you can dig more holes than me, I'll cook you some lunch. And if not, You got to come on here with a live stream and show and tell everybody that you work with the CIA, you work with the feds, or you're just some troll. That's all. You're just trolling for, clicks. You're a clickbaiter. So, yes, I am. You're a Fed? Fuck you, Fed. Fuck the government and fuck everybody who works for the government. Father told us do not cast our pearls before swine. You know what a pig is? People in government. People in government. Yep. I know how to get there. Eric, guess what? The feds have had my file for how fucking long? And not one of them has ever showed up because they're a bunch of fucking sissies. So if you're the Fed, you haven't even showed up. How many years have I remember was the first time I contacted the Department of Justice at a federal level pointing out that Tom Rourke was selling methamphetamines to the farmers out here? When's the first time I contacted you, feds? When's the first time I contacted the feds about this? See, you guys, these people troll and they don't even know who I am or anything about me. And that's okay. That's fine. Come on out here and dig some holes with me. Let's change it up. Do you have what it takes? They showed up when you had a controlled substance. Listen to this idiot. Look, guys. Tatted. When they came to SWAT raid this house, they told the owner, Jesse, from Owner Land Sale Network, that this was not a drug raid. Nope, the SWAT raid was not a meth lab or a drug raid. Nope, because they know I've been pointing out that these fucking cops are selling it to the farmers. And the son of the cop out here, Sergeant, is selling it to them. Yeah, shut up about that, Tracy. So you might want to add ease, use your right to remain silent, and don't speak up, because I've been pointing out that the federal government is the number one drug dealer on this rock, too. Their number one single selling drug dealer is Donald John Trump with his Pfizer $2.2 trillion to give that money in warp speed to his buddies. Record earnings in 2020. I stood up during the COVID. It was all a bunch of bullshit. As a veteran, I'm offended. What is men covering their faces for? Burqas? Only women cover their faces, veil their faces in the desert. What a bunch of weak-ass Americans. Yeah, I pointed out, I did it during the COVID, was if I stood up to the president, you don't think I have any qualms with standing up to every U.S. man, sissy. They're going to draft our women in America. What are you going to do about that? Not one man in this country has even come and challenged me on that. And I put it out when they were talking about it. Yeah. Military times, they're going to draft our women. Nobody said a word. Yeah. TikTok, I did the video here on. Oh, yeah. They're going to draft our women. Draft. Oh, it'll never happen. No, it won't happen. They're going to put you in a FEMA camp. They are. They're Walmart camps. Walmart. Remember the Waltons, intern American citizens? They just sent that guy out of the country. They're going to send you to El Salvador, Ecuador, U.S. citizens. That is illegal. That's a violation of your 8th Amendment, your 4th Amendment, brothers and sisters. Donald Trump should be hung, flogged, head chopped off, and literally his head, like a Plinko game, rolled down in the American public. We could have a Netflix show, and you could just bet on which hole it's going to go in. How about that? Remember Plinko? Come on down, Bob Barker. He's a tyrant. He's the enemy of the state. How come he isn't repealing the women being... What about posse comitatus? Do you know what posse comitatus is? That is when our law enforcement officers are not to be used, right? No, our military is not to be used as law enforcement capacity against the people. They repealed that. Yeah, that's right. Those weapons that were pointed away from us are now pointed right at you. And you don't give a shit, Americans, and fuck you men, because a man can be overcome by a woman. I know, I'm a military veteran. We have a different standard. We're not even built the same. A man has 8 head heights, not 7. 3, not 2.5. I can identify if you got your hoodie on going the other way. Credible witness. Yeah, in a court of law. Yep, credible witness. I can testify. A man's hands are generally different. His ring finger is different than his pointer finger. Women's hands, their hips are definitely wider than their shoulders. Do you even know? See, when I was a law enforcement pig tyrant, I couldn't search a woman. I had to call in a backup officer, a female officer, do a pat down or a frisk search. Now a man could just stick his hand down a woman's fucking pants. That's sick. Vice versa, a woman could stick her hand down a man's pants because of officer safety. You never heard a song called Fuck the Firefighter, have you? Nope. Because a firefighter will run into a burning building to save your puppy, your gerbil, your daughter. All cops would care about is officer safety. Officer safety. Those two stupidest fucking words in history are officer safety. If you're that concerned about your safety, asshole, go find another fucking job. I thought you're supposed to be putting your life on the line. Yep, never heard a song called Fuck the Firefighter, have you? I've been injured by a grenade, so I might have the advantage. George's been injured by a grenade. Right on. So, it's not a competitive comment. Cool. I was a concussion grenade. Andrew is a concussion grenade. So, yep, that's right. You stand up against anything. How about, do you know what the term halakha is? Haggadah? You know they threw Christ in a jail, prison, right? They threw Christ into prison because he stood up against what would be, in the time, the Pharisees and their corporation. They had created their own law, just exactly as this constitutional republic has been turned into a corporation. It's not the original constitution, blessed nation. It is a tyrannical nation that is headed by the man who was selected by the Fortune 500 companies. Donald, 4 plus 5 is 9, 4 plus 7 is 11. Donald, 9/11 Trump. Are you that bad at math? You going to tell me 2 plus 2 equals 5? Yes, I'm off the grid, Andrew. I'm making my own power, and I got multiple light sources that go in there right there too. Carry all my own water. Heck yeah. All my own water filtration, composting, waterless toilet, on-demand hot water heater. Heck yeah. All right, we're getting bombarded by cosmic solar radiation. So, all right, let's talk magnetosphere, guys. We'll move the channel here for a little bit, guys, and we'll talk about this. I want to have a preparedness mindset. Do you have enough oil? You know, wise virgins and foolish virgins, and the 5 of them were going to the store when the wedding happened, and this is all about a wedding. I thought we were going to talk about preparedness, Tracy. Noah prepared for 126 years. They never even rained on this rock. Never even rained. They called the old man crazy, building a big boat. Yeah. What the hell is he doing? Yeah, Noah was a conspiracy theorist for 126 years, and then it rained. So, beautiful in that. So, let me give you another mindset of preparedness. At any time that you find this information valuable, you can go ahead and, whoa! Hey, Eric English, have you seen, I'm not even into the, I don't like Alex Jones. He's a sellout, and he's a Trump supporter. Okay. This is coffee, water. So let's speak on preparedness, guys. Have you seen these bags? I think it's a brilliant idea. With these bags by Alexa Pure, and they're very simple. They are a lined bag for your tub, right? If you knew the power was going to go out, let's say they're going to do one of these rolling brownouts or blackouts or something like that, right? You would want to fill your tub full of water because you knew the power was going to be shut off. I'm not into the Alexa Pure. I use the Berkey system, Sawyer Mini, Life Straw. Kevin's got he's got a Berkey with 4 filters in it. His Berkey cranks, but it does. It puts out so much water so fast, it's incredible. So, once again, right now, untuck this shirt, guys. We're getting a little sweat in here. Okay. All right, so we're doing a little preparedness. Coffee, no creamer. I quit the good job. Yeah, no more nano cream, sweet cream, sweet and creamy, all the good ones, hazelnut and chocolate and Twix and Reese Pieces. All right, so I'm not into the Alexa Pure because I don't like Alex Jones, but whatever, I don't care. You know, you guys hear that they're going to shut off Amazon's shipments from China are all shut off. You guys, I'm not trying to incite any kind of panic or rush to the store, like going out and buying all the flipping toilet paper is going to cause people a red alarm. Hey, he's buying all the, remember during the COVID? This would be a good time right now. Remember, people would look at you crazy if you bought 2 rolls of toilet paper during the COVID. Yeah, they would. Oh my God, he's stocking up. Remember? They would. They look at you, we're nuts. Oh, push your buggy down the aisle. It won't get you. The bug won't get you if you go this way. You guys, preparedness is a lifestyle. Every time you go to the store, you buy a couple extra of those 36 rolls. That's how preparedness works. It's not some kind of, oh, I'm going to go buy out everything from the store, cause a red alarm. People are going to follow me home. And, oh, this dude's got all the toilet paper. Let's go to his place. That's not preparedness. Preparedness is something you do as a lifestyle. Every day you do something to, and your biggest preparedness should be like, Christ has been preparing for 2,600 plus years. He said, I'm going to leave this place. I'm going to go to where my Father's house is at and prepare. So if anybody tells you don't be a prepper, they don't know Christ. Oh, don't worry about it. You don't need any bird not to worry about what it's going to eat in the field, but we're supposed to have extra oil, brothers and sisters. Are you going to be the 5 foolish virgins going to the store when the wedding happens, just like last time? There's a wedding. This is all about a wedding. This is about a new covenant. There was an old and it's a new. Nice. English. You know what I've been trying to do? So look, we're going to put it out there, and I'm going to put it out there now. Do you think you have what it takes to live off grid? Do you think you have what it takes to live off grid? I own 25 acres out here. I got another 20-acre parcel. You think you can make it off grid? It ain't winter right now, but it's a little cold. I challenge you. I don't think any one of you have what it takes. I think you want to jump like on a bungee jump, but you never go bungee jumping. Why would you jump out of a perfectly good airplane? SRT, Special Reaction Team, hoorah! All right, dope on a rope, guys. Airborne? No, not airborne.
Yeah, don't freeze you guys.
So, I challenge you to get off the grid. I challenge you to get off the grid. Now, do it. Stop talking about it. You think it's entertainment like Pornhub. I'm doing it. I've been off the grid for 6 years. We got Kevin off the grid the other day. I hooked up all his solar system. This is so awesome. Hey, he's correcting him. Stop being happy. I get all the attention. Look at Dago. So
Too much one time. Oh, yeah.
Look at Tatted Girl. Get out of here, Tatted. You're an idiot. You're not off the grid. There's power poles outside, you idiot. Outside that window right there. And I'm not hooked up to the power grid. You're an idiot. This is how much Tatted is an idiot. You feel like this all the time. But you're on the internet. How can you be off the grid? Look at Tatted as a complete idiot. A total idiot. Total idiot. I've been here 10 years. For the first 4 years, I didn't produce power myself through wind, solar, chart. I used a generator, right? I use propane. Now I make my own heat. I have multiple sources for light sources, multiple sources. I have multiple sources for water filtration. I'm not going to be one of these idiots. Look at this fan right here, the Eco Fan. That doesn't even take power to run. Yes, Earthships are amazing. I'm going to build one out here eventually, brothers and sisters. Come build one with me. Come on, get off your ass. None of you are going to do it. I have the land. I've been doing it. I have the experience. You're not going to do it. But you still pay for the internet and a phone plan. Look at this idiot. Tatted, never come back here again. You give a absolute horrible name to the word tattoo. Like Nano, Shazbot, Fantasy Island, Tattoo. They're playing, boss. They're playing. Get out of here, Tatted.
Let's go, Marcy. Come on.
I'll be over there. We'll end this and we'll get another row. You headed over to the house?
Yeah, I'm going to go.
Cool. We're putting in his wood stove.
I'll grab a little water.
We've got a 1,200-gallon water tank that he purchased from me. He's been digging a hole so we can get that under the ground. I would recommend, I don't care if you have a well, put away extra storage. That's extra oil, as Christ said. I have the same size water tank. In the last few days, this man, he's got a neat cabin over there, really neat spot that's going to be easy to heat and easy to cool. We've got his water tank over there. He purchased a Zamp solar system from me. Zamp. Charge controller, power inverter. This man is now producing his own power.
Oh,
He has a 1,200 gallon water tank, and we're going to get that son of a gun as field as quick as we can. I have more water storage out here, brothers, sisters. Come do this. I don't think you have what it takes. I challenge you. We'll have a conversation, but I don't think any one of you have what it takes to do it. I'm doing it, and I'm calling you out because most people it's just entertainment, like going on Facebook or Twitter or whatever hub you want to visit. It's entertainment. Most people dream of doing this. Stop dreaming about doing it. Do it right now. Do it. Not one of you will. You won't do it. That's okay. I'm calling you out. Maybe it'll inspire you to go do it in your area. Seriously, it takes a little bit of extra to do what it is that I do, but it's not possible. Don't have the property. I do. Come on, let's go. Stop making excuses. Excuses are like assholes, and everybody's got one. Jump. Jump. I have 45 acres. I just sold 20 to Kevin. I have plenty of space for you out here. Bring your camper. You wish to live in the woods of Alaska? Awesome. Eric, I've lived in Alaska. I served time in the military. I was at all 3 duty stations up there. McClellan was where I did my original training in as MP, and we've got lots of people up there to the north protecting that Russian border, don't we? You can fart and smell it in Russia, in Alaska, brothers, sisters. People in America think that Russia's like all the way around. Russia's right there, you idiots. I live in the Pacific Northwest. Russia's right there. When I was in Alaska, you could fart and smell it. But up there, they have Fort Greely. I did all my Arctic training, extreme weather, cold Arctic training on the Bolio Range. Okay, I've been up there in Alaska. I've been to Fort Wainwright. That used to be next to, the Air Force. That actually used to be a Air Force base in Alaska. I've been to Richardson. I've been down there. I've been all the training. I've been through that environment. And I'm telling you, Russia, you can almost hear the Laruskis over there. They're going to get us. Yeah. You don't even have any understanding how close Russia is right next to us. They're our neighbor. Americans think Russia's all the way around the world. People are idiots. That's right. So be careful, brothers, sisters. Anchorage is Fort Richardson and Anchorage. I'm literally on the opposite side of the world right now. Nice. So do something about it, guys. It was amazing living in Alaska. I've lived in Hawaii, another amazing place to live off the grid. I brought my son to live on a volcano because he was afraid of volcanoes and to teach him how to live off the grid. It was an amazing experience for us. So, yeah, people walked over the ice bridge from Russia. They're right here. You can fart and smell it in Russia, guys. It's that close to America. People have forgotten how close it is. Everybody in America thinks Russia's like somewhere across the world, right? They're so silly. But that's okay. Gog and Magog, the invasion will be from the north, brothers and sisters. This whole distraction with this southern border is just Donald John, the corporation, Trump, distracting you for something that they actually, did themselves. They let these people come in from the northern and southern borders for 40 years, 50 years. When they came into this country, when I grew up, they weren't called migrants. You can't call them migrants. You call them immigrants. Oh, no, wait, you got to call them newcomers. We let these people come in for how long? And now we're just going to kick them out of here. They let them come in here. They made these people feel like it was okay. They flew them in here, gave them credit cards, iPhones, told them they were building buildings for the Venezuelans. Absolutely. They created all this. Remember, Donald Trump inherited a border problem from Obama. Donald Trump is Barack Obama, you idiot. Donald Trump is Osama bin Laden. So, yeah, 2 cheeks to the same hole, 2 wings to the same dragon. So, yeah, you ain't gonna be able to move freely about the cabin. The captain's gonna put the fasten seatbelt sign on again in this country very soon, brothers and sisters. Are you ready? Do you have everything you need? If you couldn't go to the old Walmart, the Piggly Wiggly, you have everything you need right now. Because he's already declared a national emergency. When the president declares a national emergency, he steps down as the president and FEMA takes over. I exposed this back during the 44th administration. Barry Soetoro, Donald Trump's behind buddy, the one they stick their lightsabers in their ice holes. Speaking of Anchorage. Yep. Yeah, they're in bed together. They've both been to the island. They're island boys. Yeah, they're in bed together. I don't care if they're a Democrat or a Bloodbakin. Two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon. They're going to put you in Walmart work camps. You know the Waltons, Sam Walmart, Waltons, intern American citizens during World War II, and we're at war right now in World War III. You know, wars in America were not one ever started with an ordnance, a bomb falling on anybody. That's not how wars are started. Mr. 45, 4 plus 5 is 9, 4 plus 7 is 11. President Donald Trump, 9/11, started sanctioning China. Remember, a washer was almost $200 more during his first 2020 go around. You know, greatest jab ever, warp speed. I'm the creator of the jab. I can't sin. I'm the chosen one, king of the jab. I come quickly, he says, Revelation 3:11, let no one take your crown. A corona, like a halo, like a solar corona around the sun. Oh, like the common cold corona, like out of a laboratory or out of some market in Wuhan. Sounds like a bunch of bat poop to me. So there we go. Good stuff. Tell me what's underneath that, English. What is the shape? What is the shape? What's underneath? What's the shape of it? What is underneath that pattern underneath the Statue of Liberty? You know anything about that shape? Soon they'll bring back to recall the family silver heirlooms and cutlery sets. Well, Jordan, remember how many times have they already done that? How many times have they already done that? Meaning this, melt when they do this, like with obviously you're paying attention to the precious metal sectors right now, and money is not currency. Money is gold and silver. This constitutional republic is an entire, Trump just told the Secretary of Treasury to stop minting pennies, and they weren't even made of copper. That is a tyrant. He needs to take and be headed. Yes, you can't take away the money. Congress makes the law. The Secretary of the Treasury mints in gold and silver. That's not happening. Why? So Donald Trump is the Fed. Donald Trump is IRS. He is the corporate head of the spear. He was campaign funded by the corporation Fortune 500 companies. That's right. Donald Trump is the corporation. And the head of the corporation is, no, I didn't threaten the president. I said that's what he should have done. Right? Under the Old Testament. That's not a threat, you idiot. He's a tyrant. Do you know anything about your Declaration of Independence and your Bill of Rights? I've made that quite clearly. Under the Old Testament, they would have taken him out already and flogged him. It says, do stand up if it's repugnant to the Constitution. You can't make an executive order. So you're damn fucking right. I'm going to stand against some fake national emergency. And under the Old Testament, they would have cut his head off. I can't do any of that. I'm not threatening any violence, you fucking idiot. I didn't say I was going to do that. I said that's what should be done with him because he's selling your W-2 labor and giving it to Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna. He's the single number one drug dealer on this rock. He created a $2.2 trillion jab, the creator of the king of the jab, and he created it and he took through the Treasury. No, through the Federal Reserve, right? Federal Reserve? No, through the feds, the central banks who print money. This is illegal with interest. Our money is supposed to be printed without, coined in gold and silver. So Donald Trump is the Fed. Donald Trump is Jerome Powell. Yeah, hey, Mayor, I'm going to audit the Fed. Instead, he blew Powell's bubble, didn't he? He was going to put Hillary Clinton in prison and said she sat 3 bodies away from him. How about that for tyrannical? Cut his fucking head off. He's a lying demon. How many hundreds of millions of dollars was funneled into his bank accounts for Hillary for prison? Lock up Alex Jones, too. Tyrant pig. Can't believe I even supported that. For how many years did I support Alex Jones? How many times was I on that show supporting that? How many times have I gone out and supported the whole administration? Healthfoodshop.com. When he started supporting Trump, brothers, sisters, even his wife left him. So it should be quite obvious. Yeah, I'm going to put Hillary Clinton in prison. And then she sits 3 bodies away from him at his inaugural dinner. The most idiocracy generation to ever walk this rock is the I can only win Trump generation. That's all they can do is win. Trump supporters, they don't know lose. They can't lose. All they do is win. MAGA is the high priest of the Satan church. The house Donald Trump lives in is 58 stories. It's a tower, just like Nimrod's tower was 58 stories. Babylon, Manhattan, decorated with Satan. How come nobody talks about that? How come nobody cares? The president decorates his house with Satan. Wouldn't that be enough to extradite his head off the top, like rolling in a Plinko game, like George Carlin said? So I'm not threatening the president with death, but under the Old Testament, they would have already cut his head off. They would have. He's a tyrant. You can't take money from the taxpayer and give it to the largest drug dealer on this planet. Pfizer, record earnings in 2020. How do you think they got that money? Donald Trump created a fake emergency. Remember, Corona is the name of the common cold, brothers and sisters. Corona, CV19A9I. There's no such thing as AI. Scientific name for the common cold is the corona. We're all going to die. Oh my God, if you don't put on the face diaper, you don't like old people. What a bunch of propaganda. That's right. Did you know that when Donald Trump declared that fake national emergency, now last time it didn't matter, it was real. The president sits down and stands down. I put this out under the 923 executive orders over the 44th administration, Obama, where he passed Executive Order 11004, which allows the Federal Emergency Management Agency to relocate whole communities and put them into Walmart work camps, right? And when the president declares a national emergency, the president steps down as the president and FEMA takes over this country. Did you know that when he came into office, he immediately declared a national emergency? So he's not the president right now. He's standing down. No, he's not. Leave. You're going to get thrown in your work camp, your Walmart. They're going to intern you an American citizen in this country. Hey, during World War II, they interned American citizens born in America. Their parents were not born here. Yeah, they might not just like the color of your skin. They might not like that you're a Christian, you're a Catholic, you're a atheist. The label, that's what they're going after. L, R2, G, 3, C, P, O. How come he didn't say anything of that on his first go around? Not a word about tucking and strapping kids. Not a word about his Baphomet God. Donald Trump is a transgender Baphomet God-loving God. He does not go after the Hamashiach. He does not believe in salvation, redemption, or forgiveness of sin. He said he can't sin. He said he's the chosen one. Isn't that hilarious? The president, who is selected by the corporation, who's related to every other president that's ever. Now, you think because you got 20 people to begin with, you get a selection between two blood-related candidates, whether it's Democrat or Republican, every time to the Queen. They're all related to George Washington. Donald Trump is Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump is Joe Biden. Do you know Joe Biden's family arrested Donald Trump's family back in history? And that's why they did this whole, we're going to put him in jail. And they're just reacting history. Donald Trump and Joe Biden are the two wings to the same dragon. You just don't know. Two cheeks to the same hole because you're full of it. So take your Democrat or Republican, it's a mass murder in chief, right? I'm an Army veteran. The Uniform Code of Military Justice, the head of that even outranks a 5-star general during war. And we're at war right now. But wait a minute, Donald Trump stood down. Yeah, if you go look at my executive orders, right, 923, you'll see when they pass this national emergency that the president steps down and the Emergency Management Agency, federal, takes over. How come nobody's talking about that? How come I'm the only single one blogger talking about Walmart camps or work camps? And that's exactly when they're talking about 15-minute cities and smart cities and millimeter domes. That's exactly what they're going to put you in. Probably not after some fake alien invasion. Apollyon, remember? Jews, World War II. Those weren't Jews. You're an idiot. There's no such thing as a physical Jew. I rebuke you. There's no such thing as anti-Semitism. I rebuke you. You're an idiot. That's not the Israel that it speaks about in this book, where it obviously says Israel many times. And in the book of Revelation, it speaks of Israel. It's not talking about that place over there in the desert. it's not talking about. This is not Israel that it's speaking of. This is Gaza, brothers and sisters, right here. And this is where they were told to go into the wilderness and scout out the giants, the Philistines, the champions. Right here in Gaza. The Gaza Strip is where the giants were at. Nobody's talking about that either. Donald Trump's son, Kushner, went down to Gaza, the Strip, Palestine, the Philistines, and said, oh man, this has made great beachfront property. They're everywhere, Chris. They've been linking those things up. Remember the Walmart tunnels? What, those 8 Walmarts shut down? Gave their employees like 2 weeks, said, get the fuck out. And then they said they were going to do some kind of plumbing. They never pulled a permit for plumbing, did they, Chris? Never did pull any permits for plumbing, did they? Actually, if you look at the location of those Walmart camps, you'll see those were linked to those underground. Brothers and sisters, they have been digging into the ground for thousands of years. There is a reason they are keeping you distracted right now. Can anybody tell me what is the single biggest issue that we're having? And it's not Fukushima right now. And it's affecting everybody. It's affecting everybody. And it has to do with what you're talking about. Boring, Mr. Stinky Muskrat. Boring nuclear hogs, literally fusing together. Glass holes is what he is. He's a glass hole, this stinky glass hole. Yep. As is above, so is below. Trump millimeter waves and stinky muskrat holes. They think they're going to overcome whatever this judgment when this happens. So why is it that people aren't talking about this? You know, since the beginning, the chasms, you know, it talks about it in scripture as well, where the covenant, you know, the Ark of the Covenant was taken. Somebody mentioned earlier the Ark of the Covenant that supposedly, you know, they know all these things, brothers and sisters. They're playing this general public like a deck of cards. 99% of the American population has no idea that Gaza is exactly where Israel was told to go into the wilderness and scout out the Anunnaki. Not Skywalker, you idiot. Nothing's coming from the sky. I rebuke you with your space farce nonsense. Gaza is where the Philistines were at. The champions, they were told after Ahab married Jezebel, she went after Baphomet worship, the same one that Katy Perry had on her label, the one that Trump has his house decorated with. Apollyon. He married Jezebel, and she taught that to the children. Father doesn't want us to go after deities, little g gods. One Father who sent his only begotten Son to fill the Gentile nation, not just the house of Aaron and Levite. So why would you decorate your house with Satan and get away with it and get a free pass? And why would you keep the public distracted for all these decades? What is it that they're preparing for? They're preparing for something, and they've been digging in the ground with your tax dollars since the 1980s. You're an idiot. Nuclear fusion hogs is what they were called. This is the boring company that Mr. Stinky Muskrat, Donald Trump's behind buddy. You know, they got their lightsabers in their ice holes. Yeah. Man Shell wasn't the first one with an Adam's apple, and his name isn't Michael. It was Reggie. Ivan might want to start portioning, you know, men and women are portioned completely different. That's right. I know this. I'm a military veteran. I already told you I'm a credible witness in an open court. I can testify if you're running away from me, whether you're a man or a woman. So I know what a man is, and men don't have Adam's apples. So my question is, why does all the first ladies have Adam's apples? Oh, you just thought it was Reggie. It's not Michael. His name was Reggie. Whereas as an Oregon State Beaver. Yep. Barack Obama means I saw lightning from call from heaven. That wasn't his name. He wasn't born as Barack Obama. His name is Barry. He's a known homosexual. And what happened to Joan Rivers, huh? Pointing this stuff out. You better be careful, Tracy. What about Ivan? What about Ivan? I'd like for somebody to question me, Mr. Chump's Ivan. Ivan the Terrible or Melina? Melina or Ivan? Start doing some portions and you can uncover, you can rip the veil off that apple. You can be like Man Shell and have it shaved, right? Remember the old Ellen show with the floppy cock flopping around, huh? Shave that up, but didn't shave that off, huh? This is sick. This has been going on for a long time, brother, sister. Everybody thinks this is just under the 44th administration. Nuh-uh. I encourage you to do the portion of a man and a woman. Men have it. As a credible witness, and again, as a police officer, I don't care if you put a little pearl necklace on and you're wearing a chain purse and you identify of this, whatever, they throw you in the ground. They're going to dig you up 1,000 years from now and say, that's a dude. Look at his pelvic bone as well. You can't change your portions, brothers, sisters. I don't care if you have dwarfism or giantism. So I definitely know that these pretendants are not telling you about this one thing that the whole Nancy Reagan, go look at some pictures of Nancy. That thing is sticking out so freaking far, like this far. I thought she got nailed by somebody in the back of a car and she had one cancer boob. They also have the best makeup artists on this rock, right? The pretendants, you always notice they're wearing these big brooches and high shoulder. Yeah, to throw their portion off. Yeah, so that's all I'm trying to tell you, brothers, sisters. Just stop. I don't care what you think you see. A man has 8 head heights. From the top of his head, a woman doesn't have 8 head heights. She only has 7. If you take my shoulder width, this is like horizontal, vertical gaze, nystagmus, onset prior to 45 degrees. This is a law enforcement officer. This 45-degree mark is the edge of your shoulder. Notice I could fit a whole other head. A woman has only 2.5. She's missing a half head height. So no woman has, I don't care if she's a giant or how big her head is. A woman has wider hips. Her hips open up. Her hips open up. Open up so they can spread and give birth. That's right. A man's shoulders are wider than his hips. Look at these pretendants, brothers, sisters. It's not very hard. They're first ladies. They have Adam's apples. There are 8 head heights. They have 3 heads. That's right. They've got wider shoulders than hips. And one of the biggest giveaways, there is some variance, is the finger, the hand. See this hand? See this finger, brothers and sisters? This is not, if you have a hand like this, please don't think that you're not a man. There's other ways I can portion you. But a testosterone in the male continues. See this finger, how far lower this one is? Sit down here. If any ladies are looking for a man, that's right. That's what I said, Mike. I'm making this very clear. Don't think that you're a woman. Ask your lady to hold up her hand. Her hand probably looks more like this. See these fingers? They're see this ring finger? See how this all the way down here? This is called your ring finger. This your pointer finger right here. This, if a man has more testosterone in his body, if any of you ladies are in the market for a real man, I'm a real man. And if you're looking for a man who's heavily testosterone, you can see how much. Now ask your wife to hold up her hand. Most of them are going to look like this. Where it varies is in the man. So if your hands are like this and you're a dude, don't think I'm calling you a woman. That doesn't mean, and it doesn't mean that your testosterone is that low. It just generally is shown that a man that has a larger gap between his finger has higher testosterone in the body. That's a good indicator. So the hands are a little bit of a distraction because men can have a much more like this. So if you're a dude, you open up your hands and go, what? You're a man? Stand in the mirror. You got 3 head heights? Or you 8 head heights? Or your shoulders what? You're a dude. You were born, and don't worry if they pull you out of the dirt and your meat suit's not on, they'll be able to look at your pelvic bone and tell you were a dude or not. The hands aren't the giveaway, brothers, sisters, but they do. A lot of these pretendant first ladies do love doing this. You know what I'm saying? They love waving that finger in front. Jennifer Aniston. Jennifer Aniston. You know what I'm saying? You guys, in the military, women have a different physical standard than men. We are not portioned the same. We're not portioned the same. So, I'm not casting shade, but why is it that nobody has brought this up? Everybody thought that this was Mr. 44, Barry Soetoro, a known homosexual, that his, first lady had Adam's apple. She had it shaved. This has been going on a lot longer. I encourage you to actually look at the first ladies. Go back to the Martha Washington and look at all these first ladies. You will be absolutely blown away. It is unbelievable. I mean, you would not believe it. You guys, let me take a pause for the cause. We'll do this real quick. Hold on. Let me find my phone. I'll show you. This is not hard to see. I'm going to take a pause for a minute. I'm going to take a screenshot. I'm going to show you how blatantly obvious this isn't even hard to see. Unless you're just completely blind and you don't have eyes to see and you just refuse to see it, you will never accept it. You can talk to the wall to some of these people until you're blue in the face, brothers, sisters. You cannot turn a goat into a sheep. So when I tell this to people, especially when all the time Trump supporters, no way Ivan has an Adam's apple. Okay, well, let's start doing some portions. You know, like Ivan the Terrible or his daughter, Lena. Mel, or is it Matt? Oh, is it Melinda Gates? Same thing, brother, sister. So give me a minute. I'm going to pause this. I got to get it on the internet. I'm going to go in there if you want to take a shot of this because my camera doesn't work very good. You know, there's the ministry. Yep, they're all related to the queen. Exactly. Royalty, the crown. They're all related. There's the crown over the U.S. Same thing, brother. It's the same crown, whether you understand what you're seeing or not. This on the U.S. debt clock. This is all the work of this ministry where I told you I'm going to put you into work camps, FEMA work camps, follow the Yellow Brick Road. There it is, brothers and sisters. Here's the work of all this. Stop doing that, phone, of the ministry. Here's your FEMA work camp. Yep, your megadomes, millimeter wave technology stolen from Tesla, from John Trump, Uncle John Trump, not Donald John, but Uncle John Trump, a very revered man who is working with millimeter wave technology like radio waves, microwaves, millimeter waves. This is exactly what John Trump was. They had to kill this. When Tesla said, I could build a death ray, they thought they were talking about a handheld like Star Trek, pew, pew. He said, no, I could build a millimeter dome over your city that no military can. Remember this golden dome that he's talking about? The golden dome. Here it is, brothers, sisters, this golden dome. They're showing you right here. They're doing all the work of the ministry. All the work of this ministry right here at High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries was put on the U.S. debt calculator at usdebtclock.org. And they're exposing my work. This is me. This is their image. And I'm warning you of idolism and imagery, but there is their image of me. This is me. If you don't know what a messenger is, this is me. I brought this message for 10 years about this country where they were going to take over, put you in camps, separate you like the sword of division. Do not think that I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword. I'm a graphic designer. Notice that goes all the way through the border. This is the backbone of this ministry, brothers and sisters. Look who's watching. Always declare 2 witnesses. Even all the way to the Mount of Olives. And then me telling you again that none of you asked and even answered my question about this golden age of wonders where you're going to see all these celestial wonders above your head because these weakened magnetosphere is weakened by 40%. If you've noticed, we've been seeing auroras again, brothers and sisters, at very low latitudes. This should have not happened. We just had a a G4 geomagnetic storm and a KP7-8. That shouldn't have happened. That magnetosphere is crushed. This is what they're distracting you from, brothers and sisters. This is why Elon Musk is digging boring holes and linking up FEMA camps with Walmart camps. They've been digging chasms. There are literally underground cities from escaping these cycles, super cycles, because I told you about the 12-year, the 120-year, the 400-year, the 6,000 half cycle, the Heimrich cycles, all the Lechamp events, all this stuff I've talked about over and over again. The mid-Atlantic overturning circulation of our, AMOC, the Atlantic, what did I call it? I got that all messed up, didn't I? Got that a little scrambled. Brothers and sisters, it's all a cycle. It's a super cycle. Super cycle. It's a golden super cycle of the golden age of gold and silver minerals. That's right. Oh, we'll do a deal with you, Ukraine, but you got to give us all your minerals. What do you think they're doing in Mexico? They're not fighting the cartel down there. Donald Trump wants that silver mine because China wants it. They're going to turn this country over to China, whether you understand whether it's going to happen or not. It's going to happen during an event where there's all this distraction of these things in the sky above your head, angels up in the sky from above the dome, the Superdome, the Millimeter Dome, or they're going to put you in a work camp. Concentrate. And why is it that my work of this ministry is sitting right here? 923 executive orders that I keep telling this platform, and there's not one other blogger on the internet that is talking about this specific date. Notice this has action on it. It's coming out of the belly of the Virgin. This is the 923 right date of 2017. After 40 weeks in the belly of the Virgin, Jupiter exits. Notice it has motion. Nothing else has motion in this picture, but this you see coming out of the belly of the Virgin on 9/23 of 2017. That doesn't mean anything to you. There's not one other single blogger on the internet right now. I don't care if it's X, Truth Social, TikTok, YouTube, not one other blogger has put out a video blog about this, Millimeter Dome and this 9/23. There's only one man, singled out, set apart, if you will, one, by himself, in his own little bubble over here, in his own little bubble, in the world but not of it, who keeps telling you about this Millimeter Dome. And there's only one single man that has that Revelation 12 sign tattooed, marked his body with, to make sure that when Father sends Shiloh, that I was paying attention to the celestial markers and the super cycle. I know about the half cycle, the Heinrich cycle. I know about the extinction cycle. We're in this rock's 6th extinction cycle right now. You're already 4+ years into the extinction. You thought extinction, everything was going to die. That's not what an extinction is. You're an idiot. Extinctions, things die down, not die off. Everything that's still here to this day, there's still crickets and lions and cows and chickens and bears and tigers. Oh my. And hominoids, we're still here too, huh? So everything that's made it through the last 5 extinctions is still here. See, that's the problem with society. They hear something and do no research. That's right. We're in the 6th extinction right now. The great extinction cycle, we've already entered it when we came into the new age on 12/21 of 2020. Yep, at the reset. They kept talking about this great reset. I was telling you on this platform about the reset, in 2010? Because in 19 is 1 + 9, 2009. Year 0, 0, you 1, 21, 22, 2, 22, 3, 22, 4. It's been how many years are you producing fruit? The parable of the fig tree, brothers and sisters. I gave you that parable. How did I give you that parable? Well, because I'm celestially wise, and I know, again, when I show you all this information, right? Because the parable of the fig tree can be seen right here with the 3 days of darkness over the United States. Triple X, va, va, va. Triple X, va, va, va. Twice in Oregon, twice the judgments, twice in Ark, Texas. Oh, Rapture, Indiana. The sun goes the wrong way across the United States of America. You get it first, like New Year on New Year's. Get it? Because of the time change. The sun goes from the east to the west. On August of 2017, the sun went from Oregon, because I was right here in Oregon, and it hit the side of the sun, and it started going the wrong way. It actually went through 7, starting in Jerusalem, Oregon. It went through 7 Ninevehs. 7 Ninevehs to come out on the 33rd parallel in the Carolinas. Isn't that interesting? Then on October 23rd, 2023, I live streamed. And I said, you guys, this is exactly what they're going to do. Because here's the red dragon eclipse on my body right here of 2017. I'm the only man that has that celestial marker. No other man has the 2017 red dragon eclipse on their body. No, they don't. Where the sun went diagonal, right? The supposed moon. No, the sun sat there. The moon hit the side of the sun, and then it went diagonal. That's why I went ahead and marked my body with it. They told Noah he was crazy and it rained for 126 years. I don't care what anybody thinks. I've studied eclipses. This is an eclipse right here. See how this rings out at the first light when those two bodies eclipse? This is the same thing that the Magi saw, is an eclipse, a star upon a star. This is the great, right, Star of Bethlehem, where a Venus conjuncted Jupiter, the morning star. This great, largest celestial Jovian gas giant. Are you celestially wise? Yeah. The Great Red Dragon eclipse of 2017, where the sun went diagonal, just like it went across the United States the wrong way. The sun doesn't travel, putting a day of darkness, like the 3 days of darkness that it speaks in Scripture, over the United States, going from starting in Salem, Jerusalem, Oregon, going through 7 Salems. Get out of here. The sun goes from west to east. Nobody gives a crap. You guys, I was trying to get the people to wake up and let them know. So, brothers and sisters, this was enough for me to go, Father, I see what you're doing here. This is not, you said that the stars could be corrupted. This is not the way the sun travels. The sun does not travel across the United States the wrong way. And I made note of it, enough to mark my body in 2017. It's been quite a long time. Over 7 years ago, I marked the start of this eclipse. On October 23rd, I hosted out here. I think we had 5 different people out here for this. I'm in the largest dark sky sanctuary in the whole world. There's 2.5 million acres set apart, protected from light pollution. Not a better place to see the stars. And right here in the high desert, Oregon outback, absolutely the largest 2.5 million acres protected from light pollution. So I have a very good of the celestial firmament. Thank you, Father. I am a celestial magi to give me this beautiful, view of these. There's sometimes there's so many stars out here, you can't even see the constellations, brothers and sisters. It is overwhelming. Billions and billions and billions of stars. The Milky Way goes all the way from the, northeast, all the way across the property, all the 40 acres, all the way across to the southwest. Milky Way galaxy, all the way across this. Yep. He said there would be signs in the stars, sun, and moon, brothers and sisters. There would be signs. So in 2017, the sun, right, did not ring out, and it went diagonally. So I knew that this was not a true eclipse because the sun doesn't go from west to east. Yep, the Mazarah. Thank you. There you go. Outstanding. The gospel in the celestial firmament. So the second time, brothers and sisters, I'm not a prophet, but it was very easy to see what they were signaling was going to come next. Was their under armor turned down for what? Turn up, turn down to make their black hole sun. Won't you come wash away the rain? See, an eclipse happens on the horizontal plane at the nodes, at the end. Yeah, I know exactly how this works. This is not an eclipse. This is not an eclipse. The sun does not go diagonal across the divided corporation. So I knew in October 2023, because they were signaling with their Under Armour and their Boss-up worship and turn down, turn up, turn down for what? It was easy to see that they were going to vertically eclipse the sun with the moon and create the black hole sun that it speaks about in their music. And guess what? Didn't ring out again, did it? Because when a eclipse happens, when two celestial bodies, they tell us we're this far away and we're this far away, and they match up. I'm not disputing that's flawed right there, but these two got to match each other right distance, east to west, and that first light that comes from the one side is what makes that ring. That's known as a ring, the wedding ring. See what I'm saying? You see how that light rings out? At that first light, it's not going to look like that. When that first light starts to show, it goes and makes the wedding ring. That's how an eclipse works. So an eclipse going diagonal, making a trail of darkness shade over the U.S. is exactly when it says the stars could be corrupted. As a MAGA, I'm going to tell you this is not correct, enough for me to even mark my body with it. So in 2017, right, starting this first year of the 7 years that it took to create this negation Alice symbol over this corporation, the United States, took a complete 7 years. 7 is the number of negation. Like the alpha symbol, it cancels, right? 7 to be matured, that means it's done, it's finished. No more. 7. Took 7 years to complete this Alice symbol. Everybody was talking about the X, standing on the X again. When on, remember, it was April 8th of 2023 that everybody stood here in Rapture, Indiana, and thought they were going to get raptured. And that's not even a biblical word. That's not mentioned in Scripture. No such thing as a rapture. I rebuke you. A calling up of the elect, a harpoza, but not there's no such thing as rapture. They're going to do a fake rapture, brothers and sisters. I, with about 98% confidence, think they'll do a fake rapture, because most religions believe in what is the term rapture, and it's not even written in Scripture. And it'll be so amazing because you'll go, oh my gosh, Pastor Revelation told us about this. He said he wasn't a prophet. He just saw what they were signaling. Why are they putting my work on the debt calculator? This work is on the U.S. debt calculator, brothers and sisters. It might be because I'm the only man that's exposing this. Remember, on October 23rd, the sun went the wrong way again across the United States, making the second day of darkness. And instead of it ringing out like an eclipse ring out, it went from the top down to the bottom, making the black hole sun. Won't you come wash? They know about this, folks. They're trying to tell you we're not in the age of Fomalhaut, Pisces deception, where it says, go to the man pouring out the water, the vessel, on Fomalhaut, the fish. The age of Aquarius. Yes, the age of air, where the heirs will be crowned at the wedding, where they'll receive their inheritance. Because in order for a testor of the will to make the will valid, somebody's got to die. That would have been Christ. That's the price he paid to fulfill this new covenant. Yeah, that's right. He was the testor of that will. It's a test of your will and your faith. Only by faith are you saved. But faith without works is dead, and you must endure to the end to be saved. So I'm so blessed, brothers and sisters, to be a witness, because I'm still here. This is why the government hates me. You don't think the government hates me? Well, they're telling you right here. They're watching me. They're right here. Why would the government put their symbol on the work of this ministry? The Alice symbol. And remember, on, what was it? April 8th of 2023, the sun started in Texas from sea to shining sea. It passed through Ark, Texas, Rapture, Indiana, and it passed through 11, get this, guys, 11 Ninevehs, 11. Every one of these Ninevehs on this darkness was named at a different time in historical record. They're all named by the Masons. But don't we find that ironic? Even up into Canada, it hit 11 Ninevehs. 11. You're telling me this eclipse of darkness, 7 Salems, 7 Jerusalems, starting the first year, 7 Salems, and then through 11, 1 Ark, Texas, 1 Rapture, Indiana. How many people went to Rapture, Indiana? You sound paranoid. Get out of here. This is your first time. How many channels how many channels do I have? The real X, double X, like XX. Here we go, guys. Va, va, va. X marks the spot, like the Cobra. Yeah, like triple X, like sex porn rated. Get out of here, real X. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. You're an idiot. Seriously. What, he's paranoid? You don't know the difference between truth and paranoia. There is no paranoid here. Why the fuck would I be paranoid? What am I paranoid of? Well, stop assuming things. You know what they say about making an ass out of you and me, and that's what you've just done. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. Don't ask a question. You've done a little research. You're the J.G. Wentworth generation. It's my burrito, and I want it now. And 90s, that used to take 3 days to make a burrito. You know that? But you want it all now. You won't do any homework. You won't do any research. You just want all the questions. Here you go. Make America Canada again. How about that? Make America Greenland again. You sound like I didn't go to school. No, I don't have any formal education. I don't have a 3.8 grade point average in college, you idiot. Nope. Never spent any time in any formal certification training. Never went to college. I went to college before I ever joined the fucking military. I did college in the military, college outside the military. I went to college in my 30s with dumb idiots like you that were fucking distracting as hell because you ain't got nothing in your head. I got bills, land payments, all these things I'm worried about, and I got dumbasses like you being distracting. I'm like, hey, motherfucker, I'm trying to learn here. Shut the fuck up. Some of us got, things in our head. You're so fresh-minded. You ain't got shit to worry about. And I still got a 3.8 grade point average in fucking college, you idiot. Do you have any formal education? Probably not. You ever go into an actual, professor and fucking learn anything because you think you fucking know everything? Oh, you're asking questions, Mr. Know-It-All. What's the difference between passion, anger? What's the difference between hysteria, schizophrenia? Are you some kind of certified, credited? Where'd you get your medical doctorate at? You think I'm paranoid? I guarantee you I have way more certification than you do on how to identify mental illnesses. You know what the Council of Law Enforcement Education and Training is? CLEAT certification is who they used to certify us on how to identify mental illnesses. Can you identify mental illness? Where did you get your doctorate? You're a psychology. Where'd you get your MD? You're not an MD, are you? You're an ND? No, let's go back to MD. Where'd you get your doctorate at? Where'd you get your doctorate at? Where'd you do your 12-year study? Tell me what your line of study. So you're into what? You're psychology, sociology, right? Psychiatry. So you want me to lay down and take drugs, huh? Yeah, it is. It's a total waste of time. It is. I agree with you. But this person has no formal education. You ever heard the term 2 girls in a cup? Why don't you leave your shit at the door? You don't go into some class professor and teach the professor because you fucking know everything. Yeah, why don't you come in like an empty sponge? Just leave the paranoia out. You could easily have asked a question. That's not interrupting. But when you assume that I'm paranoid with no validity, not even looking to anything in me, you're just assuming, and then you interrupt the classroom, you're an idiot. Like 2 girls in a cup. The next time you come into this classroom, and I'm not up here with my whiteboard because we broke the algorithm there last night. It was pretty fun doing a teaching. Keep your fucking mouth shut. Don't go into some college, professor and think you know fucking everything. Why don't you come in as empty sponge? Leave your shit at the door because I don't want to hear it. Don't interrupt me again. And if you ask a question, don't assume I'm paranoid. Paranoid? Oh, you're telling me you trust the fucking government that sends your money to 1,000 fucking military bases and 180? You trust that government, huh? Dead Americans dying on the streets of this country. And you're going to sit here and be okay with that? Not a goddamn fucking word coming out of your mouth. You're the side, but you're going to speak up now, huh? You're going to speak up now, huh? You sadly don't know anything, so you don't want to lose your account. Say bye to it. Fuck you. You're a piece of shit. Double X. You're a porn X. Take your hub and pull your chain somewhere else. Take your happy ending and your man chowder breath somewhere else. Yep, you're a goo gobbler. Go take your goo, slime, and take it somewhere else and choke on it. Pound sand. Take it deep, okay? Don't build your house on sinking sand. You can leave now. We'll say goodbye to you. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. 2 cheeks to the same hole, right? Nobody's getting me here. This is just trolling with the trolls that troll me. Why do I sound depressed? Oh, we've got another doctor in here, guys. Do you know what CLEAT is? Can you identify a mental illness? They used to actually, when I was a law enforcement officer, just because somebody didn't fucking listen to you, they might have a hearing disability. You don't just fucking shoot them. That's what cops do. They'll dump a whole fucking clip or 2 in you because they're afraid. All they're afraid of is for their life. Officer safety, the 2 stupidest fucking words ever that have been put together. Yep, officer safety. You never heard a song called Fuck the Firefighter, have you? A firefighter run into a burning building to save your gerbil or your daughter. All cops care about is their fucking life. I know I used to be one of these tyrant pigs myself. So, jackboot thug myself. So don't speak up unless you've had some certification. Yeah, I had to be able to identify a man and a woman. I couldn't put my hands. I had to do a call for a female officer, do a pat down and a frisk, and I can identify whatever your bender is by identifying you. So I also have certification on how to identify mental illnesses. What if the caretaker gave them the wrong medicine? Bam, 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 they'll blow your fucking head off in this country now. Not even looking into the fact that they might have a disability. Yeah, they like to label everybody with all these, you're bipolar, you're schizophrenic, people constantly make assumptions and they have no degree. You'll have people come in here try to get me to take drugs. They're drug pushers. They get me to take drugs, right? That's what they want me to do. Either lay down and take drugs, get some Adderall, take some Methicin American, some of this medicine cabinet meth, right? That's what they want me to do, because they're going to come in here and assume that I've got some kind of problem with I'm bipolar, I'm schizophrenic, I'm manic, all these labels. But they don't have any certification on how to identify a mental illness to begin with. They don't have a medical doctrine in any degree whatsoever. They have no psychology, but yet I get a full psychological evaluation in a matter of moments. Isn't that incredible? This channel is so powerful that we literally have MDs coming in here and giving me a free psychological evaluation. That's beautiful. This channel is just popping the most, guys. Isn't that awesome? Not one of them could even identify a mental illness. They're going to fucking shoot you in the head if you got earbuds in, brothers and sisters. Do not go in the American public with these fucking tyrants with earbuds in. Those things are nasty anyways. The Bluetooth, keep those fucking things out of your ear when you're in public. You don't listen to them, they'll kill you fucking dead. They only care about their safety. Like I said, a firefighter run into a building to save your gerbil. These people only care about their own back and their own buddy's safety, officer safety. Fuck the police. Tyrant pigs. Every one of you during this corporation scamdemic stood the fuck down, and that's all you're doing right now. Why is nobody pointing out these law enforcement officers that we are not supposed to be putting law without being voted through the House, the Congress, and the Senate? These are the law enforcement fucking pigs. They should know the law. Repugnant, it says in the Constitution. Do you know what the word repugnant means? If it's not adjudicated through the House, Congress, and the Senate, judicial, legislative, and executive branch, it's not constitutional. We are not to follow these laws. Nobody gives a shit. No, they repealed posse comitatus, which means they'll use the military against you. You're a fucking idiot. You don't speak up. That's the problem with society today. Nobody gives a shit. They'll draft our women. We get more in one more single military engagement. We're going to need women. Oh, when it goes hot. Oh, yeah. Would you send your daughter to Yemen right now to go fight the Houthis? Would you send your daughter to Israel to go kill the fucking Gazans, the Palestinians? Would you send your daughter to Ukraine? They already killed a whole Ukrainian generation. Gone. You know, the average fighting age in Ukraine is over 42, 43 years old. They don't even have enough men and women on the fighting. They're trying to, pass this inscription for the age, to lower the age to be able to enter into the military. They killed a whole generation. They're gone. They either fled the country or they put them in the meat grinder. Women, brothers and sisters, and oh, no, it's not going to happen in America. They already did it in Ukraine, a whole Ukrainian generation in 3 years. What makes you think it won't happen? 2028, no more Americans. Gone. It happened to Ukraine. You don't think it'll happen here? We are at war, whether you like it or not. This is World War III. You wouldn't know a war if it started right in your own backyard unless a bomb dropped, correct? That's what you think how wars are started. There's never been one war in America started that way. Not one. Always started with the tariff, embargo, sanctions. Donald Trump tariffed China on his first go-around. Washers went up nearly $200 for a washer. You just wait. They just shut off all the shipments from Amazon. This is awesome, guys. I have just waited. I did a blog. One of the very first blogs that I did, it had probably been 12 years ago on this platform, was called America Ever After. Welcome to America Ever After, brothers, sisters. This is it. This is the days that I spoke of 12 years ago when I blogged on this platform. I didn't have a gray beard, okay? I don't even know if I think I had a mustache at the time. And very few times I've ever shaved all my facial hair. Oh, show you shave yours. Go piss off. Don't tell me to do anything. I'm not going to listen to you. Try to let me know if you hold on. Come on in, Biggie. All right, we got to get this bad boy wrapped up. We'll come back in a little bit, guys. Brother says, I appreciate your ears. I got to go get some more work done for Kevin. Maybe if Kevin will let me, I'll live stream. We'll go live over, then I'll show you. I'm doing all the masonry in his cabin, okay? Just like in my cabin, I built this block, rock, hearth fireplace that goes all the way from, the top to the bottom down here, okay? And this is where I have my wood stove. I am building him what are you doing? What do you want? Hey, be nice, Tuggy. Stop being a nanny. Stop being a nanny. They're hanging out. The puppies are always with me, guys. No kisses. All right, so does that make me a Freemason? You're an idiot. Where the hell would you get that? You got some serious mic issues. More issue than Time or Rolling Stone magazine, man. Where the hell would you get Freemason? You're an idiot. What are you doing? Seriously. This is my big. He's about 130-pound boy. And this is Pants. And these guys love the dad. Fuck the police. These guys shot fucking 5 tear gas canisters in my house. Fuck you, state of Oregon. My dogs had to breathe those fucking tear gas canisters, and my dogs were concussed too. Seriously. They fucking didn't give a shit about my dogs. Fuck this country. What they did to me and what they did to my animals is sickening. It says in their evidence, the dogs would cause a problem. And if so, they would fucking have shot them. If I didn't shut the door behind me, you could hear when I was being SWAT raided. I shut the door. I thought I was going to get shot, brothers, sisters. I'd do it again 1,000,000 times. What did this dog do? Nothing. And still they love 5 tear gas canisters in my house. This dog had to breathe tear gas for 2 fucking months that it took me to clean it up. You fire 1 tear gas canister in somebody's house, brothers and sisters, it takes a professional cleaning company, and I'm off the grid. What a bunch of fucking pricks. State of Oregon is a gang. They have a rogue SWAT team that came and swatted my house. They didn't give a fuck that I had these animals in here. What am I pleading? I got animals in here, guys. I didn't resist. I didn't do it. They didn't give a fuck. And then my animals had to fucking deal with. My dog Tango had to be taken from this property because he was having problems breathing. Breathing, brothers and sisters. Imagine 5 tear gas canisters lobbed through these fucking windows, shot out all my window. The other side is completely gone. Nobody's mad at you. Get out of here, Mike. You're an idiot. Not mad. It's called passion. I'm not angry at anybody. I don't give a fuck about none of them dumb fucking pig SWAT team members. I guarantee you, if you separately didn't say a shit fucking word, those cop fucking thug pigs, state police, and you ask them, why are you SWAT raiding this dad's house? Why are you going in there and gonna shoot him? Why? If they asked any one of these cops the word 180 hours, I bet you not one, even single one would know a fucking what that meant. Every one of these cops is an absolute yes man thug. You know, when I was a law enforcement officer, the definition of a gang was a heavily armed group of thugs all going around harassing and extorting the general public, all wearing the same thin blue line color. Yeah. So because I have the proof, they just swatted my house. They don't give a shit, brothers and sisters. And they said in their discovery that if them dogs, because they didn't get to kill me, because that's what they came here to do, kill me. Go look at the SWAT raid. It was all live stream. 45 seconds, they hit me in the face with a grenade. At the very least, they wanted me to leave out here without even being able to talk ever again. That was their intentions. They kidnapped my daughter and they shot my fucking son when he had his hands in the air over his head, and they still fucking shot him. The state of Oregon has the most rogue SWAT team in all of this corporation, America. They came out here without looking into any evidence. Once again, ask the SWAT team guys, why are we SWAT raiding this guy's house? Well, he's a veteran. He doesn't have a criminal record. Why are we swatting his house? They didn't look into nothing. They just came here like a gang and fucking shot me at 45 seconds. I am not threatening violence. I threaten no man with violence. Not once. For 256 hours, I live streamed, and never once did I ever threaten violence. Instead, they came in here without looking at the evidence, and they just swatted this house. There we go. Blind, guys, and I don't mean to go there, but they didn't even ask any questions. I thought in this country you were innocent until proven guilty. I have all the evidence. I'm a prior law enforcement officer. That's exactly what I did. I created 256 hours of evidence, discovery, before they ever SWAT raided this house. And they were on the live stream knowing that everything I was saying, it even says it in their discovery. This channel is monitored by the police, by law enforcement, by the government is monitoring this channel. Okay? You know? So how long did they hold me? They kept me a week extra in jail illegally. I have no criminal record. Nope. I pay taxes and had paid taxes for 10 years. I'm not a flight risk. I have owned property in this town. My son's attorney, Dan Spencer, represented me. That's illegal. That'll get the case thrown out immediately. You have to have, each defendant has to have different counsel. He counseled me and then pleaded on his third time that I'm representing. He realized how bad he had fucked up because he thought he was just going to sweep me under the rug. He didn't realize who I was. 98.5% of cases go under a bar game. Oh, yeah, I'm filing a lawsuit now. Slick, I'm not holding back anymore. I 100% am filing a lawsuit against the state of Oregon, Lake County Sheriff's Office, and the federal government. 100%. That's why I've been selling everything I own. And as a matter of fact, I gotta get off here and get some more stuff sold, guys. I'd love to hang out here, but I have about $25,000 that I have to come up with. I had the money, but instead of getting myself attorney, I paid the ministry off. I had the money. It was right there. All cash. Instead of turning it and getting an attorney, I paid the ministry off. So it is what it is. I do it that way every single time again. I am not concerned. Now they can't touch this ministry. If they send me to prison, oh, well, I'll get out of prison and it'll be here. I'd probably lose it over time. I need to come back a place and have a place to share the gospel. I don't care how many years. I'm looking at about 20 years of prison right now. Probably the rest of my life. I don't think I'd see the outside of a daylight again if they actually, convicted me. But remember, I have the right to federal appellate court, which I would win. They have the lawsuit, right? In their case, not a lawsuit. They have a criminal case under Title 18 against me. They have, which is considered the burden of proof. They have to have the preponderance of evidence. So when I bring my evidence, I'm going to show them again, right out the gate. My son's attorney, Dan Spencer, represented me. And on the third day, you sound like you got way too much going on with the law. Too hot for me. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, you fucking bootlicker, Mike. Get the fuck out of here, you pig licker. Get the fuck ass, my AO. Move out. Get the fuck. I'm asking you now nicely. That's about as nice as you're going to get. Get the fucking door. Hit you on the way out, you fucking lay down. Silent majority. You won't stand up to shit. You probably took 5 boosters, didn't you? You just do whatever the fuck you're told, like these fucking pigs who come out here and just go along to get along. Just keep going along to get along. Don't stand up for your constitutional rights. Don't stand up for the women in this country. Don't stand up for the people who don't have no fucking voice. Just be the silent majority. Go down in history, Mike. The door is right there. Exit stage right or stage left. Don't want you here. Yeah, it's too heavy for you, huh? You won't get hit in the... I'd catch a grenade for you. I'd jump in front of a train. You know who Bruno Mars is? Yeah. I caught a grenade for the American people, the citizens of this fucking country, and I'd do it again. again and again and again. Yes, I would. I don't have anything. I have zero regrets. There's nothing I have done in this case that I have any that I'm sorry for. And I don't apologize for shit. I'm not here to be nice. That means to be stupid. And I am surely a very educated man. I know the law. I know the Constitution. Oh, you're a constitutionalist. You're motherfucking right I am. Oh, you're one of those. Yes, I am. Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech, of the press, and of religion, right? Well-regulated militias, peaceful, heavily armed, first redress grievances, first ballots, first comes first, Second Amendment comes second. You know, brothers, sisters, after SWAT raiding my house and assaulting me and hitting me in the face, kidnapping my daughter, they kidnapped her. They didn't have a warrant for her arrest. They actually have dropped the charges, the state of Oregon. As soon as I can get some extra funding, I'm going to give my daughter some money and have her sue Lake County and the state of Oregon because they put her in jail without a warrant. That is called kidnapping. You can't accost somebody. Under your Miranda rights, you have the right under the Fourth Amendment to be secure in your houses, papers, persons, and effects. You have the right to warrantless search or seizure. So if they're going to come to your property or to, it's not a trap, and then accost your body, they have to have a warrant signed, secret indictment, showing probable cause by a judge. And they didn't have it. That's a kidnapping. The state of Oregon is a fucking bunch of kidnappers. They kidnapped my daughter. They shot my son with his hands in the air. They hit me in the face at 45 seconds with a grenade. I suffered a concussion in less than a minute. There's no conversation, no dialect between, all I'm asking, Elijah, are you okay? And they literally took a hand-tossed grenade, threw it, and hit me right, bam, in the side of the face. That is excessive force. That will get the case dropped because that is a Fourth Amendment violation. That is a lawsuit. If you want to see the live stream, it's not easy to watch it anymore. It's on the playlist. Don't sit there and just jerk off at the fucking issues that I'm having or go somewhere else. There's a place called Pornhub or one of these sites that you can go whack off or do your own little chain jerking or whatever if you're a lady with your little, ditch, whatever you're going to do. I don't want to hear it. If this is entertainment for you, please go somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? Please go somewhere else. Do you know how my animals were my concern? My son was my concern. I was not threatening any violence, and then they came and assaulted me. They never looked at the evidence. Nobody ever even looked into my son's 180 hours of community service that he had already completed way back years prior. They were pissed off at me, and they were taking it out on me. And this sucks that my son now could be dead, missing. I mean, the cops have seen him, but he didn't even show up to his trial. Blew my mind. I stood up for my son because he did his community service. If he didn't, I would have never stood up for him. And I have proof of it. 5 separate people did it with him. Not just one. Tom, Don, Morgan, those are all males. 2 females, all the locations he went. How about just pinging their phones? Let's keep the opinion out of the matter. All our cellular data showed that the Trump shooter, the second one, was sitting at the golf course, and then 12 hours or whatever, and that his phone went 45 miles. Cellular data showed. So cellular data evidence will show that Tom, Don, Morgan, and the 2 females with my son, their phones went to all these. They don't want to look at none of that. They just came and SWAT raided this house, brother, sister. They never looked at the evidence. So the state of Oregon literally has a gang of thugs that will just do anything that are above the law. And this is what they did to me. They came out here. They hit me in the face with the grenade. That's a Fourth Amendment violation, taking away my right to be secure, my house, papers, persons, and effects, the right to warrantless search or seizure, okay, under my Miranda rights. If they're going to cost my body, which they had a warrant, that had me listed, had my son listed. But when they took my body, they never read me my rights. It says in their discovery that Sam Birch, the one who was monitoring my channel for, possibly hundreds of hours, read me my Miranda rights, and I remained silent. Brothers, sisters, maybe you just stumbled in this channel. Look like the kind of person who's going to shut the fuck up. Do you think I'm going to be quiet? That is the very last thing I did. When they arrested me, they talked to the back after getting concussed in the face with a grenade and breathing 5 fucking tear gas canisters and coming out. They took me to the back of their SWAT vehicle. And you see me, I asked them, don't turn off my phone. And they did it anyways. I don't know how they did that, but they turned my phone off. Nobody Mirandized me. The state, I thought everything might be okay. I'm like, oh shit, I don't want to be the state of Oregon, but hey, at least it's not this little corrupt fucking Lake County Police Department. The state of Oregon's got me. Shit, they take and turn me over to Lake County Sheriff's Department, this corrupt fucking police department that I've been telling you that the sheriff's been selling methamphetamines to the farmers. They're corrupt. They don't do shit out here. People say, hey, somebody calls around your house. No, I'm not a Christian. No, I'm not a Christian. I rebuke Christians. You're Satanists. So I have no denomination. Absolutely not. I'm not a Christian. I rebuke Christianity. I rebuke Catholicism, Mormonism, all these isms, all these insanities. I study the interlinear, and I apologize for my cursing, guys. I never once cursed one single word for thousands of hours until the state of Oregon came and hit me in the face with a grenade. It rattled my cage, guys. It's hard for my brain. You know, I'm still here, but my head is hurt for now 11 months. 11 months, guys. Nothing's changed. I've never been to the doctor. I am not going to the doctor in the United States. The only way I will see a doctor is outside of the United States of America. I do not trust these snakes of a pole doctors. You know what I'm saying? I don't trust them. So I didn't remain silent, brothers, sisters. Sam Birch said he Mirandized me, and then he how do you feel about the 33-degree Mason, John the tyrant, related to Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Kennedy? Fucking tyrant, pig, fake fucking another one of these things. The driver, come on, grow up. John F. Kennedy was a Mason. RFK, plant. John F. K, fuck JFK, fuck GW. Yeah. DDT, wait, DJT, JB, all of them are Masons, you idiot, all related to the Queen. Get out of here, JFK, tyrant. Oh, you got a big nothing burger from Mr. Trump on the RFK or the JFK files, didn't you? What a freaking letdown. This guy's an idiot. Brian, it's time for you to go. All right, let's get back to the message, what I was saying. I got to wrap this bad boy up. I got to go do some work, guys. I'm off the grid. So it can't be. I've always idolized him because of his faults. He was a womanizer, but made him more human. Oh, because he's a womanizer, he's more human? Brian, get out of here. John F. Kennedy was a Mason, related to the Queen, and a tyrant. Worked for the corporation. Yeah, a corporation. So he wasn't exposing shit. You just fall for their propaganda. Yeah, you do. John F. Kennedy was a tyrant. So is all his family members. Look at RFK. You talk about a Giannis, another Giannis, two-face. Oh, I don't support the jab. Now he's like, oh yeah, the jab, the jab, the jab. So go take your democracy somewhere else. I don't vote for none of these clowns. RFK is JFK. There are two wings to the same dragon. Oh, he's going to abolish the... shut up. You can get a propagandized by... JFK is the Federal Reserve, right? JFK was the central banks, brothers and sisters. Who do you think he was related to? That's like Donald Trump says he's going to abolish the IRS. Donald Trump is the IRS, you fucking idiots. Your W-2 tax dollar, you think that's going to change? They're just going to digitize the central banks, you idiots. That's what's happening right now. There's no gold and silver being printed. You know, you used to, with a silver certificate, if you didn't trust the system, you could go get your silver out of the bank. They suspended that in 1973, brothers and sisters. You cannot. If you don't trust the system, you can't do shit about it. There's been, 4,800 currencies, except for the ones that are currently in circulation, and they've all gone to zero. Money is not supposed to be currency. It's supposed to be done by the Treasury, and Donald Trump just told the Treasury to stop printing the penny, stop minting the penny. Once again, Old Testament, he should be hung up, his head chopped off by the Old Testament. That's not what I'm saying I'm going to do. and then we'll use his head like a Plinko chip, like on, The Price is Right. And you guys could all on Netflix or whatever, Hulu or whatever you watch. I don't watch television. And you can bet on where his head's going to go. And whoever wins, you can like all get on it like a lottery. It'd be awesome. We can do pay-per-view, kind of like UFC, but we'll just chop his head off, right? Not me. I'm just saying, because he's a tyrant. You can't vote by executive order. That's serfdom, brothers and sisters. Serfdom. You know what that is? By the king's order, you can't come on the land. That's serfdom. That's what Donald Trump is. He's acting like a king. By executive order is not, that's called repugnant. We have a House, a Congress, and a Senate. So you can't by executive order, that's Congress makes the law. So Donald Trump is a tyrant, an enemy of the state, and anybody who supports him is a complete idiot because all they want to do is win. Joe Biden is Donald Trump, so don't tell me I like Joe Biden. FDT, FJB. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. You guys are idiots. All I do is win, win, win. That's your Trump supporters. Do you know that MAGA is the high priest of the Satanist church? Do as thou will. That's how ignorant Trump supporters are. Do as thou will. High priest of the Satan church. Apollyon. Aleister Crowley. Hello. Yeah. Donald Trump. A total Satanist. That people love him. Like Time Magazine's Man of the Year 2 years in a row. Mr. Adolf. They just revel after him. Oh, or his stinky muskrat, buddy. Yeah, 2 wings to the same dragon, you idiots. 2 cheeks to the same hole. Donald is Elon, John F. Kennedy, Gates, Biden, Clinton. Yeah, they're all on the same team. They're all related to the Queen, you idiots. Why would anybody support these people? This used to be a constitutional republic, but that's been long gone. Yep, Donald Trump, no more penny, lock him up. Lock this motherfucker up. That is a war tactic. They did that during World War II, brothers and sisters. They took all the copper out of the penny, replaced it with steel. They took all the nickel, replaced it with silver. It took us 14 cents to make a nickel. What do you think's coming next? This is all signaling war, brothers and sisters. You're just too foolish to know that we're at war right now. You don't know what war is. You're not a veteran. You haven't studied your history, and there's never been a single war in this country that's ever started with an ordinance or a bomb falling on anybody. They're always started. Remember Pearl Harbor? What led them to do that? Oh, sanctions, huh? Sanctions. Donald 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. Donald 9/11 Trump during his first administration sanctioned China. Joe Biden's best buddy, right? Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping is Donald Trump. Xi Jinping is Kamala Allah Akbar. They're all on the same team, you idiots. RFK is Donald John Trump. Is Hillary Clinton. Hillary, John, Gates, Reagan, Biden, Washington, tyrant Trump. And everybody supports them is the biggest. You'll see in history, it's going to take lifetimes probably, but they'll go back and they'll say the most ignorant generation to ever walk this rock, they were changed in the twinkling of an eye. In the twinkling of an eye. At the last Trump. That's right. Where are you getting all this knowledge and wisdom from? I like to study and be smart. Well, I've studied for 30 years, okay, plus, Rob. If you'd like to see, Donald Trump's Apollyon 58-story Babylonian tower has been in television, movies. They're not hiding that he decorates his house. Satan had a 58-story Babylonian tower in Manhattan. Well, it wasn't in Manhattan. It was in Babylon. Modern day was that Iraq, right? Syria. That's all that, right? Over in this area, they wander for. But Trump has a 58-story tower decorated with Satan. How is it that these Trump supporters give him a free pass on that? Because Donald Trump is a Satanist. He said, I can't sin. I am the chosen one. Yes, he did. He said, I'm inventing a microscopic line of camels and I'm sparing no expense. Could you be any more blasphemous to the word? He said he can't sin. He said he's not a Christian. Yes, the KKK is still around, Rob. Believe it or not, you will still find the KKK resides I thought I would never, ever see the KKK in my lifetime, but I went back east. I remember being in Indiana and they showed up in front of a jail or something like that. I remember they showed up and a lot of the locals said, don't go show up and support them, to be the opposition side. They said, if they just show up and nobody shows up, it'll just be a flop. I think it was a good idea, but believe it or not, I can't believe that in my lifetime, I was actually a witness to see that these people, what was that meme? Did you see that meme? They've got those like 4 KKK members sitting there, and there's the one guy in the pink robe, right? And it says, oh, shit, when you wash your MAGA hat with your whites. You guys see that meme? They're all sitting there hooded. There's 4 of them there. There's one guy in a pink robe. And it says, oops, when you wash your MAGA hat with your whites, turn the robe pink. Yeah. Yeah. So, isn't that amazing? Isn't that awesome? He decorates his house with Satan, and everybody just loves him. Not just here in this country, too. All around the world. Right? I don't drink soda. Stop drinking soda, bro. I haven't had a soda in 12 years. It's been a long time since I had a soda. Stop drinking soda. So, no Coke, Pepsi. 4 fried chickens and a Coke. No Coke, Pepsi. You watch the Blues Brothers? We're on a mission from God. You picked me up from the joint in a cop car? Remember that? That was awesome. Remember that? And they started peeling off. They were getting chased by the cops. And he starts talking about the car. Whatever he said, whatever the year it was, something just 1978. It's got no catalytic converter. And it was made before. Yeah, he said it was made before catalytic converters, so it runs good on regular gas. Jake and Elwood, the Blues Brothers. That's one of my best movies, guys. I don't watch a lot of television, so. It's sad to say you kind of sound like you don't want people to work for the world, not to have a say in the world. Does anybody agree with this person? Anybody agree with this person right here? That I don't want people to work? You don't want people that work for the world not to have a say in the world. Yeah, that's right. If you vote for this government, you're a tyrant. There's no such thing as by executive order. I rebuke you. You're an idiot. Yep. So let's go ahead and if you think that I don't want people. Let's read this again. It's sad that it's sad that you kind of sound like you don't want. I have to close this eye, guys, to be able to see. Otherwise, I can't read. Want people that work for the world not to have any say in the world. What does the scripture tell us about that? If you don't trust this government, why live here? Well, as soon as I can leave this disgusting, filthy corporation called America, I'm out of here. It's not a constitutional republic. I'm the fuck out of here. Okay, I'm gone. You better believe it. I have already told them I'm the fuck out of here. I don't want anything to do with this country. It's a disgusting, filthy, apostate nation. So it is. This is not a constitutional republic. You're not allowed to vote by democracy. This is not a fucking democracy. The voting process is part of our judicial, legislative, and executive branch. And as soon as all this state drops the charges against me, I'm out of here. I'm leaving. I already told them that. They actually said they would give me some kind of plea agreement if I would just fucking leave. If I would just get out of their town. All they've ever tried to do is shut me up, brothers and sisters. That's why they hit me in the face at 45 seconds with a grenade. So there is a constitutional republic. It's called Ecuador. Ecuador. That's where I'm going. I am looking right now. If I don't sue them through the state and the county, I will take the money and buy 2.5 hectares of a property that I've been looking at that I should have already bought a long time ago, taken the passport that I had and the gold and silver and left. But instead, I had to help my son out. I had to help you out. You don't realize I had to help the people in this community, the people in this state. And as a veteran, I can't just turn my back on the people of this, former constitutional republic. So I'm helping my son. I could have already left out here. Actually, my son told me to get my passport, take the gold or silver that I had, and stop saving it for him. Go on the road. I've always wanted. He's like, Dad, since I was a child, you told me all you wanted to do was put a backpack on, get your word. And you said, Dad, you didn't need to worry about anything. Father would put a roof over your head. And if you shared the gospel, you would be fed at least once a day, not a free meal, but somebody would take care of, put the roof, and you would eat at least once or twice a day. You know what I'm saying? And that's all I wanted to do. But, I have to help this constitutional republic former. I have to help the people in this country. I have to help the people in this state. They got a rogue SWAT team that's just coming out and doing whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? So I could have already had the money, my passport, which has been stolen from me, all my silver, 40 pounds of silver, guys. That's my retirement for me. A lot of the things I do, like right now, I am, like I said, I would potentially, if somebody pulled their head out of their ass, I'd let you come live off the grid with me. But you can't be some lay down little sissy lala. You got to have your shit together. You got to have a preparedness mentality. But I haven't in 10 years. The only person to show up was Kevin. And now look at Kevin. Now he's off the grid, working on his house. As a matter, I got to go, guys. I got to go build his fireplace for him. So I'm helping him out. I already put him off the grid. I installed his solar system the other day, guys. He's fully up and running off the grid by himself. I sold him a 1,500-gallon water tank. He's digging a hole and he's going to bury it. He's going to have water, power. We'll probably get solar. He's got his own house. He owns the 20 acres. I sold him that 20 acres. I would have just sold it to somebody else if he wouldn't have showed up, probably. And I'm glad that he showed up. So, money is irrelevant when you live off the grid. If you have your own protein source, rabbits, chickens, ducks are a much better protein source than chickens. A rabbit, 10 rabbits, 3 does and 7 bucks will produce as much meat as a cow in a year. There are ways to become self-sufficient. I have already dug an underground garden. I just don't have enough people here to put it all together. I need to dig more, but it's almost done. A geothermal underground garden to feed 10 people here. As a matter of fact, I don't have to grow anything. I don't have to do anything. I have enough food right here on this property for me and Kevin. If we shut the gates and we let nobody come down here, Kevin and I could live here for 10 years. Easily 10 years. I got it all. I do. I even have a well drilling kit. If my well goes dry, I don't have a well because I house all my water. Eventually, I'll dig a well out here. We'll have running water out here this year. In this cabin, Rusty Dragon's going to get water. Tanks over by that pump. It's all going to come together this spring. So if I don't leave the country, I'll stay here and continue to do what it is that I do. Live off the grid, make my own power, do what it is that I do. I live the American dream. If anybody actually was living the American dream, no, you need more than duck because they're lean. I didn't say just duck. I said duck over chicken. And you don't want to do rabbits either because they lack in fat and protein as well. But duck eggs, you idiot. There's your protein. So you eat the eggs and the duck, and you have more than enough protein. It's a superfood. So ducks are much easier to take care of than chickens. They're not quite as noisy. Mine are a little noisy, but not too bad. They lay a much bigger egg. They last longer. They can last longer because they're thicker. Right? And they're not nearly as subjected to cold, and they'll lay year round. So ducks are a better choice. I have both. I'm just saying I'm starting to learn this. It's been a long time since I had a duck, okay? I've had chickens multiple times. Never did a full. I got 7 ducks out there, 4 4 ladies and 3 drakes. So I didn't say just ducks, but ducks are a good protein source for their eggs. They're a superfood. You can live on ducks alone and vegetables. So don't listen to Nathan. Nathan has no idea about actually eating the egg and maybe the duck after some time. So duck itself, lean. Rabbit, lean. Chicken's pretty lean too. So you need a better source, right? Protein. Chickens lay eggs. Ducks lay eggs. Rabbits don't lay any eggs. Silly rabbit. Tricks of her kids. So, yep. 10 rabbits will produce as much meat as a whole cow. So you should supplement your protein source with other things, but the egg itself is a superfood. You could live off eggs alone. I know people who just live off their stinking eggs. I do. A little bit of vegetables, but I seriously know people who have duck. Yeah. So I'm just putting it out there, brothers, sisters. If you choose to have chickens, they're great. They're amazing animals. I've got these red sex links. They're a Rhode Island cross. They're amazing birds. Okay. That new rooster, he came into his own. As a matter of fact, I heard a lady out there laying an egg. I bet you it's that blue egg from that white bird. So what a great protein source. Okay. That to have. Eventually, if I had, 3 or 4 or 5 of you guys out here, I would get a cow. But I can't house a cow right now. I just don't have that much ability to store that kind of food. If I had my freeze dryer still and I was on the grid, I just freeze dry it all. But right now, if Kevin and I stay here, and I'm going to know in a month or two whether I'm staying, if I'm staying full time, I'm not going to worry about going to Ecuador right now. I might even buy the land and worry about it afterwards. I might get out of jail 20 years from now and go to Ecuador. I don't know, or I'll come back here. But as of right now, I am still planning on doing both. Okay. So I don't need to be here for people to be here either. Kevin doesn't need to be here. I was actually hoping to get enough people here. This thing could be self-sufficient on his own. When I wanted to go leave, I could go for a little while and rotate, if I wanted to come back, or same thing. You guys have heard me do this before in here, but it didn't work out the way that I thought. I've been trying to do it for 10 years and it didn't work out so far. That does not mean that, yes, Plank, I said that 10 rabbits, 3 does, and 7 bucks will produce the same amount of meat as a cow. That's incredible. Now, they're not red meat. They don't have the fat that a cow has. A rabbit is very, very lean. That's one you're going to have to be careful because they don't lay eggs. Eating rabbit alone could be an issue. You could literally lose your protein sources. You probably start eating their liver and some of their organs to make up for the red meat that you're not getting the protein. So if you'd eat a rabbit, I would not recommend just living on the meat itself. You'd probably have to eat some of the organs to supplement the protein, because they are very lean, and our body needs fatty acids for our brain. It helps her. I'm not giving any advice on dietary or anything. I know the way this body works, and I know that I'm a military veteran. Protein is a massive source that you're going to need to have. If you lack in protein, you're going to be worn down. So, you want to have a high level of protein, and that's a good point. That, if you're just living off of straight duck and you're not eating their eggs, they're lean. Rabbits are lean. So you've got to have a protein source. So that's why I like the idea of I've had rabbits and chickens before. I didn't have ducks and chickens. I had rabbits and chickens. This time I took away the rabbits, ate them all or whatever. And now I'm doing the ducks and the chickens. So I have 13 ladies and 1 rooster, and I have 3 drakes and 7 hens for the ducks. So that should be a pretty good protein source for me, which, as a matter of fact, I need to get up here. You keep saying that, Tracy, and go eat some eggs, man. I want some fresh eggs, and I got to go help Kevin. So maybe I'll come back later-ish. Maybe I'll come up and I'll show you if Kevin will allow me to film, we'll go show you his place over there, and I'll show you this fireplace hearth that I'm building right now for him. We're going to get him with his wood burner, get him off the grid. He's already off the grid. He's got hooked up to solar. He's got water. Once he's got that heat source, guys, he is on his way to being completely self-sufficient there. That is so awesome. He went from coming here to, just hanging out for a minute, living over here at the Rusty Dragon, to having his own house. I purchased it. We're building it and moved it for him and got it over there. And again, we've got solar panels up now. He's got a full solar system with a backup alarm on it. Did all that for him the other day. And yesterday I started laying the brick fireplace for him, the hearth. So we need to get that in. It's still cold out here in the mornings because we're in the high desert at 4,500 feet. It might be 70 during the day, but it gets down in the 30s overnight, sometimes a little lower. So we can get a hard freeze out here every month. It does happen in this desert. So I need to go help him, guys. I need to help myself and get some food in my belly because I'm getting a little depleted here. I only ate once yesterday. So I live streamed for 14 or 16 hours yesterday. So I'd like to continue to live stream today. It is Good Friday. This is all this Catholicism, brothers, sisters, 40 days and the weeping of Tammuz. Tammuz is the son of Satan, by the way. What the hell are these Catholics weeping Tammuz? For the son of Satan, Ash Wednesday, Good Friday. This is all Satanism, brothers, sisters. I hope you don't have anybody that's doing these traditions, celebrating all this nonsense. You know what I'm saying? So whatever these celebrations. So I don't do it. I don't partake in unfruitful works of darkness. I just expose them. I shine the light on what do these people do. So preparedness for me is a lifestyle. You do it daily. I'm always working on something out here, whether it be the farm, working on livestock, remember, I have a $500,000 shelter out here that's took me, 10 years to build it out, to archive the word of the Father, 50 feet, 28 feet under the ground from where I sit right now. It took me, almost 4 years to dig the hole by hand. Kevin's finding that out right now with his water tank. He's like, dude, that's a lot harder than I thought. I said, I told you, take this Pulaski, take this pick, use it, start throwing I'm quite experienced at digging holes. I dug a 50-foot hole, 10 feet across, 10 feet deep, 50 feet. That's a long 28 feet down in the ground, brothers, sisters, from where I'm sitting at now. That takes a lot like Noah to just not listen to the world and just keep digging, digging and digging. And Kevin's finding out right now because he's putting his water tank in the ground. So it's a smart move. It'll help it from freezing. The top won't freeze over a lot of the times. If you get that dirt up over the sides, if it does, it's not like it just freezes a little bit. You go out and knock it out every other day or something. You can always have access to your water without it being completely submerged. So if you're interested in living off grid, you can try to get a hold of me. I'm one of the hardest people on this rock to get a hold of. You got to be almost like Kevin, just get your ass out of here. But if you're interested in living off grid, I have property, get a hold of me. I'll come on later, be ready to fire some questions at me. I do got room for the right people. If you're a lay down, if you're one of these, if you're not a man or a woman of God, probably won't work out here. This is a ministry. It's high desert faith and truth. So you have to have, because it's a constitutional republic. It's like Ecuador is a constitutional republic. That's why I choose Ecuador. And it's property that I can afford. In Ecuador, I can go to the doctor, and I'm not going here to the doctor in America ever. And it's about $40 to $60 to probably go get, my head looked at. Probably need to look at my lungs. I should have my lungs checked out. I know I have severe, it's got to be, guys. There's some things I suffer off of this platform from sometimes. So, yeah. Try breathing tear gas for, what was it, 2 months? You're not supposed to do that. They wrecked my lungs, brothers and sisters. My lungs have had some issues. You don't breathe tear gas. It's just not supposed to be done that way. So anyways, that's why I'm choosing Ecuador. It is a constitutional republic. There is a bunch of expats there. Their currency is the US dollar. I've been looking at a 2-hectare parcel that is fully self-sustained. There's nothing on that property that hasn't been fertilized, organically grown on the property itself. So it's never had any foreign fertilizer, genetically modifying. There is 5 different kinds of fruits growing on the property right now. There's a vegetable garden there. That's not including the vegetables. I mean, this is right in an amazing drier climate at about 4,500 feet where I'm at right now. in the middle of the rainforest, if you will, in the Amazon. It's kind of like this zone that I have found. Okay. So Zumba is the closest city, like about an hour and a half away. But I found this parcel that has it's got a two house bungalow. Basically, it's probably open like Hawaii, no insulation in between the studs. And they just put a pool in it, a big above ground pool. And when I first started looking at this property, brothers and sisters, it was about $18,000, and it's up to 39 right now. So I need to make a move on this. And it's not like, it's just the land value's gone up. They put a beautiful driveway in this place. It's up on the hill. It comes around, big old gate. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you got to have a passport to travel there. But they have an excellent system to allow people to come into the country. Like you could get a retirement visa. I think if you make $1,200 a month, they'll let you move there on a retirement visa. If you spend a certain amount of money in their house, on their, in housing, I think it's 40 some $1,000 or something like that. They'll give you a visa. It's like a work stay type of visa. Other countries have something similar to this. Lots of ways to become, you can buy property and own property in Ecuador. As a U.S. citizen, you can buy property and actually own it there. So as soon as I get to Ecuador, I'm going to renounce my U.S. citizenship, pay for whatever it takes, and separate myself from this corporation. I don't want anything to do with this corporation as far as being a citizen. Will I stop serving the people even when I live in Ecuador of this country? Never will I ever stop serving the people of the United States of America. They just don't have enough people that are constitutionally wise enough and enough voices. It's the silent majority in this country. So even if I go to Ecuador, it doesn't mean that I can't still serve this country in a capacity to help the people that are here. I can still do it from Ecuador. We have the the World Wide Net, right? So not like it's not possible. So the reason, again, that I've chosen Ecuador, I can go, the average meal in Ecuador is about $2 for a full meal, brothers and sisters, a drink, a protein, a starch, a piece, about $2. $5 will get you, a dinner, meat, maybe some guinea pig. They eat guinea pig in Ecuador. I'm going to eat a guinea pig. I never thought I'd eat a pig. It'd probably be rude not to try it there. It is their staple in Ecuador. But again, a hospital visit, $30, $40, a teeth cleaning, less than $50. Healthcare is good in a lot of other countries, brothers and sisters. These not these snakes up a pole. So the healthcare in Ecuador is good. There's a lot of other countries that you can do the same thing to in, brothers and sisters. It's not just this country, but this is the country, again, that I have chosen. So how are Christians Satanists? Because they worship Baphomet. They worship the other Jesus. The deadly head wound and healed that was in Scripture, Christianity. Yep, Satanism. So Satan means the adversary, so they're on the opposite side. Do you know any Christians that don't celebrate anything? Any Christians? Do you know any Christians? And I mean they don't celebrate anything. No Labor Day, no Martin Luther King Day, no New Year's, no Christmas, and especially birth dates. You know why Christians are vanity and vain and worthless? Because they don't point out that we're not supposed to celebrate birth. And they celebrate the birth of the sun god in the middle of the winter, Jesus Christ. Satan. So Christians, Catholics, Presbyterians, Calvinists, Mormons, are you a religion? You're a Satanist. No, they worship God. I pray to God, not to Buddha or anything. No, they don't pray to God. God is not written in the Scripture. That's not, you're adding in this book right here, Revelation, it says don't add. Who are you referring to as God? It's not written in this text. It doesn't say the word God. Does it say the word God? I don't have there's 53 in the Old Testament, 13 in the New, canonized. Where does it say the word God? Where does it say the word God? It doesn't. I rebuke you. You're an idiot. You're a Christian religious idiot. You know, in the book of Revelation, I am Pastor Revelation. The very first book in Revelation, he wrote the letter to the 7 churches. Hello. He doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. These people go to a church. These are the synagogues of Satan. That's what Christ called them at the time of Rome. The synagogues, these are the synagogues of Satan. And that's what we have today. Yeah, 501c3 funded. Yeah. So when Donald Trump says God, who is he referring to? When Donald Trump says God, in God we trust, which God is he talking about? Because the term God does not refer to anywhere in this text does it say God. His God is the one that Katy Perry, with her Baphomet upside down, Baphomet sign, Katy Perry, that's who Trump's God is. Remember, he doesn't believe in forgiveness of sin. Emma, are you a Christian? Emma, let me get you set straight here because I think you're one of these lollipop that don't answer any question. It's sweet to the taste. You put it in your mouth like a lollipop and you don't ask her any questions. Okay? Do you know that there's 2 Jesuses in Scripture, Emma? Let's get this Emma flip turned up on their head. You know there's 2 Jesuses in Scripture, right? 2 Jesus. Hello? Are you one of these Christian idiots? One of you listening? You're just frustrated as hell right now, aren't you? See? This is a Satanist, brothers and sisters. Satan means the adversary. This is a demon. A demon is a distributor of fortunes or lies. So Emma is an idolater because she believes her own bullshit or her own lies. And that's the word idolatria. Latria is to serve. Her own personal Jesus. Not aligned with Scripture. Not aligned with Scripture. They're blasphemous and they're being swine. That's not what Scripture says. You know, God doesn't love everybody. He only loves his bride. Why would God love somebody that doesn't walk and follow 2 John and 6 agape him? You can't be a disciple if you're not walking and following in his commandments, and he commands you to deny yourself. Once again, the Greek word porneia, idolatria. Idolatria is to serve. Latria is to serve, and ido is the dirt. Little things of the dirt and big, tall, anything that you see. He warned of 2 things. Idolatry, idolism. I just told you what idolism is. Porneia is the Greek word. And imagery. So you'll have people like Emma, who's a lollipop religious idiot, where it says Christ himself said there would be many Jesus. Many Jesus would come in my agape, in my authority, in my Shem, in my name. When he said name, he didn't mean Jesus. That's not what he's referring to. Many will come in my name, right? Saying they are Jesus, saying they are Christ. So there's more than 2 Jesuses in Scripture. So Emma is a demon. By definition. The reverse of an idolater is the word daimonion. Christ didn't cast out demons. He cast out the unclean aletheia out of the church because he said he was legion. Remember, he was many. There's no such thing as a demon like people think. Emma's a demon. Emma's a demon because she's distributing lies to others. And by definition, the word daimonion or demon used to be a compliment. It was. Yeah, the word demon in history, like OG, like top of the line, like, yep. that was a compliment in history. So that they would call their little deity, their little g gods, deities. They would pray for fortunes by having a burnt offering of a peasant who they would marinate in sex for a week, and wine and meat and caviar and the finest veal. And yeah. And then they would eat his body. Sacrament of the Mass, Christ Mass, Christmas. Christ Mass. Mass is the eating of human flesh. Christianity, brothers and sisters. So Emma is what I call a lollipop Christian. They don't ask any questions. Probably doesn't own a concordance. It's not studying out of the interlinear Textus Receptus. They're studying out of rejected text because they're not canonized and they lack definition. There's a reason why he said, I am the aletheia. That is the word truth in Greek. Froward is the Hebrew word to twist, change, pervert, or warp. You ever heard the term Godspeed? How about warp speed? So Emma doesn't ask questions. That's why Emma got, thrown out of here, like cast out an unclean truth, because he says, do not sup with vipers. Do not cast your pearls before swine. So Emma is adding to scripture. Christ warned of many Christ. Many will come in my agape, in my Shem, in my authority, saying they are Jesus, saying they are Christ. That's what all these churches are, brothers and sisters. Oh, they got a steeple. They've got it. It looks like Jesus. It don't taste like Jesus, does it? You're not supposed to eat Jesus's body. That's not what he said when he said, eat my body. Your brothers, your sister, and your mother is the body of Christ. It was when Shiloh, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, when Jupiter pointed, this was the sign that the Magi saw, brothers and sisters. They were watching the celestial firmament for the sign and the stars. This is how Herod knew to kill Christ, the firstborn. They were Magi. There were many Magi. They did not give, right? It was 3 gifts they gave. There were not 3 wise men. Grow up. They were called the Magi, and Daniel was a Magi, and they were watching the celestial firmament. And when this star conjuncted the morning star, this was known as the Star of David. He was from the house of David. He was born of Bethlehem. He was the lion. He sprang out of Judah, Leo in the celestial firmament. So when Jupiter moved to opposition, not the first sign, the Star of David, the Star of Bethlehem, but they continued to watch. They didn't fall asleep. He said, don't go to sleep. The enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. That is the word broadcast, brothers and sisters. They continued to watch, and they watched that sign. And when this star moved in opposition and pointed to the head of Leo, remember, he was the lion. Disney mocks him and calls him Lion King. Jupiter moved to the head right there, underneath, stopping at the head, pointing to the head, making Christ the high priest of the church. Remember his prophecy, no stone to be left upon another? Father would visit one day a year behind the veil, brothers and sisters. They would have a sacrifice out on the altar. They would wash their hands in the glassy sea. They would enter in through the temple, past the table of showbread, the altar of incense, the 7 candlesticks, which are the 7 stars, which are the 7 churches, which are the Pleiades, right? The 7 Pleiades. He controls the stars, brother, sister. But then after they would take that sacrifice of blood behind the veil, and they would sprinkle that over the Ark of the Covenant, right? Where the mercy seat underneath was eventually put, right? That blood drip where those 2 cherubs guarded the commandments. Father would visit only one day a year, brothers and sisters, and he visited as light. When he destroyed the physical temple through his prophecy, Christ said, no stone to be left upon another. He was talking about the fulfillment of the armies coming in and destroying the nation of Israel because they went after other deities, demons, little g gods, celebrated Christmas under another name, Sacrament of the Mass, Saturnalia, the Feast of Saturn, the Feast of Yule, All Hallows Eve. Catholicism, brothers, Halloween is a dual pagan holiday put into scripture by the Catholics, which are Satanists like Christians. That's right. He wasn't a Christian. He was a Hebrew Israelite. Remember, he wrote the letter to the 7 churches. When he visited John at the island of Patmos, he gave him this book of the apocalypse. That means to lift off the cover. Many are called, but few are chosen, brothers and sisters. The scales have been not removed from the eyes of most people. That is the word apocalypse. I was arrested under the name, and at the time I gave them, I am apocalypse. I am revelation. They said, that's another charge. False official statement to a police officer. I said, well, that's what as a pastor, that's what the following on TikTok, and that's what my subscribers call me, Pastor Revelation. I am revelation. I live this book. I declare the light. I am one of the only men on this rock who can walk and talk and speak of the celestial firmament of the markers, stars, sun, and moon. Genesis, that's in Matthew. It's throughout Scripture for times and seasons. I expose this. You're fully allowed to go by any. Yeah, you can change your name. So I don't go by. I don't go by this corporation. I stand against America. America is an apostasy. Christ stood against the law, and they threw him in jail. They celebrated Lupercalia February. That's Valentine's Day. Christmas, that's Saturnalia. All Hallows Eve. Passover is the word Easter, right? It only says it one time. It says Easter, and that's an interpretation of the word Passover. It's a horrible. They didn't eat crackers and grape juice. They didn't eat the body of Christ. That is masse, the eating of human flesh. Masse. M-A-S-S-E, eating the flesh. Christ said, eat my body. He wasn't talking about his physical body. The eating of human flesh is called cannibalism, brothers and sisters. Eat my body, drink my blood. That's what these Catholics have done. They've taken this hocus pocus ritual and turned it into eat my body, crackers, cracker Jesus, and grape juice, right? That's vampism, brothers and sisters. That is the feast of the Saturnalia. Right here. We did it last night on the live stream. It's all right here for you. Go watch last night's live stream. Right there. Birthed in the middle of the winter at the equinox. That's the swastika. Shut the hell up. You're a child. Oh, she's whining. Whoa. Whoa, what the hell? Hold on. Whoa. All right. The system was made to make you fail, just like the rules were made to be broken. Okay, interesting. So, this is why I stand up to this corporation, because it's a perversion. That's right. This used to be a constitutional republic. Now it's a corporation. And if you don't stand up to this corporation, you're not Christ-like. You're not a disciple. They threw Christ in jail. They would throw you in jail in America when this country was founded if you celebrated this Roman orgy festival. It was called the Sacrament of the Mass, or the Feast of the Yule, where they would eat a peasant after barbecuing him in sex and marinating him in the finest of the cheeses and the wines and the caviars and the veals and the meads. And he'd have sex with beast and man and woman. It was man on beast, beast on woman, beast on beast, woman on woman. It was an orgy, and this is Christmas. Celebrated today, Christmas, banned in this country, outlawed. They put a fine against you and throw you in a box, a rape cage, brothers and sisters, for celebrating Christmas. And these Christians tell me, okay. It's not. So you're not allowed to celebrate anything under this covenant. No, you're not. You are not to celebrate. He already fulfilled all the celebrations. They ate lamb, not crackers and grape juice, brothers and sisters, not the body of Christ. They ate lamb at the Last Supper. He fulfilled all the dietary laws, all the celebrations, all prophecies fulfilled. No stone to be left upon another was his prophecy of the destruction of the physical temple. So there is no more prophecy. I rebuke you. Any man that calls himself prophet, that is the word teacher, is a false teacher. Anybody who teaches peace is an antichrist. Not the antichrist. The word is shalom. That's right. You might want to go study the scripture. I know I'm a scorpizzo. I have the strongest celestial sign birth of any of them. Black. I don't feel any comfortable in any color than black. That is my color. Everything else, I want to jump out of my skin. Molt, if you will. The false teacher is the Scorpizzo, brothers and sisters. These are the very first people Christ deals with when he comes back. Remember, he throws the lukewarm Christians into the abyss. The hypocrites, the unbelievers, brothers. I don't care if you have a belief in Christ. The adulterers, yes, into the abyss. So all these fantasy religions thinking God's in the sky is the same exact thing they did why Father divorced his bride Israel. Father is not in the sky. Father used to visit one day a year, as I said, behind the veil as light. Remember the high priest, they would put an anklet around the high priest and put a rope, kind of like a noose, because they thought if you saw God because it was light, you could not. Remember Raiders, I don't watch television, brothers and sisters, but Raiders of the Lost Ark, they're trying to tell you where they took this thing. Right in your face, they're telling you exactly what happened to the Ark of the Covenant. But remember, they opened it up and they were melting. You cannot be around Father. He is pure, unadulterated, undefiled, horizo. Light. Every morning the sun would come up at the horizon. That's why he didn't say I'm the life. He said I am the hados, which means to be in the same narrow way, not one above another. That's the Old Testament. Pride, the heavens were the ruling class. The earth was the ruled. How many people do you know on this rock right now think heaven is above their head and earth is below their feet? They're idiots. It's not 2025. No, it's not. Jesus doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. Our body is a temple. Christ, remember, in flesh could not sin. Oh, but he ate wheat on the Sabbath. Yeah, they'd perverted the law. He hung out with a prostitute, brothers and sisters, a mass murderer. Do you know Paul was a mass murderer? Paul, the Apostle Paul, he literally killed Christians for the church. And he was a Pharisee. The Pharisees are the one who hung the Jews. They were the one who hung Christ. And he didn't hang on a cross. And he didn't carry a cross. That's why these other cracker Jesus, Caesar Borgia, is an image of the homosexual Pope's gay lover. Caesar Borgia. Look at a picture of Caesar Borgia. Look at a picture of Christ. He warns us of idolatry and imagery in his book of Revelation, does he not? Throughout scriptures, we're warned of this. So why is it that these people are okay with today thinking it's 2025 when it's not 2025? The same reason they think there's 52 weeks in a year and there's 12 months in a calendar year. And that's all false. None of that is true. And he said, don't add to my book. But you're okay with that because you're okay with celebrations. And you won't speak up about this. So you're not a disciple of Christ. You're not Christ-like unless you go suffer. The word is thalipsis. Paul said we must go through much tribulation. Paul was a mass murderer. And he had the get up. So he can go in there, around his, Yeah. He could enter into the churches because he was a Pharisee and then he preached the gospel. And they hated that. And they chased him all around. Brothers and sisters, till they finally caught up with him and they threw him off a cliff backwards. That's a stoning, brothers and sisters. Like most people don't even know what a crucifixion is. Christ wasn't hung on a cross. Most people don't know what a stoning is. A stoning is where they would take you to the highest precipice in the land, 20 or 30 foot building or the highest place, and they would take you and turn you around. You would face them and they'd shove you off backwards. And if that didn't break your neck, or your back, your accuser would come over with a large, stone, near 20 kilogram stone, and they would throw that on top of you to try to finish you off. If that didn't do it, then they literally take like bowling ball, like 20 kilogram size stone and break every freaking bone in your body. This is what they did to the Apostle Paul for teaching the gospel. Brother Jim, I love his teaching. He said it looked like they were going, Paul was going like 150 miles an hour on a camel, and he hit the side of a palace wall. Every stinking bone in his body was broken, brothers and sisters. That old man was 80 plus years old. Remember, he wrote many of his writings while he was in confinement. He wasn't like Matthew or Peter. Christ was 30 some years old, 33 when he passed. The Apostle Paul was in his 80s, okay? This man, every bone in his body was broken. And I don't remember where he ended up, but once they actually, the very first thing he said out of his mouth is he said, we must go through much thlipsis to receive that kingdom of heaven. Thlipsis is the word tribulation, brothers and sisters. Tribulation. You are not to be loved by the world. It says, if you are loved by the world, you be hated by my Father. So we're not here to be nice. That word means to be stupid. So don't be nice to people. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not boast. It is charitable. And it is meek, not weak. That's right. 2 John and 6 is the word agape. It doesn't say love in my books. It says A-G-A-P-E. And agape love is the highest form of the love of Father. And he says, who shall ever come after me? Take up your cross daily. Deny yourself daily. Who shall ever be my disciple? Take up your cross. Follow after me. Does anybody want to throw you in a cage? Rip your beard out of your face? Hang you from a tree? Put holes in you? You're not Christ-like if nobody wants to put holes in you. Hang you from a tree. Maybe not literally. Imprison you. Does your family hate you? Do your friends? That's the word theolobo. To be hated by your friends because you won't do these celebrations. To be hated by your family. Separated in prison. You're the only one. You're an outcast. Yeah, you've been separated. Welcome to the crowd. Be in the world, but be not of it, brothers and sisters. Lovejoy came in here yesterday. We haven't seen them for a minute. Talked about this coming in here on New Year's Eve when we were doing a live stream. Everybody's in the house. Lovejoy's outside going. They're all in there celebrating. They're all, drinking and partying. And I don't want to do this. I had to come here, and they're outside, imprisoned, all separated on their own. Born a Baptist family, never believed or felt comfortable in the church. Easy to see, conversation spirit, many forms there. Hold myself in comfort to be to myself and spirit always been there. Well, nice. Actually, Plank, you know what? I don't like any of them. Just Baptist, Southern Baptist, Christian. But listen, the Southern Baptists, Plank, were, as far as I can remember through my historical discovery, is they were the last ministry, the Southern Baptists, to teach predestination. Not Calvinists, but the Southern Baptists. They were the closest and the last ones that I know were the Baptists to teach what is known as the word predestination. In Romans 8:29, it talks about that bride that conforms that he already had chosen from the found. It's Romans 8:29. He said, I also did foreknow for the ones that I did predestine to conform to the image of Christ. So we have to do what he did. Predestination is the word prohorizo, meaning predetermined. You've been enslaved in this dark. See, there's a light board. You've been enslaved in this meat suit, in this darkness. And he is the divider. And that's why he said, do not think I came to bring peace upon this earth. I came to bring a sword of division that will divide. The horizo, brothers and sisters, the morning light would come up at the horizon. He said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So predestination is the word to be pre-selected or predetermined, to be imprisoned in this meat suit and predetermined for the horizon or the light. Pro-horizo. So he pulls us from darkness through repentance, through being rebuked, through baptism and not being water dipped, because that's not a baptism. That's not a baptism. You're an idiot. He predetermined us for his horizo. He is the separator and the divider of the day and night, dark and light, and he pulls us to his light. That is the word predestination, pro-horizo. Very few can define what this word means. What it is, if you will look through Paul's writings, he said, I also did foreknow, or he also, not I, he also did foreknow. The word foreknow is the Greek word prognosko. Prognosko is the Greek word means to have foreknowledge of in advance. right? Like Trump ants or Trump Vance, huh? I also did foreknow the ones that I already had foreknowledge of, the ones that I took them from their darkness and I pulled them to my light. Those are the ones that will conform to my image. They suffer for my Shem's sake. They are not loved by the world, but hated. That's right. He said, if you deny me in front of your family because it's easy in your job, because you just want to get by and you're just going to bring a Christmas gift to the party to keep your job. If you deny me in front of your fans and your family and your I'll deny you in front of my Father. So if you have a problem about teaching this gospel, sharing this light, you're not a disciple of Christ. Yep, for the image of his son. Thank you, Plank. So it's beautiful that the Baptists, Southern Baptists, were the very last that I know, and not Calvinists, because Calvinists teach predestination, but they think children go to hell. If a child has never sinned in his life, which is, you must be innocent as a child. Remember, bring that child to me. You must be innocent as a child to return to the Father. Can you sit there and chase your shadow for an hour, play with sticks, not worry about, your land payments or your mortgage or your wife or your kids or a football practice or baseball or Boy Scouts? Can you just no care in the world, innocent like a child? Because that's what he said we must be. Remember? We must be innocent as a child, washed clean in the blood of the Lamb, pulled from the darkness into the light, predestined, predetermined, pro-horizo, pre-selected, predetermined, divided and imprisoned in flesh and pulled to the light. By his will, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. The heart is continuously filled with wickedness. It means it would never stop overflowing. Like a cup, half full, half empty. I don't want to hear that crap. It continuously, that means it wouldn't stop forever and ever until the end of time where there is no end. Because where there's an end, there's a new beginning. It's like a doorway. There's no such thing as death, but But that's what it is. The heart is continuously filled. It's not half full. It's not half empty. It's continuously filled. That means it would overflow continuously. It would never stop, like a fountain, just continuously overflowing with wickedness. All these religious idiots. God knows what's in my heart. I know you've never once stuck your face in this book, have you? Never once have you read it. You listen to some pastor on YouTube, some pastor in some house made by hand, some TikTok. You heard it on Twitter. You heard it on True Social. I don't care which platform. You heard a lie. Father is the reason why we get pulled to him. You can't be saved. You have to endure to the end to be saved. No, you can't save anybody. That's not possible. So the beautiful thing about Romans and predestination is it teaches us that he also did foreknow the ones he did predestine. These are the ones that'll have their names called out in that Lamb's book of life. The ones that don't have their names blotted out, as he said in the book of Colossians 2:14, right? Once written on tables of stone, tablets pounded out in the rock is now sprinkled, blotted out, and sprinkled with the blood of the Lamb on fleshy tables of our hearts. So Christ doesn't exist in a physical temple. Christ in you, brothers and sisters, Christ in me. The inner man cannot sin. That's why he tells us, Paul, to circumcise the flesh, the outer man, the outer woman, the one that wants to continuously sin. Okay? So please remember that the heart is continuously filled with wickedness. He said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, that not one of them would. I, for 10 years of my life, brothers and sisters, wasted. And it was blasphemous, thinking that I was some kind of fisher of men bringing people to Jesus. I was such an idolater. I was such a demon. Although I was paralleling scripture, I was adding to it. So I rebuked myself in my 20s. God, I was an idiot. What an idiot. Oh, my heart was in the right place. My heart is continuously filled with wickedness, just like yours, brothers and sisters. Every one of us. None of us. We're all filthy rags. If he did not call out to us to seek after him, not one of us would. Isn't that a blessing? Hallelujah. To know that you're not doing it. God created all things, so you're not going to turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. Predestination, I also did foreknow. The ones I did predestine, those are his, that's his bride. Hello. Remember the wedding feast of the lambs? I will blot your name out of that book. If you add or take away from this, your own opinion, I'll blot book of Colossians 2 and 14. He blotted out the handwriting of ordinances, and now those spiritual testament is written on our hearts with beard blood, brothers, sisters, beard. Imagine having every beard hair ripped out of your face. Beard blood. He says, I want to find your garments washed white, without blemish, clean. Like a child, brothers, sisters, to return to the Father. That's unbelievable, isn't it? The price he paid. Every beard hair they ripped out of his face. I think Christ's beard was probably a little longer than mine. He had a pretty good size beard going at the time. So, yep. Yeah, sure did. So, there we go. Let's wrap it up there, guys. 4 hours today is going to be good for half a day. We'll come back maybe-ish, later-ish. Maybe. I always leave yourself a little wiggle room. I'm going to go help Kevin. I got to get some food in my belly. I've been saying that for about 2 hours now. But, hey, the tithe of time, I appreciate it, guys. Tithe is in the book of Malachi. It says give a man 10% of your earnings. So hit my Cash App up. Just fill it up. I don't want your money. Don't send me no money. I don't want your money. I ain't get no super chats. You already would have done it. You already would hit it up. I don't want to grift you. If you have more time, you can print money if you're good enough at it. You can make a bunch of money if you go to work hard enough. You cannot print or make time. So if you have more time, come back. And that's as your pastor, if you want to consider me, because many people call me pastor. That's what I would require in the book of Malachi. It says, tied to a man that's feeding you the meat. I'm not giving you some watered down version of the text. We're making sure we bring it straight with the aletheia. So your tithe of time, if you could give me 10% of your time, that is what I would like and require as your pastor or as your ministry and you this revelation. Come back when you have time. Okay? If you have abundance, maybe you bought Bitcoin and it went up or something. I have that. It's there. But I don't need the money for the ministry. I already paid $47,000 to pay off this ministry, brothers and sisters. Instead of going and getting myself an attorney, I chose to pay the ministry off. I don't know how that's going to turn out, but I'm okay with that. So if you can come back and tithe some time with me, that'd be great. If you know somebody that's just filthy rich, and I'm talking God abundance, because that's what I asked to pay off the ministry. I said, I don't want to seem ungrateful, brothers and sisters, but I don't need $100 from you. I don't need $50 from you, right? I don't need a small donor. I would take the donation, but I prefer for you to take that $50 and $100 and keep it for yourself. Help somebody in your area. I need somebody who's got a lot of money because I've got a large bill and I'd like to pay off this ministry so it can never be taken and I can turn it into the ministry, which I'm working on right now, and it can never be taxed again. So instead of taking the money, right, I asked for an anonymous one donor that had more than enough money because I don't want to take multiples and be taken from people who could be using it locally or for their own families. I asked for one donor. Brothers and sisters, you're looking at that donor. I have not any income. I don't get a penny from Social Security. I paid Social Security since I was 15 years old. 15. I joined the United States Army at 17. I have paid taxes, Social Security. I fought Social Security for 7 years. Finally took them to trial on the thing. And because I wouldn't tell them that I can't work at all, and I said, well, my onset, sometimes I go down and sometimes I can, but they refused and didn't give me a dime. I took care of my son as a single dad, both mom and dad, for 8 years. I never got a dime of child support. Not a dime. I paid child support when I had him in my care most of the time to her, I had him after getting him, 8 years I took care of him, not a single dime. I get no retirement. I had 40 pounds of silver, which was my retirement, brothers, sisters, and my own friend or my own daughter stole it from me. Marshall Radisnitch Nitch, John Finn on the internet, he changed his name, or my daughter, Adriana, somebody I knew. 40 pounds of silver stolen, my retirement. I've been saving that for many years. I had 25 pounds stolen from me the first time by my brother. Isn't that ironic? It's from people I know. It's not like somebody randomly came. It's from somebody I know. So I don't get disability. I'm a veteran. I don't get veterans benefits. I've never been paid a single dime from the military. Not a dime. Dirty hands are honest hands. So are dirty fingernails, brothers, sisters. I've been out there working already. So, yeah, nobody will screw you over like somebody, family or friends, right? So I work for what I have. I work for what I have. I'm a horse trader. If I earn money, it's because I earned it the hard way. I fix things up. I resell things and make them nicer. Generally, there's never been a single car that I've never purchased that I drove and sold that wasn't nicer than when I bought it. Absolutely. Absolutely. So instead of paying off this, I could be thrown in prison for 20 years, brothers and sisters. And I asked for an anonymous donor and I didn't get any help. And that's okay. So I worked very hard on and off this platform, and I was able to secure the remaining funds to pay off the ministry. That was $47,000 that it took me to pay off the ministry. So this ministry can now be turned over to High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries, where it can't be taxed. That way, if I go to prison and I get out in 20 years, I'll be able to come here. At least I won't have nowhere to go. I'll have somewhere to go. I don't know what Father has in store for me. I don't care what happens to me. I'll spend the rest of my life. All I care about, guys, like that in a sense, is that my animals don't get hurt again. They shouldn't have to pay the price because I am so active in this country and constitutionally stand up for the rights of people. This dog had to suffer. That dog had to suffer last time, and it sucks. So it is what it is. I have zero regrets for paying off this ministry, brothers and sisters. I am very pleased to know that they can't take this ministry. They can't. This is High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries, and it's not going anywhere. And I'm working on making it a part of the, like I said, there's a process. I'm trying to figure out the best way, draw up my manifest, get this all together. That way, nothing from this property can be taxed or taken. So I'll have to give up the property. There's $500,000 storm shelter that I built here. There's 3 cabins. My son said this cabin's got to be worth at least $100,000. It's bigger than a tiny home. It's a 40-foot. It's got its own bathroom. It's got its own, stand-up shower, its own kitchen, its own wood source. It's off the grid. He's like, Dad, that thing's worth a lot more. I built the Rusty Dragon. Okay, that's a beautiful building. Absolutely gorgeous. The Rusty Butterfly is still being built. So I've got 3, establishments here on the property. The storm shelter, again, $250,000 to $500,000. I spend money instead of spending it on me. I spend it on this ministry. I spend it on this community. Okay. So, I don't have any regrets though, brothers, sisters. So if you know somebody that has abundance, I will be attempting to file a lawsuit against the state of Oregon and Lake County Sheriff's Department. If they don't stand down, I will be placing a federal lawsuit against the federal government because I have called every federal entity to come out here and police the corruption in this community at the federal level. See, this has to go to a federal court, brothers and sisters. I will file, even if they throw me in prison, I will file a appellate case to go to a federal court and I'll file an appeal. and I'll win the case. I will not lose my case. I know that. I know the case better than anybody else. I know the case better than Elijah. I know the case better than Adrian. I know the case better than any law enforcement that's involved. I am the evidence. If you want to write a movie, you can write it about Pastor Revelation, and the movie would be called When You Become the Evidence. Yeah, I am now facing 6 felony counts and 20 years in prison to help my son, to help my community, to help my country, because they don't want to listen. You're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. So, bullshit. You know nothing. Don't lie. You don't know the case. That's hilarious. Melvin comes in here, FF, just off the cuff, and just is like, doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground, going to make a comment. Isn't that beautiful, brothers, sisters? This is what you'd call a sick, twisted fuck. It is. You can't be more sick and twisted. Somebody didn't know shit from Shinola come in and cast shade. Yep. Like I'm lying. That's pretty sick, man. That's a pretty sick individual right there. That's actually what we call a demon. Remember? Somebody who lies to others, demon. Pretty sad, isn't it? It's a sad state of affairs to come in and did you get hit in the face? Did you get hit in the face? Huh? Did you get hit in the face there, Melvin? Did you get hit in the face with a grenade? I don't think so. Did you have to breathe 5 tear gas I don't think so. You didn't do any of it. Yes, somebody who lies is a demon. Yep, the word demonion is a distributor of fortunes or lies to others. That would be Melvin, the demon. If he believes his own bullshit, his own lies, that is the word porneia. Porneia. Porneia is the Greek word idolatria. Latria is to serve, and ido is he said he had 2 witnesses, idolatry, little things of the dirt, statutes, big statutes, little yes, idolatry and imagery. So, Melvin is a demon and an idolater. It's pretty sad, isn't it? They just come in and they have no skin in the game whatsoever. They just throw shade. Children of darkness, brothers, sisters, do not judge them by their cover. You'll know them by their fruit. So, I don't think he knows the case. You know what's rather silly? I don't think the district attorney in Lake County has even opened up, which would be called the discovery. Discovery, brothers, sisters, under the right of discovery and suppression of evidence. That's all the evidence in the case. I don't think he's even opened up the file. And it's been nearly 1 year since they SWAT raided this house. 25, nearly 30 men and many armored vehicles came and threw everything they had at this veteran. They came out here and tried to kill me and silence me. They were so intent on making sure that I never talked again that in less than 1 minute, they threw a grenade and hit me in the face when I never threatened violence. That is a 4th Amendment violation, brothers, sisters. That is the lawsuit right there. That's it. They hit me in the face. Watch the live stream. It's pulled to the side. It's on the playlist. You can see that and me getting arrested again for menacing the police and harassing the police. What happened there? Oh, they drove by and I flipped them off and they pulled over and came over and said I had a warrant for my arrest. So I wouldn't have flipped them off. I probably would have went in and ate tacos. I should have ate the tacos first, man. I could have got tacos and then went to jail. How about that for a story? How did you get arrested? Fuck yeah. And then they pull over and they arrest me. And that's a good way to go to jail, isn't it? Mr. Werner, I'm bitching him out. Like, what the hell? You pull over Kevin? He wasn't even speeding. I got the judge in court. I got the cop going, telling the judge you're harassing and target. Mr. Werner, turn around, put your hands behind your back. You have a warrant for your arrest. What the? Harassing the police, brothers and sisters. Harassing the police. And menacing. I'm not a menace to society. I'm a menace to the motherfucking police. All my charges are not against you, the public. They're not against the public, brothers and sisters. All my charges are against police. Hindering prosecution. Hindering the police, 2 felony counts. That's some years in jail. Interfering with the peace officer. That's 2 felony counts. Police. Harassing the police, felony number 5, and felony number 6 is menacing. That is at least 3 years in prison. Just the menacing alone is 3 years. I'm probably looking at 20 years in prison, brothers and sisters, for just standing up for my son. I didn't do anything. I just didn't let him arrest him because I have the evidence, and they don't care. It's been a whole year and nothing has been done on this case. 1 whole year since they SWAT raided this house, came and hit me in the face, violated my 4th Amendment, violated my right to be secure in my house's papers, persons in effect, violated my 8th Amendment. Cruel and unusual punishment, brothers and sisters. That is assault. That is their assault. Would you stand up for your son? All it is a bunch of bullshit. They need to swallow their pride. Mask they created is supposed to sub and protect. Yeah, isn't that pretty silly, guys? I'm a veteran. Oh, here we are. Melvin's talking shit again. Melvin's got dumping trash out his pie hole, just shit falling right out of his face. It's my own fault, huh? Listen, guys, are you a U.S. citizen, Melvin? Because you have the right to speak up. Normally, I'll just give you a couple times. We'll fire your ass out of here because you're an idiot. But, well, for conversation's sake, we'll have a conversation with you. Melvin, do you have any idea what's going on with the case? You said it's my own fault. Would you stand up if your son got in trouble but did everything he was supposed to do, got in no trouble for 4 fucking years, and they try to put him in jail? Would you stand up for him? How about the community? This happens to people within this community. I have probably 12 people on my phone, 12 people that have given me, unusual crew, all kinds of law enforcement that have actually 12 people. Guys, when I was arrested, I was so afraid, brothers and sisters, they were going to get that phone that had 12 people that wrote me about targeting. They have been targeted by the police department out here on my phone. I can never, dude, I will take my phone the next time, guys, and when I get arrested, I will smash that phone so they cannot get into that. I felt so liable. Brothers and sisters, so liable for those 12 people that when I got arrested, that they could have taken those people and went out and targeted those people. Pretty sad. I can't let that happen again, guys. If I get arrested, you're going to see me break my phone. I will not let this county gain access to these people that are already being targeted in this community. Okay? So people like me are the kind of the tip of the spear. I'm the one that speaks up for these people that won't. And I had people confide in me. So I'm going to get this case taken care of. I will have the feds come out and remove everybody from Michael Taylor. I will have the elected sheriff. I will have the judge, Vandenberg, removed. Judges go to jail. District attorneys go to jail. Ted Martin is going to come back. And I'm going to place a lawsuit specifically against Ted Martin. He's the one who signed the special weapons and tactics warrant to SWAT raid this house. All the special tool, whatever they needed, they came out here. Ted Martin's the one who signed it. You can see me calling out Ted Martin. I called Ted Martin's office 100 times. 100 times, and he would never call me back. Never one time. Tried a meeting with them, talk to him. Never once did this piece of shit chief of finance, because that's all they are. They're the prosecuting attorney, brothers and sisters, but that's called the chief of finance. Everybody in that courtroom works for the district attorney. So, yep, he's called the chief of finance. Even the judge, who's just a clerk, he works for the district attorney. He's fronting as a judge, but he's not a judge. All right, Melvin. Pound sand. You think I'm crazy. Look at this, guys. Melvin, I'm going to ask you again. I'm going to have a personal conversation with you. Melvin, are you a U.S. citizen? Are you a U.S. citizen? Do you reside within the corporation America? Melvin, I'm talking to you. Pull your head out of your ass, okay, your 4th point of contact, and listen so you can hear. Are you a U.S. citizen? Congress gave you the right to speak up, not me. Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech, of the press, and of religion. Are you a U.S. corporate merchant number, a straw man, a corporate? Are you a citizen of the United states. Which 2 states are united, Melvin? Would you like to answer that question? Number 2, start answering questions. Our stoner connection, moderate this idiot out of this chat. Melvin is full of shit, like I said. Melvin, speak up. Melvin, are you jacking, whacking, pulling your hard, poor chain, pud? Are you man-chowdering? Did you blow it in your face and your eyes? You might want to get a rag and wipe your face. Can you see clearly what I'm saying? Yeah, are you gobbling the man-chowder, goo gobbler? I'm serious, Melvin. I'm asking you a serious question. Are you a U.S. citizen? We will. I'm starting to think he's one of the pigs of the state. Stop being intergenerations. All right. Apparently, Melvin has nothing to say. Brothers and sisters, I find it rather ironic that as a United States Army veteran who defended your right of free speech, they have taken every single right from me except for my First Amendment. They came and took all my weapons, brothers and sisters. They got a warrant, and they came out here and took the 2 weapons. I only had 2, and I never even fired any of them, never even one time. Yeah. They've stripped me of my Fourth Amendment right, my right to be secure in my houses, papers, persons, and effects. That means if I had a cougar come off the mountain, off the side of the hill here, and they started tearing up my fucking dogs, I just have to watch my dogs get tore the fuck up. And I apologize for cursing, because I didn't curse at all, brothers and sisters, until I was hit in the face with a grenade. I don't know how patient I can be, guys. It's been 1 year, and they have done nothing. Legally, nothing has been done in this case. There's been no investigation. I haven't spoken with an investigator. There's been no witnesses. Nothing has been done in this case. It's hard to imagine that they could do this to a military veteran like myself. If I had a criminal record, I would understand, but I didn't have a record. And all I was doing was standing up for my son. That's it. Are you a felon? No, I don't have a criminal record. Growing farm life. I don't have a criminal record. I don't have a record. They came and took my fucking guns without a criminal record. They took them, and they're going to try to prosecute me later. That's illegal. You're innocent until proven guilty. That is a violation of my constitutional Fourth Amendment to be secure in my houses, papers, persons, and effects. They're fucking thieves. Not only did they steal my weapons and my ammo, but they literally took my Second Amendment right. They stripped me of my Fourth Amendment, brothers and sisters. I cannot be secure out here. My animals can't be secure. They violated under my Miranda rights. They accosted my body, and they never once read me a Miranda rights. I've never once been read a Miranda right on this case with the 4 felonies, hindering prosecution, interfering with a peace officer, and criminal conspiracy. There's 5 charges right now. I'm facing 7 charges right now. I'll probably spend, if they railroad me, the rest of my life in prison until I can file a appellate case. So okay, well, I'm not a felon. I have no criminal record, and I was arrested without a record. When I was arrested, my son's attorney represented me and pleaded to the courts, let this man out of jail. You are violating his rights. They kept me in jail an extra week, brothers and sisters. This attorney was telling my son's attorney, Dan Spencer, who represented me, which is illegal, was pleading to Judge Vandenberg, going, this man has no criminal record. He's a United States Army honorably discharged veteran. He has land in this property in this town. He's paid taxes for 10 years. Let him out. He said, there is no other county right now that is keeping anybody in the state of Oregon for more than 7 days. He even said, look, Klamath County, the county next to us is not, they have a problem like we do with enough prosecuting attorneys. They're turning everybody out in 7 days. I told the people in jail, they're targeting me or whatever. You know, you got to talk about your charges. They're like, that's crazy, dude. I talked to a couple of guys that have done a lot of runs. You know, there's a couple of guys in there like Wade. He's done a bunch of time, right? They put me in with the you know, the hardcore guy at first. And I said, look, man, they're targeting me. And he's like, dude, that's crazy. He's like, they're going to let you out of here, man. They will not keep you in here. I've come in here and out of this jail so many times off and on. They won't keep you in here. If you truly said what you're saying, and you're not bullshitting me, if you have no criminal record and you live in this county and you're a veteran, they'll let you out. They can't. That's actually a violation of your rights. They will not keep you any longer than a week. I said, well, I'm not your normal case, man. And he said, that's pretty crazy. If they keep you more than a week, they're violating your rights. They can't do that. Wade knows his way around. And he has no like assault charge. He won't do the license thing. This guy got pulled over so many times without a license, you know, and that's what his criminal record is. No assault charges. Oh, he's this bad guy, right? He was a good dude. He really was a good dude. He gave me a couple coffees, man. So Wade told me, he's like, listen, they're going to let you out of here. If you truly don't have a criminal record and you pay taxes, they can't keep you. Well, brothers and sisters, day 8 came and I pleaded to the judge and I said, listen, the state of Oregon came and wrecked my property. All my fences are over. I've got animals with the door open. I got livestock running around. You know, I'm not going anywhere. Let me out of here. Let me out. He denied me. They brought me back in again and again and again. Okay. I remember my attorney again was Elijah's attorney, which is legal, which is my son. So he's representing me. The third time he came in there, he realized how bad he had fucked up. And he said, listen, I'm not representing him. I'm representing the Constitution. You've got to let this man out of jail. Again, he presented this huge case under the circuit ruling of the 19th Circuit and all. He said, this man needs to be released from custody. If you don't, you're going to violate the case and his rights. And Vandenberg and Ted Martin didn't keep me in there for 8 days, didn't keep me in there for actually on Friday. The judge, I called him out and he said, oh, well, something because I told him about, hey, I got animals. And he said, oh, well, we'll let you out Friday. They didn't let me out Friday, guys. They kept me over the weekend. And then they let me out to next week. I didn't get out of jail for 14 fucking days as my animals sat here breathing tear gas for 2 fucking weeks with my son's attorney representing me illegally, pleading to the courts, let this man out. You're violating his constitutional rights. You got to let him go. If he had a record, he has no priors. He's an honorable discharge veteran. He lives in the community. He pays taxes. He's not a flight risk. He's not going anywhere. Let him out. You know, Dan Spencer, my son's attorney, knows that he fucked up so bad by representing me because I said, hey, you can't represent us both. You know what I'm saying? That he filed in the courts to be removed in June. 1 month after he represented me, he realized that how bad he had fucked up, brothers. I apologize for the cursing. You can't, each defendant in a case has different counsel. He represented me. This case will be thrown out immediately. That's called co-defendant, co-counsel. You can't counsel co-defendants. Each defendant has to have different counsel. So, no, that's not true, Kyle. You're an idiot. I rebuke you. Try stirring up fucking tear gas. You're not, that's totally untrue. Yeah. Off the fucking walls months later, that stuff was still making me just, yeah, that's not correct. So it's not for 2 fucking months. Every time it would clean up or behind something, it would stir it up and it would still gas me out. So that's not correct. I don't know where you found that, but that's not the gas that they shot in this house. Absolutely not. Like I said, I literally choked and my animals. What was it? My buddy Gene came over here. It was 10 or 11 or 12 days. I was almost 2 weeks. And I cleaned every day for 2 weeks. And every time I'd stir it up, it would gas me. I had to make my eyes just literally just, I woke up for a whole week like this. My hands were literally like this, cramped. I mean, I had to get out of there like, take me, a half an hour just to get my body from, undoing itself from breathing tear gas all night long. And my animals got to be in here too, brothers, sisters. My animals got to be in here too. For 2 weeks, I believe it was day 11 or 12. Gene came over here and I'm like, man, I got this place. I've been cleaning every day. I got the vacuum. I'm dusting. I'm cleaning between the cracks. I'm pulling everything down. I'm dusting. And every time it just steers it up in my, and I've been already, I had to breathe that shit, 5 of those tear gas canisters. Okay. 5 of those tear gas canisters. Okay. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 of them that they launched in this house that I had to breathe before I finally exit the building. And then I come back for 2 weeks and I got to breathe this shit. Gene came over here and I walked up and he walked up to the house. I was like, hey man, come on. I didn't have any visitors. Like, come on in, man. Come on in. He got to the door and he goes, whoa. He's like, dude, you're still staying in here? You're still staying in here? I was like, yeah. He's like, dude, I can't go in there. I'm like, what are you talking about? He said, that is hurting my eyes. I can't walk in there. How the hell are you going? You sleep in there? I said, yeah, it's all cleared out. He's like, dude, I can't even come in the building right now. He said, it's literally, I can taste it, Tracy. I said, but I got it all clean. He's like, no, you don't. He said, I can taste it right here. Well, when you're in that building for 2 weeks, you kind of like become nose blind. He couldn't even walk into the building. Pepper spray, toilet paper was one of my favorite things after using the toilet. Yeah. So, no, that stuff has a very long residual, brothers and sisters. Like I said, I found canisters, months later, and when I would pick all that gas, it was just absolutely it gassed me out. So this dog right here had to be taken from the property because he was struggling with his breathing. He was literally having choking and having issues. The dog. So no, I don't have a lawyer. I just got a lawyer, guys, after 11 months, and he hasn't done anything. Nothing. A lawyer looked at the case about 5 months ago and quit. He looked at the case and said, I quit. So he never did anything for me. Nothing. I received no legal counsel. He was from another, he realized he couldn't win. So that's it, brothers, sisters, let's get it wrapped up. But I just want you to know what they'll do to a military veteran like myself. I didn't break into any buildings, brothers, sisters. I didn't have any charges. My son got in trouble for theft, not robbery. 5 guys. He's the only one to go to jail. The only one to go to jail. They let him out of jail. He does all his community service. Nearly 4 years later, they tried to put him in jail. 4 years later, they tried to put him in jail. I was like, what the fuck? So, I would stand up for him again. If he didn't do his community service, I wouldn't stand up for him. I taught my son, if you do the crime, do the time. And he did. The only one guy to go to jail. 5 guys get in trouble for the same crime. Only one goes to jail. One of them was a rapist, by the way. My son didn't know that. I found out that he was, and I told the probation and parole office, and they still let my son hang around him. When he was buying my son cigarettes, when I told him he was buying him cigarettes, he's 18, he's supposed to be, or 19, he's got to be 21. Why is this felon buying my son cigarettes as contributing to a minor? They didn't give a shit. All lawyers work for the courts. That's right. Rights, camera, action. I don't care if it's your public defender, they work for the chief of finance. The judge works for the chief of finance. That $1 million attorney, he works for the bar. They all work for the chief of finance. Most people don't know who the chief of finance is, but the chief of finance is fronting as the district attorney. He does not have no authority in an actual, there's 3 courts, criminal, right? Courts, right? 1, first administrative, 2nd What is the second? That's the third article court, which actually has judicial capacity, and the fourth, which is administrative, operating territorial in administrative capacity. First, administrative. Second, no, third. There is no second. There's a third article court, which is operating in a judicial capacity. And there's a fourth, which is like this court down here in Lake County, which is a territorial court acting as an administrative court. So they're actually not even acting in a judicial capacity. There's only one court, one single court in America that's operating under the original Title 18 statutes. If they're going to charge you, I don't care if it's federal, I don't care if it's county, state, they have to charge you under Title 18. And unless they charge you under the original Title 18 statutes, those are not part of the original Constitution. Anything that was added when they turned this into a corporation is called criminal code. Title 18 revised statutes. Revised statutes. A revised statute, what state ever you're in. If you're in Florida, it's FRS. It's in Oregon. I'm on ORS. So Oregon revised statute is meant for a corporation. Statutes, criminal code is not criminal statute. Criminal statute was adjudicated through the House, the Congress, and the Senate. So anything that's not passed through our House, our Congress, and our Senate is repugnant. All these laws were added, and they're not laws. They're called codes, and they're meant for a corporation. That's why I will not be arrested under a capital letter name. And when I went into court on 12/29 of 2024, I subrogated the merchant number, took over power of attorney. I actually put the court on notice of liability for all damages, and I challenged the judicial capacity of Dave Vandenberg. Dave Vandenberg said, Dave Vandenberg is not a judge. He has no judicial capacity. He's not operating in an Article 3 court. That's right. And I'm going to take and file a power of attorney. No, this isn't sovereign citizen. There's no such thing as sovereign citizen. That's a good way to get yourself thrown in prison. Yep. There's no such thing as sovereign, means you're above the law. Cops have what's called sovereign immunity, but they can't break the law. They can lie to you, but they can't break the law. So there's only one Article 3 court in this corporation, America. And if they're going to charge you under criminal statute, that's your Title 18 statutes. Anything added after that hasn't been adjudicated through the House, Congress, and Senate is not, there's a difference between legal and lawful. You're an idiot. I know criminal code. I know I used to be a pig myself. I did this for a living. So they're not charging me in an Article 3 court under the original Title 18 statutes. That's why I will not be arrested under some capital letter name. I have never said that I am, capital TRACYWERNER. I'm not that name. Actually, I went into court and I said, I'm taking power of attorney of that merchant number. And I'm challenging the judicial capacity of Dave Vandenberg that he's not a judge. He's not operating in an Article 3 court. He's charging me with Title 18 statutes, which are revised. He has no judicial capacity. So I'm taking over that merchant number. I'm exercising my right of subrogation. I will taking that money. And the only way that Dave or you or any of the courts get it back is if you can prove that Dave is actually operating in a judicial capacity as a judge and not some fake clerk, like the little clerk out at the judge and the clerk work for the chief of finance. The chief of finance is what is known as the prosecuting attorney. He's the one who signs the warrant. He's the one who's making the deal for your gain, for your bar. Merchant number is what it's called. It's not an SSN. It's called a merchant number. It's a credit. You think it's a card. You're a card. They've done merchant you. They took over your merchant number, and that merchant number is what is known as you call it that card they give. It's a credit. Each one of us has a $1 to $2 million credit by birth that they pull from when we go to jail. And that's why when they arrest you, you admit, hey, is this you? On paper, you say, oh, I'm Capital Steve Bozo. And they go, oh, cool. Well, we're just going to take Steve Bozo's merchant number, your bond, your treasury, and we'll extort that merchant number. And you'll pay to be in prison. And then we'll send the rest of it Ukraine. You pay for your own enslavement. You pay to be imprisoned in America. It's sickening. Yes, it is. So I am not a citizen and I don't claim nationalists. I don't have to claim it. I have organic rights. Remember, there are Black's law, natural law, organic law, laws of the land, common law. I don't have to claim nationalism. I don't claim sovereignty. I don't. I don't have to. I'm not part of this corporation. I was never arrested under capital Tracy Werner. Actually, I already went in an open court and took over power of attorney of that capital letter Tracy Werner. I said, I'm exercising my right of subrogation. I'm exercising my right of subrogation. I'm challenging the judicial capacity of Dave Vandenberg that he's not operating in judicial capacity. I will take that merchant number. I'll put the court on notice of liability for any damages, both punitive, emotional, and physical damages. All damages, everybody in this case is put on liability for all damages, and they'll be taken from that merchant number. And the only way I'm going to give you that money back, that merchant number, is if you can prove that you're operating in a judicial capacity, and they're not operating in a judicial capacity. So it's all. I'm not sure if you guys could hear me. Yeah, that phone is ringing. But anyways, this is what was done on 12/29 of 2024, brothers and sisters. So whether you realize what's going on or not, everybody in that courtroom works for the district prosecuting attorney, which is known as the chief, the COF, the chief of finance. He's the one who's subrogating your merchant number. He's the one who's extorting your bond. Everybody works for him. The judge falls and grovels. If you go to court, you'll realize that's right, huh? The judge grovels after that prosecutor. He's the one who signs your SWAT warrant, huh? It's not the judge. It's the who puts the charges, and then the judge is a clerk. That's all the judge is a clerk. It's just a clerk. He like the little lady out front that checks you in. He ain't got no judicial capacity whatsoever. There's only one Article 3 court. There are over 400 fake judges in this corporation called America right now. There's only one judicial court, one Article 3 court. Everything else is either first administrative or fourth territorial, which is an administrative court as well. So I haven't covered this in a minute, but this is the issue they're going to have. Maybe this is why 1 year is gone and nothing has happened in this case. 1 year and nothing has been happening because they can't. Brothers and sisters, I already took the money. Do you know what the Tampa Bay Treasument calculator? Yeah, well, there's 400 fake judges. Yeah. It's four Article 3 courts. No, there's not four Article 3 courts. There's only one Article 3 court. There are three courts. First, administrative. Second is not a court. It's third is judicial, and fourth is administrative. There's three courts. There's only one operating in a judicial capacity. One. You farted and Diddy came out. Well, did Trump come out with them too? Because they both got their lightsabers up their ice holes. I guarantee Donald Trump's had his Swartz, his lightsaber up Diddy's ice hole. Who do you think paid for that bath oil? Yeah, you made the bed. Trump sleep in it with all your pedos in Hollywood, huh? EpiPen Island boy much? B flat coming out. Born backwards right out the butthole, huh? Not the Matrix. The Matrix is the woman's. There's no Matrix out here. You guys are idiots. So take your B flat somewhere else there, Diddy. Yep, you made your bed. Now sleep in it. Joseph, the Supreme Court of the United States, the U.S. Courts of Appeals, the U.S. District Courts, the U.S. International Trade are all deemed Article 3 courts by the federal government. No, they're not. They're not operating in a judicial capacity. We're talking about Title 18, you idiot. Criminal charges. They're not operating in a judicial capacity. No, they're not. No, they're not. There's only one Article 3 court. You're a liar. Oh, yeah, I'm a pedo, huh? Yeah. Get out of here. Are you telling me Donald Trump is not? Are you telling me Alex Jones? Are you Bill? Is he one of those? His phone was pinged from his tower to EpiPen Island and back. Do you support him, Alex? Like Alex Jones does? Let's see. Uh-oh, what's going on here? Yep, Mr. Alex Jones. Yep, Mr. Chump, same thing. Same thing. So are you part of that lightsaber ice hole Swartz? Use the Swartz, Luke? Kitty touch, throw your kids in the fire, eat your kids, McDonald's, Catholicism, Mormonism, Catholics, Muslims. So, man, I'm getting hit with the phone calls. All right, guys, I got to go. Ooh, what's this? I can't stand these calls. You guys, you get a call, it comes from a different number, and then it rings through your voicemail, and nobody ever called. It's kind of crazy. So, all right, let's wrap it up there, guys. 5 hours. Most of you guys don't even work 5 hours a day. Thank you, Father, for letting me come in here. And where do you think you come from that there, growing farm? You think they're going to put you in a millimeter dome smart city? Where do you get your information from, huh? That's pretty far out there, man. It's pretty far out there thinking they're going to put us in work camps. Millimeter bowls. You mean like this? Like 15-minute megalithic cities? Yeah. Can you say Walmart? Can you say Sam Walton? They're going to put you in a FEMA camp. It's called Walmart, you idiots. Remember the Waltons, World War II, and turned American citizens and made them work as slaves. They were American-born citizens, brothers and sisters. Their parents were not born here, but they were, and they still put them in fucking prison. Donald Trump's going to do the same thing to you. Are you ready? Smart meter, city, millimeter bowl, dome. Why is the work of this ministry on the U.S. debt calculator? Because the government watches me too. Fuck the Department of Justice. You're a bunch of fucking losers. Not once did anybody from this federal alphabet soup agency ever call me before the SWAT raid because they're pieces of fucking shit. Garbage alphabet soup agencies that have no authority. They're just a corporation. That's right, DOJ. You're a fucking corporation. FBI, low man on the totem pole. Fuck you too. You're an alphabet soup agency and you have no authority over me. That's why you haven't come out here, not even one fucking time. No man with little sunglasses and black vans to come pick me up, huh? Because you're pieces of shit. You're fucking losers and you support this corporation. All these offices with these alphabet soup agencies should be abolished immediately. Fuck the DOJ, the DOD. You have no authority. You're a corporation. I rebuke everybody who works for these alphabet soup agencies. You are the swine of this country. Well, besides the military veterans like myself. This channel is monitored by law enforcement, and not one time is the Department of Justice at the federal level, and I've called state, federal. One time have I ever been contacted by the fucking feds. So fuck the federal government. If I had my way, I would abolish the federal government. If 25% of the people in this country would grow a set of fucking balls and stop paying, they threw tea in the harbor over 2%, 25 a quarter, the federal government would dry up all by its fucking self. But you just keep paying your fucking taxes and they'll keep taking your money and sending it to Ukraine, sending it to Iran, sending it to Israel. Yeah, did you get a vote on that? Fuck the feds and fuck all these people who support this system. You're the problem. 40% of the populace of America works for the fucking corporation. Yep, the government, either county, state, private contractor. Oh, yeah. pigs, brothers and sisters. So I rebuked the federal government because I called the federal government to come out here and police Lake County Sheriff's Office. Why did the rapist never get charged, feds? Why is Tony Karsten a rapist, known rapist, convicted of a 25-year sentence? Literally released after serving 13 years in a Texas penitentiary prison, released into this county. And now I got to deal with this fucking ass. And he's moving around. He's not telling nobody where he's moving. That's illegal. This parole officer, Lily Frank, should be put in prison indefinitely. Let that fucking rapist get my son in trouble. And I told her before he ever got in trouble to stop letting him hang around my son, because I know this motherfucker is moving around as a rapist and not telling anybody, and seeing him at a house that does methamphetamines. You know what they do? They turn around and start color coding my son, piss testing my son, targeting him. He didn't know drug charges. Lily Frank is a criminal and should be immediately put in prison. Immediately. I tell her she let a rapist run around. Feds, would you like to talk about why Tony Karsten has never been convicted? 5 guys involved in the same exact theft. Only 1 to go to jail. Why has Tony Karsten to this day never been convicted? 19 charged. 70, they were all charged. They were fucking kids. The rapist, 41-year-old Tony Karsten, released out of a Texas penitentiary to fund the poorest county in the state of Oregon. Yep, to help fund our parole department. What's up with that, feds? How come you didn't come out here and police this fucking corrupt sheriff's office? Because you're fucking losers. Department of Justice, Department of Defense, Federal Bureau of Imbeciles, Central Intelligence of fucking idiots. Central Intelligence, my ass. Central idiot assholes is what they are. They're a bunch of idiots. Not one time has anybody from the federal government called me. One single fucking time. You even hear me during the SWAT raid telling you I called the feds. It's sick, brothers and sisters. It's sickening. I had called years in advance about the corruption in this police department, selling methamphetamines to the farmers out here. One of the local sheriffs is seen, his fucking vehicle is seen at the local people here. There's 2 of them in town. Seen at his fucking house. What is he delivering? Is he investigating? Is he dealing? Or is he fucking using? He's using, brothers and sisters. He got caught on the job with methamphetamines, being high on the fucking job. Tom Rourke. His son is selling the methamphetamines to the farmers out here. Shh, 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 shh. Not all of them. Some of them, though. How do you think these farmers go round and round year after year in fucking circles and never stop working? Sick, twisted farmers. The Dinsdales, criminals. Churches, criminals. That's right. Puckets, criminals. Not all of them in there, but many are. And they get a free fucking pass, brothers and sisters. I want to tell you one more thing that I got to go. One of the sickest things I've ever seen in my adult life is how Lake County School, North Lake County, the teachers in that school let the students not bully, haze, physically haze the poor kids in this town. The farmers' kids get to do whatever the fuck they want, and the teachers turn a blind eye. It's sickening, guys. The stories that come from this fucking school over there, that the teachers just turn a blind fucking eye to the people in this town whose children got money. And these kids literally haze. Hazing is different. I'm a veteran. There's a difference between bullying and hazing. They haze these kids. And the teachers, they just turn a blind eye. That's sickening, isn't it? Children suffering because the students, because the rich farmers out here get a free pass on everything. These motherfuckers will blow down the road at 75, 85 miles an hour. Kevin got a ticket for going 8 over, and he wasn't even speeding. I got the officer to actually lie in court and say he radared him. He wasn't even going in that direction. Literally, I got the cop to lie in open court. Lie in open court, and he still gave Kevin an 8 over. Kevin drove 1,400 miles. Kevin had a ticket in 20. Kevin drove 1,400 miles to fight a ticket. You think he's guilty? 1,400 miles he came to drive to fight this ticket, and they still turned around and gave him a fucking ticket. Even though I have the cop, I used to be in law enforcement, brothers and sisters. I know how this works. I set the cop up. He was an idiot. Right in front of the judge. And then the judge like, hey, you got to just start answering him yes or no questions. Like Kevin couldn't elaborate on anything. No, you can only ask him, if you don't answer, I'm going to throw you in contempt. Threatening me. Mr. Vandenberg there, he never looked me that close in the eyes. I got to look at him. So, all right, guys, the poorest county in Lake County in Oregon is Lake County. So this is what goes on in this county. They just do whatever the fuck they want in this county. They do whatever they want, brothers and sisters. I literally have the cop lying in open court, said, you can't be doing that. And then he sat back. When he did that, he sat back in his chair. He was like, oh, fuck. And he just looked up at the judge, and he didn't say anything. He didn't say anything, brothers and sisters. He just sat there, and then he didn't say anything else, and he knew he was lying. And then the judge, I knew it, and actually asked Judge Vandenberg, because I don't call him a judge. I don't ever ask. I leave the court when I'm ready. I will not sit the fuck down in a courtroom. I stand up. With 3 or 4 times ago, I went, the Vandenbergs, hey, would you like to take a seat? Fuck you. I ain't standing down. So literally, brothers and sisters, I knew that when I got that cop in a lie and got him to admit there was nothing, Kevin was going to get the ticket. I'm in Silver Lake. So they gave him a ticket anyways. Guys, if you come up here to Christmas Valley and you come down CV Highway, the cars go down. This is a blink and miss it kind of town. We don't even have a yellow light up here, okay? This is 2.5 million acres set apart from light pollution. We're not going to ever have a yellow light. We're not. Cars go down this highway 65. The farmers go down 75 fucking miles an hour and get a free pass. Oh, farmers can go do whatever, but they pulled Kevin over. I got the cop to admit that he was even going in the wrong direction, and he still gave Kevin a ticket. So I was so beside myself. I asked the judge, because I knew I was like, I need to leave. I need to leave. And I actually asked, and I never ever, like I said, I don't ever ask. I just leave the courtroom when I'm done. I said, I need to leave, and I got up and left because I knew they were going to convict Kevin. No matter what he did, like I said, you could see cars going down CB Highway. You guys sit there and go do a video live stream, and a half an hour, they'll go down the, 65 miles an hour. Maybe they're terrorists. I mean, tourists. They drive through this little town. They don't slow down. Kevin got a ticket going 8 miles an hour. Oh, that's not even speeding. I got the cop to lie, and Dave Vandenberg, the absolute fucking criminal judge, who's not a judge, he's just a clerk, gave ticket to Kevin after driving 1,400 fucking miles, 20 years since he's received any kind of ticket. He went ahead and gave Kevin a ticket anyways. Judge Vandenberg is an absolute fucking criminal. And they do this with everybody down in Lakeview, guys. This I tell you what, Lakeview has got to be one of the most depressing places in Oregon. It sucks because this is such a beautiful place, but you can feel the corruption when you get into Lakeview. I'm telling you guys, there it is, the most corrupt county. I used to be a cop, brothers and sisters. I know the system inside and out. This is probably the most corrupt system. Listen how fucked up this county is. We are the bastard of the county. Brothers and sisters, we have no 911 in Lake County. Call the feds right now and report this fucking criminal police department. Please, brothers, so they're not doing anything for me. We have no 911 services, but we got all kinds of new fucking cops out here. Cops saying never say, no 911. Now that reroutes and it has to go to the other county, Boy, that's not very good because we don't even have emergency services out here. 911 gets transferred to fucking Klamath County. That's how corrupt the system is in Lake County, Oregon. Dave Vandenberg is a criminal. These people, remember, they had the LCAS, the Lane County Action Services. They didn't give the people who qualified for heat money until the fucking summer, brothers and sisters, because this town is so used to being scammed that the people from KLAS, Klamath Action Services, somebody from Klamath came and stole all the money. That's how easily they extort this town. It is sickening. Listen, Pew Pew, did you get hit in the face by the state police? Shut your fucking mouth. Unless you could do some fucking investigation, you fucking idiot. It's been a year since they swatted my house. Nothing's been done. That's why I'm driving F-bombs. Did you get hit in the face with a grenade? No. Have you served your community, your country? Did you hold a protest against your government? No. Stop telling me how to live my life. I didn't curse for thousands of hours, you fucking idiot. Until I got hit in the face with a grenade. You're an idiot, means you don't know. You are a simple, unskilled, lame. Want to know how lame you are? Who the fuck is God? Would you like to tell me? I have the scriptures right here. Where does it say God? Why don't you choose the right to remain silent? That's your right. That's your Miranda right. Shut the fuck up. Your right to remain silent. That's what you should do. Tell me God. Who the fuck is God? I'm asking you there, Pew Pew. Who is God? God is a title. That's right. How come it doesn't say God in here? Because you're an add to scripture. You do exactly what it says. And I know it's not what goes in a man that defiles him. It's what comes out of him with the cursing. I know. I absolutely know. I served 5 years in the Army. Oh, you fucking piece of shit, fucking tyrant. Fuck you. You veterans are the worst, just like me. You at least admit it. 50 fucking years killing women and children so men can stand with a goddamn face fucking diaper so people could close their fucking businesses. Fuck you. And you know absolutely nothing. God is Jesus Christ, Savior of all. No, God is not Savior of all, you fucking idiot, veteran, tyrant, fucking piece of shit, pig, lying demon. That's not the truth. Listen to this bullshit this person just said. Let me read it to you so you can see the blasphemy. I've served 5 years in the Army too. Ha 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 ha. Fuck you, you fucking tyrant. You fucking train killer. Oh, you're such a badass. How's that feel when you watch somebody leave the fucking eyes, their soul, it leaves? You like that? Women and fucking children. Yeah, Iraq, right? Shock and awe. Women and children. How many women and children there, veteran? Pew pew for life. How many women and children lost their lives? Not fighting age men, battle dress uniform men, military fatigues, but how many women and children lost their lives in Operation, right? Desert Steel, Desert Storm, Operation Iraqi Freedom. How many women and children lost their fucking lives in that operation? Not people who signed up for fucking war, vet. Speak up or you ate the fuck up. No, wait, you might be 16 up. You're twice as 8 up as the rest of these motherfuckers in here, aren't you? Because you're a vet. So how many women and children during those operations, this is the 90s, remember, first part of the 90s, lost their life? Not men of fighting age, the finest of the finest, you fucking war pig. How many women and children lost their fucking lives? They didn't ask to be signed up for war. Why don't you speak the truth? Or are you just some proud fucking veteran? Listen, either answer my question, you fucking leg. What are you, 13 fucking Bravo? You a cannon cocker? I bet you didn't even get to pick your job in the military, did you? What was your ASFAB score? What was your MOS? You don't say shit about the fucking 50 years we have forced every nation to pay for oil with the US dollar. Fuck you, you fucking pig. You're a veteran. You are the slime of this world. I know I'm one too. So speak the fuck up there, Foxtrot. Are you okay with killing women and children in Iraq that didn't sign up? How many women and children lost their lives? Why don't you speak some facts? 95 Bravo. Yeah, first motherfucking one to battle, last motherfucking one to leave. The most heavily four-man armed team in the military. Yeah, the mud puppies, huh? Mike Papa. Why don't you talk about the petrodollar? Thank you, Dustin. We have forced with 1,000+ fucking military bases in over 180 countries with vets like me and this puke in here, pew pew. He's a fucking puke. Just like me, I am filthy fucking swine to serve this military industrial complex. Speak up, vet. Speak up, pew pew. How many women and children are, get your fucking 8-up ass out of here? I said you're 16 up. You don't have to remind veterans that I served with that we don't fight for freedom. Freedom is a fucking fallacy. Freedom is a fallacy. We fight for the right to people to choose. Do you need a reminder of that there, soldier? Or are you 16 up, twice as 8 up as the rest of them? Speak the fuck up. I ask you a question. You are 8 the fuck up. Look it. This is a dumb fucking veteran, guys. This is how much of a numbskulls these people are legs. 77 Foxtrot. You're a fucking leg. Answer my question or get the fuck out of here, you fucking killer. You sick fucking twisted fuck. Are you a proud veteran? Are you one of those proud veterans, pew pew? Are you a proud veteran? What the fuck did you have you done for your country since you got your honorable fucking discharge? I bet you ended your tour of service, huh? That's it. No more serving this country. I'm done. Fuck you. My tour of service says DD-214, honorable discharge. My tour does not end. ETS, Echo Tango Sierra, asshole. Speak the fuck up or get out of here. I'm going to ask you one more time. How many Iraqi women and children lost their lives during Operation Iraqi Freedom, Desert Storm, and Desert Shield? How many women and children? If you can't ask this, get the fuck out of here. Speak up there, pew pew, because your ass from a hole in the ground. That's right. We don't fight for fucking freedom, you idiot. We fight for the right to them to have a right to choose. Your numbers are way the fuck off. Grow up. How many million women and children? Million, not 50,000. Can't even get his facts straight. Nope. Imagine being a child, losing your life, depleted uranium. We use that over there in the desert, brothers and sisters. These people are affected generation after generation. You think these people are just going to stand down? They're not like Americans, brothers and sisters. Yeah, you know, death by a million paper cuts. They're more generationally. So you think that their children are not affected by this depleted? That has a half shelf life of what? Oh, he's going to try to give me some atropine. You are an 8-up fucking soldier. You know that? Hey, puke, everything you put in this chat, I'll let you stay. Otherwise, I'm going to moderate. You either start exposing the federal government and your sorry ass for what the fuck you did in the military with 1,000+ military bases in 180 countries, or get your sorry fucking ass out of here. You ain't no soldier. You are 8 the fuck up. You are not a soldier. Absolutely. I don't give a fuck what you think. I served with veterans that I had to remind what the fuck we do in this country. So start speaking up about this military complex and how many fucking people are killed in these 1,000+ fucking bases in all 180 countries, or get your sorry ass out of here. You sickest fucking fuck I've ever met. Veterans, all of us. I'm not just putting you as the one, all of us. Anybody who does not speak up and is a proud veteran like Pew Pew, probably proud to be a veteran. I'm not prideful. Pride is a sin. So either start speaking up, pew pew, or don't let the door hit you on the way out, soldier. Move out and draw fire. About face! Carry on, soldier. That's right. Move out and draw fire. Pew pew, we're waiting. Expose this military industrial complex or get your sorry ass out of here. Yep. System. 50 years we have forced every single nation to pay for their oil with the US dollar. What do you have to say with that? 50 years we have made every nation pay for oil with the US dollar. We got a little bit of everybody's money. Why don't you want to talk about that? Fuck you, Semper Fi. You fucking sick fucking 7 deuce. I was going to join the Marines, but I couldn't fit my head in the jar. Oh, the MPs know the Marines, brothers and sisters. These guys are like fucking just thugs. Tip of the spear, Semper Fi. Their legs. First one in the battle? No, we beat the fucking... Yep, we beat you there, huh? Yeah, we beat the Marines there, huh? First one in the battle, last motherfucking one to leave. You don't do POWs, do you? We have more field missions than any other skill identifier. So let's see what this idiot has to say. Then I'm out because I love this country and I'm absolute proud that I'm a veteran. Pride is a sin. Get the fuck out of here. I rebuke you. You don't like the country, how it is, then leave. Get out. Move. No, I don't have to. That's my Congress gave me that right. I can be secure in my house, papers, persons, and effects. You're an ate-up piece of shit. You know that, pew pew for life? Because I asked you to start exposing the system. And look, let me read what this person said to you. This sick fuck. Then I'm out. Because I love this country. He loves that we have 1,000 military bases and have forced every nation for 50 fucking years to pay for the US dollar. We are the money changers of scripture. Let's go on. I'm absolutely proud that I'm a veteran of you. Don't like this country or how it is, then leave and get out. Move. Isn't that pretty sick? I tell him about pride. I explain to him what the fuck we do. He turns right around and acts like a fucking thug. Oh, I'm proud what I did. I'm okay with 1,000 military bases in 180 countries. I'm okay. We're 50 fucking years. We have forced every nation by the threat of will fucking blow you the fuck up. How did that work out for Saddam Hussein? Never did find any weapons of mass destruction, did they? He was going to pay for oil with something other than the US dollar. How about Muammar Gaddafi? Libya. Have you ever seen pictures of Libya before the United States went in there? So get out of here, pew pew. Don't come back here ever again. You're a proud veteran. Pride thin. Don't let the fucking door hit you. Do not build your house on sinking sand there, soldier. As you were. Carry on, you ate-up piece of shit. Get the fuck out of here, you proud fucking veteran. 108. Imagine this, brothers, sisters. How many women and children? That's just one operation, right? One time. Afghanistan is the largest war that we've ever been in. The longest and the largest. Imagine going over to Afghanistan, coming out and, hey, guard these poppy fields. Wait a minute. I thought I was here serving my. No, guard these poppy fields. Guard this guy right here. Don't let anybody come in. Huh? Oh, you're going to re-up and go back on your next tour. And they're like, kill him. What? No, we're moving on. Kill this. This is not supposed. This is illegal. This is the same exact farmer, poppy farmer that I was guarding. You now want me to kill this guy and take a. It's sickening, guys. What did Kilo said? Yeah, remember what Kilo said. Remember Muammar Gaddafi, guys. If you went in to South Africa and you looked at South Africa prior to the United States, they were growing sorghum. They had tapped into the aquifers, brothers, sisters. tapped in. Had all their desalination machines that were coming in from the ocean, right? All this water. There were water. This place looked like a stinking near paradise, brothers and sisters. Right? Have you ever seen what South Africa looked like? Tell me what was going on with South Africa. What was going on with South Africa? Muammar Gaddafi was going to pay for oil with something other than the US dollar, correct? Correct? Do you know that they undressed that man, literally stripped him naked, raped him, and drug him around naked behind a car? Remember what Clinton said? We came, we saw. That's sick, isn't it? Just like Andrew is part of the system. Andrew's a plan, aren't you, Andrew? Hold on, Andrew's about to have a happy ending. Hey, Andrew, is your screen all full of man chowder? Man chowder. Everybody point out Andrew he needs some attention so he can reach his ending. Man chowder. Goo gobbler. That's you, huh, Andrew? Speak up. Everybody's watching you there. 01. 01. 01. Like a virus, huh? Stuck on dumb. Stuck on dumb. Stuck on dumb. So, yep. Oh, Pew Pew, you're still in here, huh? Pew Pew, look at how much of a loser Pew Pew is. A loser, still not talking about the military-industrial complex, still not talking about the petrodollar. And this guy wonders why he has no wife, no girlfriend, and no friends. Ha, ha, ha. So, Pew Pew, you are a sick, twisted fuck. You just laughed at me because I don't have a wife, I don't have a girlfriend, and I don't have any. You think that's fucking funny. Not only are you a trained fucking killer, but you are a sick fuck who derives your pleasure out of other people's pain. Look what you just fucking did, you dumb fuck. You just derived pleasure from my pain. You thought it was funny. Ha ha ha, like a jerk off, like Andrew here, just pulling his pud, jerking off. Gonna have a happy ending at any moment here. Any moment. Did you hear what I just said, Pew Pew? You're still not exposing the system. You still don't care that we have strangled how many nations? 1,000 military bases, you dumb fuck, and forced everybody to pay for their oil with the US dollar. Isn't that sick? And then you don't talk about it. And then you're a proud veteran, and then all you want to do is be proud. Oh, I'm proud. I love my country. You're okay with killing women and children in other countries. Do you know the whole Ukrainian generation has been unalive with the U.S. tax dollars, so maybe they're not a trained killer like you and me? Maybe they don't have never actually seen the life of anybody leave their eyes, it being a witness. But they have blood on their hands, just like you and me. Just like you and me. We're just going to let you go as long as you want, Andrew. As long as you want. We know you're with the CIA. So Pew Pew is a proud, which is a sin, proud veteran who is not willing to speak up about the 1,000+ military bases, and for 50 years after Henry Kissinger going over there, right, and with the OPEC nations, forcing every nation to pay for oil with the US dollar. That is sick. That is sick. That is sickening. And then he turns around. He doesn't want to have any conversation. He goes, oh, well, that's why you don't have a wife and a girlfriend and any friends. You are sick. You're sick. Did you hear what I said? Pew Pew, I'm talking to you again. You derive pleasure from fucking pain. Isn't that sick? You're sick. You think it's your pain. You see me in pain, and now you're jerking off. You're getting off on pain. That is a sick kind of individual. You are very sick. In I have a certification in how to handle mental illness, right? Listen to what I'm telling you. You think it's good. You're happy. You're happy that I don't have a girlfriend. If I had, I'd be happy, but I'm not. So, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. No girlfriend, no friend. Ah, ha 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 ha. You sick fuck! Don't come back here ever again. Don't come back here ever again. I don't want you in here. You're a proud veteran, and I rebuke you. Pleasure and happy. You. Okay, so still, hey, Pew Pew, we're going to give you one last chance, Pew Pew. One last Pew Pew. Would you like to talk about the women and children that lose their lives? And if not, let's actually talk about the petrodollar. Are you okay with this nation strangling every single 180 countries, 1,000 military bases, forcing, again, Bretton Woods Agreement? Henry Kissinger went over to the OPEC nations and said, all right, forget about this whole we're storing all the gold in Fort Knox and we're going to back it by gold. We're going to suspend the convertibility of the dollar into gold, and then we're going to back all the gold. And as of 1973, all nations were going to reprice all oil with the U.S. dollar and with the SWIFT system. You're okay with that, right, Pew Pew? You're okay with strangling every nation for over 50 years, the money changers in Scripture. Yeah, get me going. Come on, Pew Pew, get me going. Come on, I'm listening. Get me going. You see this? You see this? Oh, look we got another one of these sick fucks fickled in here. Come on, Pew Pew, get me riled up. It's a sick fuck, isn't it, huh? Fickled in here too. Isn't that sickening? Their pleasure is from other people's pain. So, do you want to talk about all the pain that we have caused for 50 years using the SWIFT system? That means everybody who bought oil had to pay for it with the US dollar. Would you like to talk about us strangling the nations for 50 years, forcing, are you okay with that? Are you okay for 50 years forcing everybody to pay for oil with the US dollar? Come on, you're a proud veteran. You already said you're jacking off over here, getting your, oh my God, he doesn't have a wife. He doesn't have a girlfriend. Man chowdering with your clam breath all over the place there, huh? No, you ain't got no clam smacker. You taste like man chowder. I bet. Kiss your boyfriend over there, whoever it is that you're in your foxhole with. I love this country, and I stand. Let's see what this idiot says. I love this country. I stand for the country and its people. Like you have no clue. Sucks for them. Drill, baby, drill. 50 years. Yes, I wish it was 100 years. All right. Moderate this sick fuck out of here and get this other one out of here too. You are the slime of this earth, brothers and sisters. Did you see what this gentleman here, right? Gentleman, my ass, he said he's okay with killing, because we don't just, no, if you don't pay for the oil with the US dollar, we will fucking kill you. Your women, your children. How did that work out for Muammar Gaddafi? You know, remember Saddam Hussein, he worked with a Central Intelligence Agency. God bless you. Okay, so we can see, guys, you can see what side. God bless Tyler's comedy life is okay with strangling every nation for 50 years, brothers and sisters. And if you didn't pay, they're going to send vets like me to fucking unalive you. Or this dumb fuck here, Pew Pew. Yeah, this fucking numbskull. Remember, he's getting off because of the fact that I ain't got no friends, I got no family, I got no girl. He is like, oh my God, he's proud. He said, drill, baby, drill. He doesn't give a fuck about any of these other nations 1,000+ military bases, brothers and sisters, 1,000+ military bases. In 180 countries, we have forced using the SWIFT system. Every single time they pay for oil, they got charged. That is called extortion. This country is an apostate nation. I don't care if you don't like what I'm saying. I am not going to sit there and just forget about how many deaths do you think this country has caused over oil. And you know the fucking thing, drill baby drill? Listen here, pew pew, you dumb fuck. Do you know that Donald John Trump's family has the technology that we never needed to go to fight one single war over oil? Would you like to tell me that? Do you know anything about anti-gravitics, electrogravitics, the Tesla technology? Yeah, we never needed to fight one single war over oil. Not one. They've had technology that's been here for thousands of years. They can build megalithic structures, and it's Donald John Trump's family who has it. It's a nice day. I got to get my ass out there and get to work. Come on, Pew Pew. Speak up. Speak up. Come on. You're a veteran. Supposedly, you ain't no veteran. You're a proud piece of shit is what you are. Yeah, you're okay with just strangling every nation for 50 fucking years for oil when we didn't even need to go to war. Not even one single time, because Donald John Trump, his uncle, has the Tesla technology that he's holding. So we never needed to fight. We have free energy. The most abundant resource in our atmosphere is not CO2. That's the smallest. See, look at this. 50 years. I wish it was 100 years. He's okay with death. This is the sick fucks that work in our military, brothers and sisters. This is the kind of mentality. They don't care about killing people in other countries. So Americans can stand on an X, wear a fucking face diaper, and flatten the fucking curve. This is the swine of this rock, brothers and sisters. This is the swine of this rock. It's pretty sick. 50 fucking years we have forced 180 countries and 1,000 military bases. If you don't pay for oil, we'll come fuck you up. And this is exactly what Donald Trump's doing right now. We shipped all this corporate, in 1970, we're the largest creditor nation. Now we're the largest debtor nation. That's right, the largest debtor nation. How did that happen? Because we shipped all our fucking shit overseas. Cheap labor, Ford, Mexico, chips, all this shit to fucking China. We did it. And then Donald John Trump sitting there telling everybody, either obey or fucking pay. We did this, brothers and sisters. We shipped out all our shit out of our fucking country. And now Donald Trump is literally forcing everybody, you either do fucking business with us or we're going to sanction you. Kind of like this sick fucking here, Pew Pew, doesn't have to know his ass from a hole in the ground. We shipped all of these jobs out of this country so you can have cheap Chinese shit. Yeah, we did this. Like, we brought all these fucking people in this country, like Donald Trump brought in all the fentanyl. Yes, he did. Yep. So, notice you won't answer my fucking question, you fucking idiot. You want me to answer you want me to answer your question, but you don't want to answer anything, and I'm telling you. Yeah, you're an idiot. You don't have any idea what the fuck we've done. You're just some fucking leg. You don't care about killing women and children in other countries. We have had technology since the 1800s. They had a car that could go 1,000 miles on a single charge. What the fuck do we ever need to file an oil war for? Osama bin Laden was an oil tycoon who did oil deals with the Bushes for over a decade. Osama bin Laden, CIA trained operative. oil tycoon. Yeah, did you hear what I said? Anti-gravitics, electrogravitics. Oh, minor child, get the fuck out of here. Oh, we got a minor child in here. Let's get out of here. All right, I got to go, brothers and sisters. Much love, much agape, but I am just beside myself with the fact that people are okay, that we still have 1,000+ military bases, 1,000+ military bases in 180 countries, and everybody in this country doesn't give a shit. We have dominated this whole rock, policing. You know, again, I thought under this new covenant, it said no foreign entanglements under the original, writings, but it said, let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord, right? So we're not supposed to have any military bases outside our country. That's how uneducated the American public is right now. Through the scriptures, it says, do not avenge yourself. Let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So we're not supposed to have any military bases outside our countries. We could protect ourselves. Right? Yes, we could, but we're not supposed to have military outside our borders. Yep. You don't know the agape. You don't know this new covenant. So we're going to leave it at that. And that's why I make such a huge stink about it every single time. I call out this apostate nation. Remember, we shipped all those fucking jobs overseas, and now Trump's making everybody either pay or play. Canada doesn't not want to be the 51st state of America. Greenland, taking over Greenland is absolutely imperialism. And I don't have no skin in the game. I don't like none of these pretendants. They're all selected by the corporation. It's not anything personal against Donald Trump. We don't just take over fucking countries, brothers and sisters. We can't just take over Greenland because it's military what's best for us. That's called imperialism. We're going to just buy Gaza? What the fuck, guys? So I'm going to speak up every single time. I have had 6+ channels on this web and have been blogging for over 12 probably years, America Ever After. So I'm not going to stop now. Okay, all I have is a First Amendment right left. So, they've taken everything else from me as a veteran because I speak up about shit like this. They don't want you to know this. They don't want you to know that we police the whole fucking world and we kill everybody that does not do. That's what Trump is basically saying right now. You either fucking do business with us or we'll fucking, think about what I just said too. For how long have we let migrants come in here? When I was young, they were called illegal aliens. I grew up right there on the border. I grew up in the concrete jungle. Most of my friends were Latino, Hispanic. They were good people. Since the Obama administration, 80% of the people coming across this border are considered OTM, other than Mexican. They're not even Mexicans coming across this border right now. They weren't during the Obama administration, but it's probably 50+ million people coming across this border. It doesn't matter whether they're a Democrat or a Republican because they keep doing this since 50 million people coming into this country, and they let them come in here. They were flying people in here. Under the Trump administration, yes, they were. They did it under the Biden administration, too. And nobody's even talking about all the Chinese that have come in here. They're talking about the Venezuelan. They're talking about Transdale Oil. They're talking about MS-13. But nobody's talking about the Chinese. All the Chinese that have infiltrated the Trojan horse that's already here. And America's like asleep at the wheel. They got all the people at the fucking border, and we got all our states wide the fuck open. You don't know anything military. Strategically, you're just an idiot. So, yep, 50 years. When I was young, they called them illegals, and something that's foreign to you would be called alien. They called them legal aliens. There's no such thing as aliens. So if you got some of that space farce alien crap, get out of here. Seriously, illegal aliens is what they were called. They were literally flying people in here, giving them credit cards, brothers. They got all kinds. They had apps and shit to let them come in here. Credit cards, building them housing. Remember, those Venezuelans, what was it, in Iowa, right? Their rent for a 1-bedroom apartment was $1,800 a month. For a 2-bedroom was $2,400. And they'd already received the grant. For 2 fucking years, all their rent was paid for. Their internet, their telephone. That was a furnished house, too. As an American, you had to have perfect credit. Oh, you better not be on social media because we're going to check that too. Oh, you got to have first, last. You're talking about $20,000 fucking dollars or something like that to get into that 2-bedroom. They just walk the Venezuelan right in there, and for 2 fucking years, their rent's paid. And after that, it's reduced to 20%. They were shipping them in here. This is the most fucked up thing I think I've ever seen in my entire life as a witness. We let all these people come in here for decades. We actually paid them to come in here. We flew them in here, brothers and sisters. They were finding credit cards at the border. The Border Patrol agents were literally, they were giving them iPhones and a ticket to fly anywhere they wanted in the U.S. This has gone on for how long? And now Trump's like, get the fuck out of here. How come he didn't do it his first time? Because he's a fucking piece of shit. And anybody who supports this fucking loser is part of the problem. Joe Biden is his best buddy too, so don't get it twisted. He's had his lightsaber in his ice hole. They both are EpiPen Island boys, by the way. Trump's been to the island, and so has Biden, and so has Barry, and so has Hillary, and so has all of them. Yeah, to the Diddy party too. That's right. That's a big motherfucking bed, isn't it? You made your bed, now Trump's sleeping in it with all your pedos in Hollywood. Yep. So I'm not okay with this. I'm never going to be okay with this. We never needed to fight one single oil war, brothers and sisters, not one. His family, Tesla Technology, have had this perpetual motion, anti-gravitics, electrogravitics, free energy, whole currents. This energy's been around for before Tesla, and Donald Trump has it. So I'm not okay with this, brothers and sisters. This is what I mean by this family who is in cahoots with the Bidens. His family got arrested by the Bidens back in history. That's they're replaying this shit out in front of you. King Joseph, that is scriptural, brothers and sisters. I told you before Biden was ever elected that they're going to do this because, remember, King Joseph, the king stood down, Joseph took over. This is the same thing they're doing in scripture, you idiots. So I will continue to expose this farce, kind of like their space farce, with this stupid fucking cock rocket. Donald Trump is Katy Perry. Yes, he is. Remember that Baphomet symbol she was wearing? That's the transgender god that he has his house decorated with, Satan, Mithra, at the time of Rome. So I'm going to continue to, commander in chief, of the military, Bloodbakin, mass murderer in chief is what he is. Brothers and sisters, this man has spent more money than any other president in the history of the United States of America. Even Kamala Akbar and Joe couldn't outpace his spending. Nope. Remember Barry Soetoro? He took office, the 44th pretendant. Joe, remember his buddy Barry and Trump? They all stick their lightsabers in their ice holes. They're all wings to the same dragon. Remember all that? Remember during the 44th administration, all the other 43 presidents combined since the history racked up, was it $9 trillion? 9 and 43 presidents. Barack Obama, which his name is not Barack Obama, that means I saw lightning fall from heaven. Two, right? Remember, 2 terms, he spent 10. When he took office, the national debt was $9 trillion. And in 8 years, he had spent another 10, more than doubled the national debt. If I paid you $1 million a day, it would take me 360,000 years to pay you off $1 trillion. And he spent 10. So when Mr. Thump came in with his greatest warp speed jab, he solicited the American public for $2.2 trillion to create that jab, and then ended up spending how much more? Oh, another 6.6 to make $8.8 trillion, outpacing Joe. Couldn't spend as much. Number one single spending president ever. Spent more than Barack Obama, and Kamala Akbar, his buddy Kamala, and Joe couldn't outpace his spending. This prick comes into office, And in week one, he takes $500 billion from the U.S. public to create the greatest mRNA Apple AI 48-hour jab. The government loves you. They're going to fix all your problems. They've got a personal fit jab to go inside you and fix all your ailments. The government loves you, brothers and sisters. Go get your jab. The government knows what's best for you. Get in your FEMA camp. Listen to the government. The government loves you. They would never intern an American citizen. They would never kill anybody. No, they would never do that. They would never kill any of their own citizens. The Tuskegee experience. Oh, they wouldn't go after different races and nationalities, right? Our government, any of these experiments they did, reefer madness, the 70s, putting people on LSD. Oh, the government would never do anything like that, huh? The government would never intern an American-born citizen, huh, and put them in a work camp and make them work in this country, huh? FEMA camps. Do you know anything about World War II? They interned American citizens, and they're going to put your sorry asses in a work camp because you ain't doing shit about it. Yep, you live in a fucking city. They're going to come scoop your ass right up. You're not independent of the system, therefore you're going to become part of it. If you don't have 1 foot out of the system, yeah, you're going to become part of their new system. So get in your smart city, get in your millimeter dome, enjoy your FEMA camp, because that's what's going to happen to you. They're going to take the Second Amendment from the American people, and they're going to do it during some fake fucking space alien invasion. So are you ready? Are you ready for the grid to go down, not come back up, and then pull it like a carrot in front of you, back off, back on, back off, back on, till they finally turn it back on and it's the new system? And they're not even going to have to pay you. They're not going to have to pay you an extra dime. Oh, they'll have to pay them to go on. No, they won't. If you miss one car payment, you can't refinance your house. You can't refinance your house. Nope. Miss one car payment, no refi. You don't see where this is going, do you? Donald Trump has been brought into this country to destroy this system, the current system, to bring the new system in. That's what he's here to do. But everybody doesn't, I don't know. It's like people are just holding on to the old system. Miss one car payment. Nope, no beer for you. Seriously. So this, seated president is spent more money than any other president in the history of the United States. And then that's been my biggest problem with him. He's a liar. He says one thing and he does the complete opposite. Even a lot of the Trump supporters right now, guys, not a lot, but there's a portion of them I've noticed they're backing off. They're going, now, wait a minute. This isn't right. We don't just take over other countries. That's called imperialism. We don't just ship all these people into this country, 50 possibly million people for decades, and then just kick them the fuck out of here. You couldn't even kick them out of here that fast anyways. That's just a pipe dream. I know they're getting people out of here, but the other thing that's quite alarming about Donald Trump is that he'll take a U.S. citizen and ship them to another fucking country. That's a violation of your 4th and 8th Amendment, brothers and sisters. Cruel and unusual punishment, the right to be secure in your houses, papers, persons, and effects. Donald Trump is a tyrant, and he's an enemy of the state. He's an enemy to the Constitution. He is an enemy because he didn't put Hillary Clinton in jail. He channeled hundreds of millions of dollars into his bank account for Hillary for prison, and she sat at his inauguration, his inaugural dinner, 3 bodies away. That's how lame Trump supporters are, brothers and sisters. They just don't, all they do is win. So they will be written down as the most ignorant generation to ever walk this rock. When you vote for a man who decorates his house with Satan and you don't question that, that's the state of this union right now. That's the state of the union right now. They shipped all these people in here. We shipped all our jobs out, right? Fast and Furious, all the guns that went to Mexico. Yeah. We brought all these drugs in here. Donald Trump brought in the fentanyl. Donald Trump is fentanyl. When you see Donald Trump, just think fentanyl. Just think fentanyl. Donald Trump is Xi Jinping. You guys don't see what's happening. Do you realize the Chinese had all their gold stolen by getting them hooked on opium? You don't know your history, do you? All the Chinese silver was taken from them. They got them. They said, hey, look, we'll trade you. There we go, Kyle. Okay. Well, they're doing it to us right now, brothers, sisters. They got a good amount of this population hooked on fentanyl. They got a good amount of this population hooked on fentanyl right now. It's very sickening, but it is what it is. If they're not, they're on that Mexican American medicine cabinet, meth, Adderall, or what the fuck you call that disgusting shit. Yep. Pretty sad, isn't it? Pretty sad. They're doing it to us. The Chinese have brought this fentanyl in through Trump, because he is fentanyl, remember? Donald, fentanyl, Xi Jinping, Trump, Biden, Clinton, Rockefeller, Rothschild, they're all wings to the same dragon, selected by the corporation. So we shipped all our jobs overseas for free, nearly free Chinese cheap shit. All our industry shipped out of the country. We did it. Our governments, our corporations, the U.S., smaller is normally still here in America. No, I don't blame it all on the current administration, you fucking idiot. Blah, blah. It's every administration, you dumb fuck. Did you just listen to what I said? George Washington was a 33-degree Mason. Go fuck yourself. Joe Biden is Donald Trump, you fucking idiot. Get out of here. You pick sides, don't you? Lollipop, Democrat, Republican. Listen here, Astropop. Take your cock rocket loving, whatever, phallic worshiping other Jesus somewhere else. It's all the administrations. You're an idiot. They do this to you. It's called divide and conquer. They did it during Rome, red and blue. It'd be better to have a president for 12 like Putin, or 16 or 18 years, because every time they get so pissed off at the Republicans, we get record Democrat votes. Every fucking time, you guys. They piss off in 8 years enough to make you vote. They keep doing this back and forth, and nothing ever gets fucking taken care of except for their underlying agenda. Oh, Trump's going to save us. Oh, by whoever the next. You sound like every other Democrat. Actually, Democrat was more left-leaning. People don't always do well. Sometimes they need help. I was raised very right, conservative. Don't let anybody take your money. If you earned it, fuck it. Don't let them have it. That's how I was raised. That's more conservative. Democrat is not liberal. People wouldn't even know liberalism if they fucking was a hole in their head, like an Oscar disease or something in a fish tank. They were worried about socialism. Well, Donald Trump is the biggest. You know what socialism is? Socialism is Kyle owns 3 bikes, and Jim doesn't have one, and Nick doesn't have one. So Nick gets a bike, and Jim gets a bike because you got 3 bikes. That's called socialism, brothers and sisters. That's socialism. And that's what Donald Trump is. You were worried about Bernie Sanders. This man took $8.8 trillion from the taxpayer and gave it to Pfizer. Where do you think the money for the scamdemic went? Johnson & record earnings in 2020, brothers and sisters. Donald Trump is the #1 single drug dealer ever in the history of mankind. There's one single selling product that outpaced real estate, which is normally the highest even higher in real estate, was the Pfizer jab. The Pfizer jab. He created it, king of the jab, in warp speed, less time than it took. He claimed the jab. Oh, all we do is win. High priest of the Satan Church is MAGA. MAGA, M-A-G-A, this is how idiot, this is the State of the Union, brothers and sisters. MAGA is the high priest of the Satan Church. Jim's like, high priest, that's it. Nanu, Shazbot, like Mort, born in an egg. Yeah, the reptile, he knew I was a snake before you let me in. Oh, and then he brought his buddy in to play cleanup. Come on, get the bite in. Did you get the bite in? Play poker. He wants to play poker so his buddies at Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, and Moderna could get rich. Record earnings in 2020. The #1 drug dealer ever in the history of mankind, Donald John Trump. The number one single cell, 10 and a half years. Normally, normal economic cycles, brothers, sisters, last about 6 to 8 years. You give 10 to 20% of nothing goes great again all the time. That's stupid. You don't understand anything about economics. 10 and a half years. He expanded the largest expansion of the U.S. debt ever, and he still gets a free pass on this. Remember, he was going to audit the Fed. He never audited the Fed. Instead, he blew Powell. Yeah, he did. Remember the bubble? The economy's in a bubble. It's going to blow. I'm going to have a special investigation. I'm going to put Hillary Clinton in prison. I'm going to audit the Federal Reserve. I'm going to build the greatest wall. Instead, you got the greatest jab, right? And how many boosters? They never did build that wall, did they? No, they didn't. He never built any wall, did he? Shored up what was there, but didn't build any wall. What a bunch of idiots that fell for this. You know that during the Obama administration, they had passed a bill for $500 million for that same wall. Same wall. Same wall. And then Donald Trump turns around and, solicits programs like this, Social Security thing, and takes money from the taxpayers' programs to take another $500 million. And he never did build the wall, did he? He never did put Hillary Clinton in jail, did he? Donald Trump needs locked in prison. Donald Trump for prison. Okay, yeah, that's right. You remember WAP? What did that stand for? Wet ass pussy. Wet ass pussy, right? Isn't that what that said? I don't know where that came from. I just heard that. It is what it is. During the Trump administration, I put that on as a meme on the internet, interweb. WAP, worst ass president. Prove me wrong. During his administration. Yeah. Behold the pale horse, the rider, the one with the crown and the bow. Bow is the word toxon, brothers and sisters. Crown and toxon, Toxon, that means bow and arrow. Yeah, somebody's paying attention. Good for you, man. There's 4 riders. There's 2 riders on the white horse. One comes with a crown and a bow, and one comes with a sword. Yeah. So who's responsible for 9/11? Who's responsible for dropping 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes? Who is responsible? 4 plus 5 is 9. Skip Joe Biden. 4 plus 7 is 11. Are you on that Common Core math? You're going to tell me 3 steel buildings dropped with 2 airplanes? I was born in one of the largest cities, the concrete jungle. And every high-rise building is meant to take at least 3, 4, 5 impacts from an airplane and not fall down. There's never been a fire in a high-rise building, and there's not been a 1 cent to take it down. Those buildings were built in 1973, Tower 1 and 2. Yep, CIA headquarters, Building 7, 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes don't add up either, does it? Who did 9/11? There's one man that's responsible for Blind 11. Put it in the chat if you got any cojones. Or are you just going to steer clear? 1973, built to be dropped, erected. Do you have any idea of the structure, the infrastructure of that 1 tower, 2 towers, Tower 1, Tower 2, the World Trade Centers? Nope. There's one man that is responsible for dropping 3. What's the combustion rate? Nope, not Bush. No, you guys, Bush is in the hands of this man. He's a puppet on a string. Remember? Upside down book. When they came in and read it to him. Where do you think he got the news from? Somebody gave him the news. Let me give you a little hint. The dancing Israelis at the bottom of the towers. Remember, they tried to blow those towers up before. You think Osama bin Laden? Osama bin Laden is an oil tycoon who did oil deals with the Bushes, CIA-trained operative. Hey, wait a minute. Building 7 was CIA headquarters. 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, huh? There's never been a fire in a building to drop a single high-rise building by fire. The combustion rate of jet fuel is what? What does heat the melting point of steel? That don't add up either, huh? There's one man that's responsible for Blind 11, and I'm the only one on this rock exposing him because he took 3 steel buildings and he made a one phallic Nimrod tower. One World Trade Center. And Barry Soetoro, it's 4 triangles up and 4 triangles down, 44, and he signed the top of the building. WWW. Yeah. His behind buddy Barry. He's not responsible for Blind 11. He got to put his fingerprint 4 up, 4 down, 44. Like a phallic One World Trade Tower Center. Yeah. 3 steel buildings, 2 airplanes, dancing Israelis at the bottom of the towers. Osama bin Laden was a trained CIA operative who did oil deals with the Bushes. So you guys have no balls. Remember? Anybody have any cojones? You got no balls. You got no research. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. I don't care if you're offended. Dancing Israelis at the bottom of the tower should be your dead giveaway. President 4 plus 5 is 9. President 4 plus 7. 45th, 47th, skip Joe, 9/11. Anybody have enough balls? Are you afraid because the government's watching this channel that they're going to hear you? You're going to put on a list? Why don't you speak up about this tyrant? So one man is responsible. He left his fingerprint all over it. I'll give you a hint. He lives in a 66 penthouse floor of a Semiramis, was the wife of Satan, Apollyon, Mithra tower. Like Satan's tower was 58 stories, so is his. The man responsible for blind, because you guys are blind as a freaking bat, like out of a laboratory or in the market. Soup? Corona? I come quickly, Revelation 3:11. Let no one take your crown. You guys have no cojones. Put it in the chat. I'll be the only one until they throw me in a fucking prison cell or ship me to El Salvador or call me an enemy of the state. The only thing I have concern for, brothers and sisters, is these fucking animals. If I didn't have these animals, my life would be completely different. I have animals to look after. That animal right there, he's never cheated on me, never lied to me, never stolen a fucking thing from me. These dogs have been way better to me than most humans have ever treated me. So I'm going to take care of my animals because we're supposed to be and have dominion over the earth, right? Reign over this rock, to be good dominion over the animal kingdom. So I have to take care of my dogs. So there we go. Good job, Nick. Nick, remember this time. Remember Glass-Steagall? Glass-Steagall, okay? The repeal, all this has been going on for a long time, that they're going to bail in the banks this time. Remember Silicon Valley? They didn't follow their laws. When Silicon Valley crashed, brothers and sisters, those banks could have went in and taken your 401k. They could have taken you're a creditor, right? To the bank. You are not that FDIC doesn't cover your money, brothers and sisters. You're fooled. You put your money in the bank, you're not getting it back out, not with the big hassle. And if they do a bail-in, they'll take every single dollar that's in the bank and bail in the banks this time. They've done this, Cyprus, Greece. They've already done this before. People don't think it's going to happen in this country. You'll see it's going to happen when they audit Fort Knox, which will be a scam. And they'll come up saying, well, we don't have enough money in there. Do you know that every single ounce of gold right now sitting on the books is valued at $42 an ounce on the books? So when they go to do their audit of Fort Knox, that's why they brought all that gold back from the LBMA to do this audit. You think gold is in Fort Knox? That's the stupidest thing I think I've ever heard. You're going to tell everybody where your gold's at, where your booty's at, and then it's right here. That's fucking military stupid. You wouldn't tell everybody. I don't give a fuck how you guard it. You would say it's here and you'd put it over there. You got to be a fool. You know, in 1971, the France, they came over here with their boats. They had big, large military boats, and they came over demanding their gold back. Richard Nixon shit, not bricks, because there was no bricks inside the Fort Knox, and said, oh shit, the fuck are we going to do? Do you know that, remember, in 1945, we brought all the gold here. We'll guard your gold with the greatest military ever, right? Well, in 1971, France asked for their gold back. And you know what? In 1945 to 1971, when France asked for their gold back, they didn't even get the gold they put in the fucking vaults. In 71. So what makes you fucking think that there's any gold in there now? You're a complete idiot. Even if they did an audit properly, I know about precious metals, it would take them an extensive amount of time to audit the Fed, right? No, he ain't going to audit oh, wait a minute, I thought he was going to audit the Fed. Oh, now he's going to audit the Fort Knox? Uh-huh, sure. Yeah, right. No, they will. They ain't heard nothing about it, but when they take all that money at $42 that's on the books and reprice at the paper contracts, you're looking at somewhere between $42,000 an ounce, roughly, on gold. And that will eat up about a third of our debt, of the 38 trillion. I don't know where we got to be getting close. They're spending $1 trillion every 100 days. But that won't be enough to eat it all up, brothers, sisters. So they're going to bail in your account, your 401k, your retirement, the money in your bank. And guess what? That's still not going to be enough. That's still not going to be enough. So they're still going to have about a third of the debt. They're going to bring that into the crypto space, brothers, sisters. It should be blatantly obvious what the Fed's doing right now. I'm not some kind of prophet. I'm not predicting an economic cycle, but I can tell you that I'm very aware of where this gold sits at and the price of it, and if they revalued it, how they can eliminate this debt. They're not going to be eliminated at all. They're not going to be able to eliminate it all, brothers, sisters. It's just not possible. There's not enough gold. Even if they revalued the gold that's sitting at $42 at $42,000, that's still not going to be enough, brothers. It's probably going to be about 2/3 of the debt by the time they do the bail-in and evaluate. They've already done this many times, brothers, sisters. They've done this many times in history. Lopping zeros off. They've done this. In 1933, they told, by executive order, which is illegal, they told the U.S. public, surrender your gold for the war, right? We came out of the Depression, surrender your gold, right? It wasn't war, my bad. When did they come up with that? Surrender your gold. 1930, it was you didn't have to give the gold back. They said it was an executive order, which is not, but many people, brothers and sisters, surrendered their gold at $20 they were paid per ounce. 2 weeks later, I think it was, the government turned around and revaluated the gold at $35 an ounce. You talk about a fucking tyrant government. That's right. Surrender your gold. Do it for the country. Surrender your gold. People did it. They got $20 for it. 2 weeks later, the price of gold was $35 an ounce. Boy, you'd feel like you got fucked there, didn't you? So fuck this government, guys. They're going to do it again. And this time they're going to take gold from $42 an ounce that's sitting on the books to $42,000 an ounce. That should put silver, it doesn't matter. The ratio between gold and silver right now is around 102. I don't pay attention to price as a tool of manipulation. The ratio is God's ratio is 8-1 out of the ground. The monetary has been 15-1. It's always been right about that. Only until recently has it ever gone over 100 ratio to 1. I guarantee you that ratio will close. So I don't know what that exact price of silver will be, but if silver or gold sitting at $42,000 an ounce, silver, the ratio between the two will close up. You can see what the rate of silver will be. Okay? This is coming, brothers and sisters, whether you realize it or not. This is happening right now. This is part of this auditing, the Fort Knox. This is part of the tariffs. This is all getting everything ready to reevaluate and change over this corporation to a digital corporation where everything is digitally tracked and traced. This blockchain technology is so they can Sesame credit score you. Social credit score you. It has nothing to do with the digital space as far as it's relevant, but where they're trying to go is a top-down control. That means no more paying the babysitter No more paying the babysitter. No more doing deals with you. No more paying the kid to mow lawn for $5. That's not going to be possible. They're going to digitally track and trace every single asset to include you on this rock. I hope you're ready. Get out of the system, brothers and sisters. I got to go. You keep saying that. I got to go. I love your sister. I got to go help Kevin. Okay. It's hot out there and I need to get this concrete done. So I love you. I'll see you guys again later. Please leave a comment on this video if you'd like. You don't have to agree with anything I say. I don't care. I'm not turning a goat into a sheep. The word nice means to be stupid. So I'm not going to sit there and be stupid. Okay. So, Oh, look, blah, blah is still in here. Yeah, bye-bye, fake veteran. Have you served this country? Do you have a DD-214 that says honorable discharge? No, you don't. Blah, blah, you're just full of shit, man. You're full of it. You wouldn't know what it's like to have to fucking take a life, have you? Have you ever had to do that? You wouldn't know what it's like, huh? Sit there and look at a man's eyes and see the fucking life of them leave their eyes. Gone. No birthday next year. Ain't no use to sending them to ICU. Dead. That's a wrap. That's the end of it. Go ahead and start. I'll finish it. You think it's funny, don't you? Jerk off. You're the problem with this country. You're okay. Any veteran's a tyrant. So, fake? Then why the fuck is it on my license out there on my car? KVBP. Look it up, you dumb fuck. The state of Oregon. KVBP. Kilo, Victor, Bravo, Papa. You know your phonetic alphabet? You know your 10 series? 10-4. Why don't you take your unask the AO? Yep. 10-17. Okay, well, guess what, blah, blah. You are so fucking full of yourself that you don't even know that the term conspiracy theory comes from the Central Intelligence Agency. That shows how well-versed you are with this government. That shows you how well-versed you are with the Alphabet Soup Agency. Did you hear what I just said? And I don't do crack. See this? Those are all my teeth, you idiot. So you're a CIA front. Yep. You must be working for the CIA because you're using terms that are coined by the Central Intelligence Agency. Conspiracy theorist. Guess what, dumbass? Noah was a conspiracy theorist for 126 years and then it rained. What side of the door are you going to be on? Yeah. 126 years they called the old man a nut. It never even rained on this rock. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you, blah, 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 blah. You sound like a sheep. Bah. So you use terms that you don't even know what you're, or you are with the CIA, huh? Because that's a term coined by the Central Intelligence Agency. Yeah, blah, blah. Black sheep, right? Nah, I think you're white sheep. I think you go with the flow. You wouldn't know what it to be set apart. So, isn't that hilarious? Call me a fake fucking veteran, guys. Pretty sad, isn't it? After I expose these fucking veterans, that's why they call me fake. He wants me to be proud to kill women and children in another country. He wants to be proud that we have 1,000+ military bases in 180 countries. He wants me to be proud that we kill women and children so you could stand on a fucking X. Yeah, proud so men can wear a fucking face diaper and act like a fucking child. So people have to take a jab? Yeah. You wouldn't know what a veteran is if it hit you right in the side of your head. Put a big old hole, like peeled your grape, popped your grape. You know what that means? Split your wig back. So why don't you start pointing out there, blah, blah, the fact that we as American veterans go around and kill women and children so you can have that right that you have right now to speak the fuck up. And guess what? Congress gave it to you. Congress gave you the right. Yeah, it's a Constitution-protected, God-given Yeah, it doesn't matter if you believe one nation under God. Don't matter what your belief is. These are protected and natural, organic, and inalienable rights to the land. And you love in violating people's rights, don't you? So don't pray for me. Pray for somebody else, but don't pray for me. Don't you dare pray for me. What the hell are you praying for me for? You thought I was rapping? No, I'm just speaking. That's right. So, hey, Nicole, can you tell me what it means to pray? How about you, blah, blah, white sheep? Tell me what it means to pray. Most vets from your time are great. The ones I know around here are right. So, vets aren't great. Vets are the worst thing ever on this rock. We're going against, and I went against the new covenant. I did. He said, "Let vengeance be mine," saith the Lord, and that's not what we're supposed to be doing under this New Testament. So, I rebuke all veterans. So, would anybody, before I go, I'll do a little lesson. Tell me what does it mean to pray? Because somebody said they're going to pray. I hope they're not praying for me. Don't you dare pray for me. What if God wants me to go to prison? What if God wants me to get shot in the face again? What if God wants something? What if God wants me to have a heart attack? What if Father wants something horrible happen for me? You pray for Kevin struggling. He's not working with concrete. He better not be in there doing the concrete himself. So don't pray for me, okay? If you're going to pray, don't pray for me. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Don't get in the way of the will of the Father. What if something horrible is supposed to happen to me and then something horrible doesn't happen to me? Go fuck yourself. Don't you dare pray for me. He said, do not pray worthless, useless prayers like the heathen, long, repetitive prayers. Father already knows what he needs. Father already knows what I need. So don't pray for me. Seriously, don't pray for me. Pray for God's will. Pray for the will of the Father. Don't pray for your will. So, pray means have face-to-face time. How are you going to have face-to-face time with me? How are you going to have face-to-face time me? Huh? You're not, because you don't know what the word pray means. And you too, blah, blah. You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. I just told you it means to have face-to-face time, and you were praying for me too, huh? Are you praying for the will of the Father, or are you praying for your own will? That's called idolatry, you fucking idiots. Learn what it means to pray. So don't you dare pray for me. What if the cops were supposed to come here and arrest me and shoot me fucking dead, and now I got to stay in this goddamn fucking meat suit another how many years? Fuck you. You like that? You can hope that I'm okay and I'm blessed, but don't pray for me, please. You don't even know what it means to pray. You don't. You're religious idiots. And I rebuke your idiocracy. Idiotos is the same word as ignoramus. You don't know what the definition of pray is, so don't pray for me. Don't you dare pray for me. Then pray for God's will, and that's what I want. I don't want my own will. I fuck it up every time. I wreck this ship. He's my commander. I let him steer it, so don't you dare think you can steer my fucking ship. Does that make sense? I love you, brothers and sisters, but a lot of people come to this ministry and ask me to pray, but they don't know what the word pray is. They have no idea what it means to pray. So I'm going to tell you, it means to have face-to-face time. Face-to-face time with Father. So I pray all the time throughout the day, and I have a relationship with my Father. So if you are to pray, brothers and sisters, remember, Father creates all things, and a lot of the times people don't realize is he tests his bride. The Greek word is orge, and he beats the people he loves the most. He beats them. He puts them through trials. The ellipsis is the word tribulation. They will suffer for his Shem's sake is what he says. So don't get in the way and think that this life is supposed to be easy. Okay? Paul said through much tribulation we must go through to receive that kingdom of heaven. So don't pray for anybody who's calling for peace and prosperity is a false teacher. That the word is scorpizo. Scorpizo is a false teacher, or an antichrist is somebody who's telling you they want things to be great. Peace, prosperity, that is antichrist. I'm trying to give you some pointers, if that makes sense. So I rebuke all these religions. They're idiots. All of them. I don't follow none of them. They're all vain. But I do study this word like an absolute madman, and I study it out of the interlinear Textus Receptus. Right? Textus Receptus. Hey, blah, blah, tell everybody what a Textus Receptus is. Tell everybody, blah, blah, what the interlinear Textus Receptus. I don't think Corey knows what preaching is. Pretty bad, pretty sad. You don't know what a preacher is. There's a difference between a preacher. He says, call no man teacher. There's a difference between preaching and teaching. You don't know the difference, obviously. He said, call no man teacher. Prophet. So you can't define anything, blah, blah. Get out of here. Don't come back here ever again. And if you come back in here, I'll immediately ban you. You got to go now. I don't want you anymore. I'll know you by your fruit. You do not produce clean fruit. You produce unclean. And one bad apple, like leaven, leavens the whole lump. So take your sorry ass swine and pound sand. He says, do not cast your pearls in the mud. You're low energy and you're swine. You've not produced any fruit, therefore you've got to go. One apple, bad, like leaven, upsets the whole apple cart. So you got to go. Do you know what the word leaven is? Sin. You mix sweet Jesus with sin, you get drunk and not intoxicated by alcohol, punch drunk on the cares of this world. Like that? You're a veteran from Australia. Well, you're a tyrant too. I don't care which rock that you're on. You're a tyrant. So blah, blah. Enjoy your jerk off. There's a place for you. It's called the Hub. Go pull it over there. Your chain, your happy ending. Take your goo goblin man shouter breath and take it somewhere else. You smell like cock rockets. Like Katy Perry, like Baphomet, their transgender god, worship of the three genders and one godhead, like three steel buildings turned into one trade tower. Bye-bye, blah, blah. It's time for you to go. Nobody wants you in here. Well, wait, I don't care what anybody thinks in here. I don't want you in here. Get out of here. Bro was trying to say he was a veteran and bro crashed out. Who's a veteran? Somebody else a veteran in here? Was it the one from Australia? See you later. So. What work do I have to do today? I got to get my ass up off here, guys, and get out of here. That's right. I got to do some concrete. Like this here, I'm off the grid, and I got to go build Kevin, okay, his wood stove. Here's my wood stove here. Okay, this is an Arrow wood stove. Not running it right now, but we got to go get Kevin taken care of. I've been on here way too many hours, so I'm enjoying myself. Wouldn't stay on here if I wasn't actually think that this wasn't making any kind of difference. So, yep, still here. Blah, blah, white sheep. Now you'll never be here again. Watch. Guarantee I am so over you that even if you come here in a different name, I'll be able to figure you out. I'm pretty good at that. Bye-bye, blah, blah. So, love you, brothers and sisters. If you'd like to take a look at the channel, there's thousands of hours. I'm off the grid. I got to go help Kevin get off the grid, okay? I got to go check my animals. I got ducks out there. I got chickens on to make sure their water's good. I got to fill them back up. I'll maybe come on later. We seem to have broken the algorithm on this channel, which is good. The channel moved from 300 subscribers to 17,003 in 3 months, and almost 3 years we've sat at 17, 18,000. So we have picked up some new subscribers. If you're a new subscriber to the channel, I appreciate your subscription. You don't have to stay here. I don't care if we pick up one subscriber, and I don't care if every one of you in this room unsubscribe to me now. I don't do this for money. I don't do this for fortune. I don't do this for fame. I do this because this is what I'm supposed to do as a disciple of Christ. I'm supposed to be taking up my cross daily. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily. I should be doing things. Take up your cross daily and follow. I just put nearly a whole day's work for Father, for my afterlife insurance. Don't boast because you know, but woe if you don't. Okay? So I do appreciate your subscription, but I don't need it. This is a ministry. People come in here to share the gospel. We sharpen iron with iron. I'm not going to try to turn a goat into a sheep. That's why I just let blah, blah go on and on and on. Father created vessels of wrath, fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. They were already created that way, brothers, sisters. Okay? So you can't turn a goat into... I could be a goat. I could be a goat, brothers, sisters. I've done horrible things. I've lied. I've cheated. I'm a fucking veteran. For Christ's sake, the blood on my hands I don't want to hear it. So I am filthy rags, and I am a work in progress. You must endure to the end to be saved, brothers and sisters. So this is all I am doing. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. Who shall ever be my disciple? Take up your cross, deny yourself daily, and follow after me. And this is what Christ did. He stood up to the perversion of the law, and they striped him. They put holes in him. They ripped his beard out of his face. They hung him on a tree. They put a crown of thorns in his head that literally went into his cranium. And he said, do what I did. Conform to my image in Romans. I also did for know who I did predestined to conform to my image. Are you standing up to this perverted corporation? Because that's what we're supposed to do. You are not a disciple of Christ if you are not standing up to this perversion. You're not a disciple. To be a disciple, you have to go through suffering. Deny self, take up your cross. There's the suffering. So you're not a disciple of Christ if you're not willing to go through tribulation. This is the gospel, brothers and sisters. Many are called, but only Gos are chosen. Many are called, brothers and sisters. Many. Like many enter through the wide gate. He tells us to enter through the straight gate. For as broad is the way that leads to the wide gate that leads to the abyss. That is the word hell. Many enter by that gate. So most people go to hell, brothers. So I'm not worried about turning a goat into a sheep. For straight is the gate, right? Enter through the straight gate. For narrow is the path that leads to the straight gate. And the word is O-L-I-G-O-S. Only Gos find the straight gate. So if you come in here and been blessed because Father sent you here, well, guess what? I'm not going to try to change you, but I will not sup with somebody who's trying to corrupt. He said, guard my commandments. Guard my commandments. So that's right. Don't let anybody add or take away from his book. That's why I guard it. As a veteran, I know how to guard high-ranking dignitaries, and that is the word, is the most high-ranking sovereign. There's only one sovereign entity, and that is the Most High, the creator of the law. That's what sovereign is. I'm a natural constitutionalist. I am not a nationalist. I am not a citizen of this corporation. I'm a United States Army veteran who stands for the right of the constitutional republic. Yep. Don't hide behind military. Yeah, don't be hiding behind your military service, you piece of shit fucking veterans, you killers. You are the slime of this earth. You are the worst thing to ever walk this rock under this new covenant. If you're a veteran and there's 40, 53 of you in there and one of you is a vet, two of you, I don't care who you are, you better start exposing this corporation. You're supposed to be the salt of the earth. You're just standing down being the silent majority. They don't sound like any soldier I ever served time with. Speak up, soldier. That's right. Speak up about this corporation and don't hide behind pride, because veterans are the most sick, disgusting things to ever walk this rock. PTSD is a motherfucker, guys. I tell you, it is not easy. You come home and see people standing on a fucking X wearing a face diaper. You know, I'm a military veteran. I thought I wore a fucking mask, covered my face, that you at least had a fucking right to choose. This is bullshit. And anybody who doesn't stand up that's a veteran, you are the weakest. You're supposed to be fucking trained to speak the fuck up. I thought you were a hardcore soldier. You ain't nothing but ate the fuck up. Yeah, if you're a veteran, you better speak the fuck up. That's why Pew Pew got his ass ripped in here for how long? About 2 hours. We ripped his dumb ass. Some fake fucking stolen valor veteran. Proud to be a veteran. Pride is a sin, brothers and sisters. So is cursing. See? Told you, I'm filthy rags. So if you can get past the cursing, well, you can actually go find me streaming for thousands of hours, never cursing one time until I got hit in the face with a grenade. That kind of rang my bell. I've had a concussion for nearly a year. I mean, I'm probably over, I don't know how much, you know, obviously my eyes starting to come back after the stroke, but look, I'm going to stand up. I'd rather stand on these 10 toes using my First Amendment than to die as a slave on my knees. I'm not a slave to the system, and I will not be enslaved by some corporation. I'm set apart. I'm not part of this corporation. And I rebuke everybody who is, and you better start calling out. I don't give a fuck if you're a veteran or not. Being a soldier of God has nothing to do with serving the military. You need to move out, and go share the gospel. Through much thlipsis we must go through, tribulation, brothers, sisters. Anybody who says peace and safety and prosperity is a false teacher and an antichrist. Matthew 10:34 through 39. Do not think I came to bring peace, shalom on this earth. I came to bring a sword of division. Two writers. You don't have the gospel, my friend. Oh, okay, I don't have the gospel. All right, well then, see you later, Zach. Don't ever come back here again. We'll permanently ban you. Bye. You know, America isn't a country with free speech. No, there's no free speech. I know. They've done it to me. If you take one single thing off the internet, that's called fucking burning books like Nazi Germany. That's right. I'm going to put out some fake fucking news. The sky is purple. Deal with it, you fucking idiots. I'll put out all the news I want, huh? News, north, east, west, and south. Love you. Gotta go. Hit that thumbs up before you go. The like button, that don't cost you nothing. You talk like America's the only, I don't talk like America's the only country. Look at this idiot. You guys have been in here for 6 hours. Look at this idiot right here with Grace. All I do is talk about how horrible we are to other countries and all the other countries that are suffering. You don't know your ass from the hole in the ground. You know that you just came in here and started opening up your fly hole, spitting vomit, puking it, and sucking it back up. Yep. You got the attention span of a fly. You haven't been here very long, or you would know that what you just said is 100% incorrect. So enjoy your opinion, because they're like two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon. Thanks for opinions, but everybody's got one. But guess what? Your opinion is 100% incorrect. If you'd spent any time here, if you just didn't come in here like the attention span of a fly, swipe off to the new one. After about 30 seconds, you can start to see the opaque, the back of my head, because you got the attention span of a fly. Yes, I like calling people idiots, Caleb, because idiots. How about this, Caleb? Before we go, Caleb, define the word idiot for me. Caleb, I'm talking to you, idiot. Define the word idiotos. Definition is everything. He said I am the aletheia. Caleb, I'm talking to you. Are you slow at the draw there? Define the definition of the word idiot. Give me the definition or leave, you idiot. Yeah, I call people idiots. It's what I do. So Caleb can't answer the question. So Caleb doesn't know what he's talking about. When I said he's an idiot, he can't even define the word idiot. That's pretty sad, isn't it? So anybody who knows the definition of idiotos, or ignorant or ignoramus, Caleb is an ignoramus. Guess what, Caleb? Idiot's not an insult. You just don't know the definition. You're offended like a snowflake. You're the get a trophy every time, win every generation, aren't you? You've never lost in your life, huh? You're special. Why don't you just define the word that I said or leave? How about that? If you can't define the word idiot, leave. You're an idiot. Guess what? I'll give you a little hint, Caleb. The word idiot, idiotos, it's not an insult. It's not. See? This is the problem with people, brothers, sisters. Can't even define the words that come out of his mouth, being offended by a word he doesn't even know the definition of. And then accusing me of calling people names. But he can't even define the name that it is that I am calling him an idiot. Idiotos? It's not an insult. You just don't know the definition. Okay, Caleb, give me the definition of ignoramus. Let's try Caleb one more time, and then we'll just ban him permanently. Give me the definition of ignoramus, because you're an ignoramus. And once again, it's not an insult. Pretty sad, huh? Going to sit there and accuse me of calling somebody names, but he can't even define the name of what it is that I'm calling him. See, that's the problem with society, brothers, sisters. Like Caleb is a snowflake. A snowflake. You know, like special or something. I don't know, never lost, always got a trophy every time he lost. Because he can't even define the definition of idiotos or ignoramus. And neither of them are an insult. And he just accused me like the devil's an accuser of insulting somebody. The word idiot is not an insult. It's not. Pretty sad state of affairs, huh? Pretty sad state of affairs, isn't it? Caleb couldn't define idiot, idiotos, ignoramus, or ignorant. They all mean the same thing. Look at him stewing his own juices over here. Doesn't even know the definition. Well, you couldn't, Caleb. You couldn't define anything, and that's all I asked you to do. You accuse me of calling people an idiot, but you can't define what the word means. Don't you find that rather ironic? You can't define the words that are coming out of your face. So I'm not insulting you, Caleb. You're just a snowflake. That's a different. Now that is a name. But idiot is not an insult. You're just easily offended because you don't know definition. And that's 98% of the people that walk this rock right now. You're a translator. You've got your own version thinking I insulted you. Or I'm insulting somebody else by calling him an idiot. It's not an insult. You just don't know the definition of the word idiot. So you keep trying to make a point, but you make yourself look much more foolish, as Smoke says. So I just asked you to define it. And if you can't define it, then you don't know what you're talking about. If you leave definition, leave the word is called aletheia, truth. That's right. And you have no definition in you. Kind of sad, huh? This is society, brothers, sisters, today. This is the state of this union where you have people like Caleb who are offended by something they don't even know what it is that they're talking about. So they're offended by something they can't even define. What? Caleb, you look quite foolish now. Because if you just would have defined the word idiot, you would know that I'm not insulting anybody. But you don't know the definition of the word idiotos. And that's why you're an idiot. So it's not an insult. Don't worry, I'm not insulting you. Don't be a snowflake and get all offended. Because the word idiotos and ignoramus mean the same thing. Okay? So it wasn't an insult there, Caleb. You just got a little offended for no reason. And actually, if you look at what you just did, you're looking quite foolish because I gave you all the opportunity to give me the definition. And if you would have gave me the definition, you would have realized I wasn't insulting you, huh? All right, guys. That's good stuff, man. I love it. This is the state of the affairs in America right today. Everybody has got their own little special little bubble, right? Hey, me too, right? I'm in my own little bubble out here. So thank you for putting the definitions in there, Stoner Connection. Appreciate it. Much love. I'm not insulting Caleb by calling him an idiot, guys. He just can't define the word idiot. You seen Stoner Connection just gave you the word ignoramus, ignorant, or idiotos or idiot. It's not an insult. Pretty sad, huh? 99% of what it comes out of most people's mouth, guys, just translation. So gotta go. Love you. I'll see you guys again. Predestined for Light, former channel. I will maybe be on later. We just spent 7 hours. Just put a whole day's worth of work in there. I got to go help Kevin, guys. I love you. I'll see you again very soon, hopefully-ish. Leave yourself a little wiggle room, okay? And don't come in this chat unless you can define the words that come out of your mouth, or I'll fire you out of here. And I'll give you the definition if you can't speak it. So don't become offended just because you don't know the definition of something. Just because you're lacking the common skills to define what's coming out of your mouth doesn't mean I'm insulting you. It doesn't mean you need to be offended. You need to start studying definition. If you leave definition, you leave the truth. So come back in here and why don't you get your lexicon and start studying the Greek and the Hebrew. Maybe we can have a conversation and we'll both know what we're talking about because we'll both know the same exact definition of what it is that we're saying. All right, Pastor Revelation, there's a Cash App and a PayPal donation down there if you want to. It's not required. Your tithe of time is all I'm asking. Malachi said, give a man that's feeding the meat 10% of your money. I don't want your money. You got more time, come back. I love you, brothers, sisters, in the narrow way. I'll see you guys again. Much agape and phileo, Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.